Okay. You are live stream. Looks like you're all set up.
Yeah.
If there's anything else you need, just let me know.
I'm getting ready to get rock and roll.
All right. Josh, just remind your attendees about the fire alarm that happens, so they're not like wigged out when it happens.
Oh yeah, remember what time that is?
9:45.
Oh great. We'll be way ahead of that.
Yeah.
James.
Hey, James.
Talking on Friday.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, is there a place to plug in a laptop or
There is. Yeah, that's fine.
okay, so there's
Over HDMI, it's right over there. If you, it's a lot of prisoners have been bringing the USB keys.
Yes.
To stick in the computer, but you, if you want to bring your own, you can just stick showing that. So,
okay.
yeah. Cool.
Good morning. Hey, what's up? Need like 2 more minutes for the caffeine to kick in. And we'll get going.
Good.
Where y'all coming from? I think I met you.
Could be. I'm here in Fort Collins.
Yeah. I'm Josh.
Karen.
Karen. Nice to meet you.
Jamie.
We met last night.
Yeah, Shane.
Shane and James. Awesome. So you did play hooky, huh?
Say again?
You did play hooky.
I mean, I can take calls on the road, but I'm
That's fair.
pretending to work.
Uh-huh.
Fortunately, I had this 45 minutes to an hour to drop off with
Awesome.
my Google Maps took me to the wrong building. So that was fun.
Well, let's jump in, shall
Yes, sir.
we? My name's Josh. We're going to talk about how to leverage founder neurodivergence in startups. What a great title. No. And we're going to start by talking about the first South Pole expedition. So I am a little bit of history buff, and it's a great way for me to see how things have happened over time. And there were, just to refresh your history if you weren't familiar with this period of time, there were 2 expeditions actually that were trying to vie to be the first guys to get to the South Pole. On the left, we had Captain Robert Falcon Scott in the British team. On the right, we had Roald Engelbert Gravening Agmundsen from the Norwegians. A couple things about them, both 5-man teams. Scott was well-financed. Agmundsen was bootstrapped. Scott used all kinds of crazy innovations. Like he had these like machine tractors and machines to like help them cat across the glaciers. Like that. Amundsen used dogs and sleds. They arrived at the South Pole in January of 2012. They got there in December 14th of, not 2012, 1912. 1911, Amundsen returned on the 25th of December, and all 5 of them died. There's great lessons for this in recognizing, I mean, here's the tent that they left behind that was found. We actually only have the pictures of Scott because his party was recovered in the expedition 8 months later. So they all perished on the way back. And this is, I started talking about this to start talking about like my South Pole expedition, which was just like these. You can see they're arduous. It took them months to get there and back. They had to think through planning, and it was hell. It was literally hell. Amundsen, on one expedition that he had tried and failed, he took 75 dogs with him, and the intention is that they would eat the dogs, and the dogs would eat the dogs along the way. As a way to survive, because they didn't even know what was out there. They had very little intel on what was going on. But as I think about my last 10 years, they have largely been like a South Pole expedition. Arduous, thinking that I've got cool new ways to think about stuff, and it's been really difficult. Has meant that I've had very little stability in my career, kind of all over the place. I spent the last year, about 13 months ago, going through a round of applying for literally 247 different applications and got 3 interviews and no offers. Let's say I'm an MBA. I am in the top 1% of futures traders in the world, and that I'm consistently profitable and have been for a decade. So I can literally print money. But I've had all kinds of volatility in my life that has led to me not being happy and has led to me feeling like, what is wrong with me? And it was in the last year that I even knew or heard what this word was. So I know it's becoming more in vogue, and I've heard it. In fact, the first time I ever heard the term neurodivergence was on a show that my wife and I were watching. It's a show called The Good Doctor, where it's tracking a physician who is a great surgeon, and he's neurodivergent, and there's a hospital director who's neurodivergent. They're using this term like neurodivergent. I'm like, what is this? I have no idea what this is. And what's neurotypical? But essentially, an Australian sociologist, Judy Singer, in the late 90s, coined this term as a way to describe and define people's brains that just work differently. And do it in such a way that it doesn't become a limiting disability, but a way to think about the challenge that they have, and still benefit from that without losing it at the same way. Here's a list of the types of things that are part of neurodivergence. The classic 3 are dyslexia, anything on the autism spectrum, or in my case, ADHD. All neurodivergent ways, all giving us incredible ways to see and understand the world. Now, here's some typical challenges of neurodivergent founders, as there are often, because they see things differently, they see new possibilities. For me, 1, staying focused on the next right thing. This is really hard. I see shiny pennies everywhere. Everything feels actionable at once. I literally hoard ideas. Like some people hoard old wrappings or mementos. I hold ideas. I have web scrapers that send me articles on stuff nonstop, all the time. And it's competing with the roadmap that I've already decided. It takes, in my case, and for those across the neurodivergent spectrum, more energy just to order and reorder. So that's why if you're around us and we're irritated, it's like our brains aren't in order, and so we need some degree of control over that. And it finally explained, it's not an excuse, but it gave reason to why for like 10 years when my wife would come into my office and in a desire to connect to me and have a relationship with me, I would just like get really upset. And sometimes even like grouch, and it was just because my brain knew if if I had to pull off task and focus over here and then had to retask, it just took me longer than everybody else. And it wasn't, and when I say everybody else, it's not like some euphemism, like it's measurable, right? There's an actual distribution, and I can say, yeah, I'm a sigma or two out. It's a little bit different. Takes longer to get into focus groove. When I get into one, whoa, watch out. I'll devise and commit to a sustained schedule only to forget it. Like I have all kinds of intention, and I'll tell you, I will absolutely commit to get that done and mean it with all my heart when I say it, and not do it, and not even remember that I had a conversation. It's exceedingly frustrating. In a lot of neurodivergent founders, working is a bit of a survival technique. So we hear of these young founders who will go and they'll lock themselves away in a garage and just like bury themselves in this, and they'll emerge like 3 years later and come up with something. Well, part of that is survival, especially if you're on the ADHD or even on the autism, the ability to have an uninterrupted period where you can control the inputs. And for me, being able to stay on target helps me. It's the retasking that makes it even worse. Change time is hard. That which benefits me, so controlling my environment, staying focused on it, putting out inputs, pushes others away. And at the end of the day, when you talk about life and what's really important, I mean, ideas are great, but if I'm alone, that's not so great. If there's nobody else that can share in those ideas, that's really not great. If I lose the relationship, if I launch this great company and then I lose my family as a result, then it was really a failure. So, let's talk about some benefits, shall we? Hammer it, but let's talk about some benefits. One, we can see abstract connections others cannot see, and they're concrete and real now. Like I can experience them, I can see it, I know what it feels like, as can others. It's really remarkable. I'm not limited by a singular focus when new inputs offer better and improved ways to iterate and get there. So, okay, yeah, we went down a path, but there's this new bit of input. I can integrate that in. Where others are like, it's not going to work. It's going to cause. It's not a problem. I can see the steps that lead to getting there. And I can map it quickly. I can immerse almost to obsession about the subject matter, and we can see problems. So, and just to give you an example, what I mean by problems, here's some problems that I'm thinking about. So pensions in the United States for retirees are being replaced by 401ks, IRAs, separate retirement accounts, and so forth. We found out that when companies wanted to offer secure retirements, it just wasn't something we could sustain. It's too expensive. It was devised in a period when there wasn't global competition for labor. It was a closed system, and the problem is that like most things, we get used to things and assume that that's how it should always be if it lasts for about 50 years. So, if our realm of thinking isn't more than 50 years, then we forget it. Which, it's a relative new thing in all of history that you had those types of pensions. So they're being replaced by 401ks, IRAs. They're more sustainable, there's tax advantages, and it feels like companies can give this to people and yet not have the liability. Problem one. Second, there's a 300% increase in exposure to US equity markets by the average US investor since 2008. So it means that more of the average American's future retirement expectations are tied at 3x degrees since 2008 than ever before. 15% of all active investors didn't start until 2020. There are 21 million daily logins to Robinhood, which is more than TD Ameritrade, Fidelity, E-Trade, Scottrade combined. Schwab, all of them. And yet, humans can't pick stocks. Ask Jim Simmons. So Jim Simmons is known as the man who cracked the stock market. His fund, Renaissance Fund, is one of the largest funds in the world. They actually won't trade anyone's money but their employees. And they have routinely returned about 60% year over year for 20 years. But they can't, the math is clear, on active management, you can't beat stocks. You can't pick. Humans fail at this every time. So that's a problem. Annualized S&P returns since 1928 are about 10% annualized, 8% since 2002. Inflation right now is at a 30-year high. The last print was at 8%. So even if you got 8% this year, that's wiped away. Actually, the S&P as of today is 23% down. So you're now 3 years in the hole. An era of stagflation or persistent inflation could last 5 to 20 years or 5 to 10 years. And then U.S. investors don't want to have to actively manage their money. Like the idea of 401k is great. I can put it away and give it to somebody else, and I don't have to think about it. And then this funny thing is, like, Americans, like most humans, don't like being wrong. So these are all problems that exist at the same time, and the question is, like, what do you do? And for myself as a neurodivergent founder, the response is obviously multi-leg option strategies. Clearly, right? Well, okay, so a little bit faint here. Maybe I can see if I can point on this. Oops, nope, that's not how I want to do it at all. Not quite. My apologies. Here I was trying to be all.
There might be a laser pointer on there if you.
Yeah, that's what I thought I was pushing, and it. So apparently it was not. So I'm not going to press that button again. Oh, there isn't one. If I looked at it, there's not. So when you buy a stock, this is the P&L line. If this is price, here's the P&L. So if the price goes down, it goes like this. If the price goes up, that way. It's a 50-50 bet, at best. A multi-leg option strategy actually looks like this. So it's a way of using options to create a curve of probability of profit. And the idea being that as long as the stock stays between this price and this price, here's the profit. And if it's below this, that's the loss. If it's below that, that's the loss. Pretty cool. It's in a totally different way of thinking about markets. Now, this has other problems that helps if you're a neurodivergent founder, I think. One, helping people learn how to think and act using probabilities. So the system that's gotten everybody into 401ks has told everybody, hey, you know what? There's this great piece of math that if you're in the stock market for 20 years, you'll get a return. 100% guaranteed. No one ever tells you is what's the return. It could be 0.001, and that's a return. Timing becomes really important in this whole equation. It could be great, it could not be great. There are 15 classically used multi-leg option strategies that are used by institutions. So when you look at the data of who's actually profitable in the stock market consistently, it's your Deutsche Banks, your Goldman Sachs, your JP Morgans. They employ these strategies. Now, historically, they're expensive. There's a high percentage of reward, but there's high dollars. So each of these legs, you have to pay a fee to get into. It's a problem. Also, a problem is there's 4,000 US listed stocks. So how do you, which strategy should you apply to which stock at which time? All problems that all exist at the same time, that when you can think about things from a neurodivergent perspective, you can see opportunity. So these two guys, Vlad and Baiju, who are the founders of Robinhood, they go around and they love to say that they democratize finance. And in a sense, they did. Part of the reason that there are so many more people exposed to markets is because they made it so easy. You can open an app and you can buy a stock. We're seeing a greater diversity of gender, race, age, all in the markets as a result of these guys. They did democratize finance, just not in the way that they think about it. They don't even know what they did. This is what's really cool. Because they created a commission-free environment, every investor in the United States can now place the same multi-leg option strategies that the institutions have used for decades to consistently beat the market for free. And so this is my answer to the problem, is writing the software that says, which strategy to which stock at which time, giving you a probabilistic way to approach markets. Having a flow of ideas and doing that and explaining it in a way that recognizes that Americans don't want to be wrong. So it actually tells you, how do I know that I'm wrong? We'll actually build a culture of people that say, I love being wrong. Because when you can admit that you're wrong, you can actually preserve your capital and redeploy it for when you're right. Most losses are occurred because people can't admit that they're wrong. So how can you, in your endeavor, leverage neurodivergent founders when they see problems? Well, going back to that first South Pole expedition, a couple things that have been helpful for me and then can be helpful for others. Between the two expeditions, Scott was well-financed. He had all the cool tech, was very obsessed about doing it in new, innovative ways. Amundsen was kind of using tried and true methods. When you have a neurodivergent founder who can respond in unfavorable ways to lots of inputs, it makes sense to keep things as simple as possible. And don't feel like you have to do things with the same convention. It's actually a combination of the two that gets you to the South Pole. So like for me, I don't want to be, I've got a wife and 3 kids. I don't want to be a 23-year-old kid who's in a garage for 70 hours a week hammering this thing out. Like, I want to be in my wife's life, I want to be in my kids' life, I want to be around my family, I want to exercise and see the world, and I don't want to feel like I have to do it the way everybody else says I have to do it. It's the other benefit of being a neurodivergent founder. And how I can leverage that is that just because I see the world differently doesn't mean I have to even follow all the patterns that people say that I have to. I can do it in really tried and true ways. Which means I have lots of parking lots. Oh, that's a great idea. Put it in a parking lot. I will come back to it. If I'm as excited about it in tomorrow as I was today, that's great. And then I have a whole column. I have this database that I mark lots of things, read and review. And you know what's funny? Is I mark read and review with the intention of reading and reviewing it, and I don't read and review it. But it just gets it off of my brain and allows me to move and focus on things ahead. Staying focused on simple things. Amundsen used dogs and sleds, old world tech, but he knew it was proven in harsh environments and it was trusted. So like that, when here you have Scott, he's like, I've got this new machines. Those machines froze within like the first 3 days. Some of them even sank into the glaciers. It was worthless. So fighting against complexity. Minimum viable everything. With MeFlow, first thing has been to get something out there and let people experience it, but in everything that I do is what's the minimum viable marketing strategy? What's the minimum viable product? What's the minimum viable everything? Ship quickly and get customers who will give the roadmap. So because it's hard for me to have a roadmap and stick to it, I get things out there and let someone, lean on someone else and let them show me where to go. And then I can use the benefit of the neurodivergence to find unique ways to address the things that they're representing to me. Which is tied to the idea of ensuring that the problem you're working on is the one that's actually there. So one of the challenges of being neurodivergent across the spectrum is because you can see things that others can't see, you can get, and it's been my experience as well, I can get really passionate about problems that nobody else cares about. But if we're going to be founders of companies that actually deliver value, we actually kind of need to care about that. So that's why shipping quickly to ensure that I'm working on a problem that people actually care about is very important. Having a COO or a first follower in play quickly who understands the challenge and the benefit. So if you find someone who can come alongside you, who can see the benefit of the neat idea, but also goes, wow, I can see the challenge. And the primary challenge is keeping you on target. Is helpful. That's it. So if you want to follow along with my idea, you can check out meflow.com. But there's some ways to leverage neurodivergence in startups. Thanks.
Questions?
Yeah.
Could you go back to the benefits of neurodivergent slide?
Yeah.
So I see this. How much time do we have? I don't know. 30 after? Anyway, I see this and I'm like, okay, how and why? What is it about the neurodivergence that enables a person to, like, as you were going through this, I was thinking to myself, okay, let me visualize, because I don't, I apply metaphors to my thoughts. So I'm like, okay, well, the neurotypical person is the frog on the lake pad jumping to the next lake pad. The way is clear, the target is set, that's what I want to do. The neurodivergent person is skipping rocks and just like, how does that help to be able to, see past just that initial theoretical target and be like, it's just going to go where it goes, and that's cool, and it's all exciting. And what is it about the neurodivergent that enables these capabilities?
Yeah, some of them are measured. So for those that are dyslexic, for example, right, and the challenge around reading, there's actually been measured studies around the ability to see shapes and colors and spectrum of light that the rest of us can't see. And so that can even lead into we're all impacted by the environment around us, and yet unable to see everything that's impacting us, right? If we could see the full spectrum of light through our eyes, like what we would actually even be able to see, radiation coming off of electrical outlets, right? We can't see that. So when you, in a neurodivergent versus neurotypical, what you're basically saying is you're widening the spectrum of what you can see. Ways that has been experienced, like MIT's working on a project right now where they're essentially hiring only neurodivergent team members. And they're throwing them in, especially multidisciplinary challenges, because in a neurotypical environment, it can get really easy to kind of stay in your lane because that feels comfortable, which is how the brain works. Like the brain, if I get an input in, and that affirms my already held worldview, that's great. I get a dopamine hit off of it, right? If I get input that contradicts that, the response is really pretty easy. It's fight or flight. Okay, and so for a neurotypical person, that whole chain is really set. For a neurodivergent person, those chains aren't as set. From a biochemical level, like it's not as typical in terms of the response. Now, in some places, especially depending on where you are in the spectrum, on the autism spectrum, it can be really tight. Like if there's an input that comes in that challenges it, then it can respond and be really difficult. But it's the ability to see different connections. It's anecdotal, but a way that I've experienced that is if you've ever read books. Like I don't know if you guys read or how many books you read at any given time, or do you read more than one book at once?
Yeah.
Right. I can read 15 different books at the same time and see themes that link them, but they're not written at the same time, same period, and it actually creates new ideas of like, oh, like here's this problem, like with our startup, there's financial problems, but then there's human problems at the same time. And if you were in the financial world, you just look at the financial problems and just go, oh, we just got to fix the financial problems, but that won't fix it. I can give you investing ideas to your blue in the face. In fact, we've tested this. We've given probabilistic investing ideas to people, and they still lose money. Why? Because they can't admit they're wrong. And even when you prime the brain, you're wrong. You need to, it hit this price, you need to get out, and they still won't do it. So like we're actually now having to gamify and give people rewards and positive feedback to bet, like that's higher when they're wrong than when they win. And that's going to be a key part of our tech, is like you'll have a score. And the score will be like 50x if you admit that you're wrong, versus like 1x if you're right. And then we'll send you swag or something. I don't know. specifically with the MIT one or project, which I can send you the link just to look more into it, but the willingness to explore cross-disciplinary areas is just much higher. Like they're just not as threatened by it, which is really cool. Ego plays a different role because things aren't as certain. So when you're trying to get, and you when you have cross-disciplinary teams, you're trying to get them to all work together. Like people's identity and ego can be a really big threat to actually getting across the line.
Yeah.
So when you have a group of people who are, and they're just struggling to like not feel like they're crazy, the ego's not as big. And they're more interested in the problem than the ego. Like that's the fascination. I can latch on to.
Makes sense.
No.
Do that.
Cool. Yeah.
I have ADHD and I was wondering what do you do with I have too many ideas, but I don't take any action.
Yeah.
I get analysis paralysis, don't write or I write things down in 50 different notebooks, I don't even know what to do. And I just get unfrozen.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
It's the worst.
So I'm with you. Like so before I even knew I had ADHD, so that is a recent discovery, which one was great. When did you find out that you were ADHD?
When I was 20.
Okay.
So a little bit older. I have a friend who found out he's on the autism spectrum, and he's in his 30s, and it kind of explained a few things. And I'm like, oh, that's why I'm kind of emotionally not always there.
Yeah.
20's not too bad, I guess.
Yeah. And what's great is everything's adjustable. It doesn't have to be perfect. Before I even knew it, I tried to put systems and fences around me. So my Bible was Getting Things Done by David Allen, which is how to have stress-free productivity.
Yeah, it's 2-minute tasks. Everything's a 2-minute task.
Yeah.
I rage cleaning my house.
Or 20 seconds.
So I'm doing my actual work, but I need to reorganize my spice rack.
Yeah, the problem is for that system to work, for that, which it's a great way of okay, an input comes in, do I do it, delegate it, defer? Okay, that's great if you're neurotypical. What happened to me, I think I'm hearing the same thing, is if I deferred something, well, one, the flood of inputs was just huge. How do I even process the amount of stuff in my inbox? And it's self-created. It's, like my wife would go, you're creating work, it's not even real. It's not real. It's just, you're just flooded with it. So I'd have that, and then I would defer it. And then because of the change time and review that's required to just sort it. So that's one thing that I have shared that's been beneficial is I need more time just to sort. I need permission to be able to do that, know that that's a need, and then I actually give that time to myself.
Is that visualizing, daydreaming kind of thing?
It's I schedule some times during the week where I actually just sit down and kind of thumb through it. One aha moment was I had stuff in Evernote, I had stuff in Nosebee, and I had stuff in Google Docs and Dropbox, and all of these different systems, right? Great places that I can hoard things. And I found entire, not kidding, entire books that I had written, and I didn't remember that I had written. And I had tasks of I want to write a book about that. And then when I was trying to pull them all together, I found oh my gosh, here's the outline, and here's the first 7 chapters. I don't remember when or where. So one tactic is, and this is the one discipline in terms of the simplicity of what's sustainable. Expecting those of us who are neurodivergent to be uber disciplined is unrealistic. You're asking us to not be us, I think, I believe. But what's What's the minimum viable? So the minimum viable thing for me is a commitment that there's one place I will put any idea. So I use a database system called Notion, and it allows me to bring it all into one place. It could be anything. It could be just one notebook. There's only one notebook that I use. It can't be.
It's lost.
Yeah. But that's the minimum viable. It's like if I as a start, if I can just commit to there's one place that I will put the stuff, or it's a folder, or it's there's some place that I have it, and then the other minimum viable thing is there's one time a week that I just go back and like, what do I do with this? Is there anything here? Did I write this down 4 different times and can't remember the 3 other times that I wrote it down? And the reason that happens is because it was lodged in there somewhere. It's some idea, and I couldn't let go of it, and I'm like circling back to it. So I mean, that's anything that's minimum viable. There is a requirement of us, I think, to like put something in there that helps us.
So were you there last night? At the startup evening?
Oh, the evening thing, no, I missed it.
So there was a guy who had on his name tag ADHD coach.
Oh, fine.
So I went up to him and talked to him for a while. If you got a card or email address, I gotta connect you to him too.
Yeah.
Possibly everybody else in this room if we're all the same. Yeah. Literally, my family is the poster child for ADHD at the National Institutes of Health. Like, they have diagrammed our genetic code and they've scanned all of our brains, and every couple of years they're like, hey, we want you to come back. Because my mom has 5 kids, each of whom has anywhere from a few to like 6 or 7 children. So ADD is like, it's in the genetic code. But this guy has a system, and I don't know much about it, and he's like, hey, I want to hook you up with that. And I'm like, I don't know, I should have called him and told him to come here, because when I noted that time, just a jerk, so I didn't. But anyway, give me your info, and I'll connect you with this guy. And maybe, it's kind of like Lee saying, it's not rocket surgery to kind of just do one thing you can do, and I think that's kind of his focus. It's just small bites. Not a long video. It's like 4-minute long videos to kind of take you through his system. So I'll connect.
Josh, I'm curious, how sensitive do you find yourself to the ambient environment in terms of different types of thinking?
Oh, very sensitive.
Do you put music on? Do you like silence? Do you want something you can block out?
Yes. All of that. And I mean, my experience is not ubiquitous to everybody, right?
Right.
So, I'm really curious. I saw the other day, like certain frequencies of music can be helped. There's actually like playlists on Spotify for ADHD study.
It's the ground sound.
Ground sound, yeah.
And I heard it, I was like, oh, that's me playing brain calm down. That's good.
Yeah, so I mean, there's really cool hacks like that, especially as it's more known and accepted, that it brings more study, right? And then there's more opportunity around that. But I have had a default posture that I've adapted, which is what feels good. So what feels good, and what's the Bible for adult ADHD is you're not lazy, crazy, stupid. I think it's the name of the book.
What is it?
It's you're not stupid, lazy, or crazy. I have to look at the exact title.
I'm all 3.
I feel like I've heard all 3, yeah. I feel
Yeah.
like I've heard all 3, but the empathy there is high.
Yeah.
People lose their keys. Rami, I'm like, that's fine. Let's go on a hunt. It's a treasure hunt, right?
Yeah.
What would,
the splits rack and the keys.
Yeah.
house.
what would you do for like big projects? I really, really struggle with getting like huge projects done. Like when I was in graduate school, like the thesis was like the worst. And I gave the best demonstration. They had us give like a talk on how we were going to complete it.
Mhm.
And I gave the best talk on it. And I was like, oh, it's an elephant. You just bite into little pieces. And then actually doing it was like, it was so hard.
pulling
You
teams.
save it until the last night,
Yeah,
and then you work
Yeah.
until 3:30.
Yeah.
yeah.
That was it.
And then it just takes a
Like
night.
where focus works.
I mean, I've done it before with like an 80-page paper. I did that in like 3 days, but like the thesis was like too much. I was like, I can't, there's too many things.
Well, I live by the concept that the amount of time that you'll put into an idea to really, really get it perfect is the amount of time you have. And I knew a guy who was a designer in San Francisco. He was the first graphic designer who was supposedly ever make $1 million in fees, and this was back in the 70s.
Wow.
And what he would do is he'd get a project, he'd do it for 3 weeks, and he'd give the designers 2 days to do it, and it was some of the best stuff I've ever seen. They could have worked on it for 3 weeks, or they could have worked on it for 2 days, it was the same output.
I like the pressure. Do like
I
tomorrow.
don't do this for ourselves.
Yeah, that's when they have like a whole month. and you're like,
I mean, I don't know if it'd be helpful for you, like what's been, so it depends on what, when you said the projects, like what's the project is the
It's like
question.
a thesis, and then I like hated it.
If it's something in writing, so
Ugh.
if it's any kind of creative thing for me, I think in terms of buckets, chunks, and marinade. So because I can grab all these ideas, sounds like you have that too, like where you're pulling ideas. Okay, great. So like, what are the buckets that those go in that are kind of related to the project that you want to work on, or that you want to write? And like get them there, have them in, and it don't require order. Like don't require it to be edited. Don't require anything of it other than it's just there. But it's something that I'll go back and I can look through and kind of comb through the hoard. Like that's, at least in my experience, that's been one of the things that I don't leverage the benefit of. I get all these ideas, but then I don't go back and go, what were all the ideas I came up with? Like from a marketing standpoint for my business, I come up with like content ideas nonstop. And then I go back and realize that I came up with that content idea like 10 times. Because if I don't go back and see where the buckets are, so I have to do that. But then after I have that, I just like I see where they kind of clump, and you go, oh yeah, these kind of ideas are kind of related. They're not really saying anything different. Like they're clumping together. So that's kind of a chunk there, and then let a chunk marinate for a while. So okay, just let it. Just like on this, I was just thinking about this for. I've been thinking about this for a month. Like I finally put the outline together last night. But I was working on it for a month. Like I actually was thinking about it and I was going, okay, yeah, I kind of need to talk about that, kind of talk about that. And I would capture those kind of things. Okay, talk about that or that. And that marinates. And so then when it comes to the actual execution, it's not as difficult. Like there's not the pressure because I've already kind of been working on it the whole time.
So as like a founder, then do you give yourself like deadlines for things, or like, because otherwise I could just do it forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let me think about this until it's perfect.
Well, and that's where, so I'm not great at that. So that's where having a COO or someone who's process focused and thinks about roadmaps and actually gets off on roadmaps and staying to them is crucial to have around. Because, I can come and say, hey, what about this? We need to develop that, and develop that. And they're like, hey, it'd be great if we just shipped this.
That's where the Agile methodology really comes into play. Agile is a software development lifecycle thing, really, but in reality, it can be applied to an entire, anything you want. It's like you work on 2-week sprints or 1-week sprints, and incrementally you make progress toward that intermediate goal, such that you're not just like, if the horizon's way out there, then you're just going to meander until you suddenly find yourself at the end, having run out of money or whatever. But if you say, we are going to release something every 2 weeks, doesn't matter how spectacular it is, but it's got to be a product that is basically minimally viable, or that next rev that does a thing. You focus on that, and you basically time box each each sprint into days, you time box each day, the hours, you time box your meeting, and you have to arbitrarily set deadlines sometimes just to stay in that flow, so that by the time you end at release time and that sprint is over, it's like, oh, hey, look, we've got something that can go on.
That, I would add to that, the caveat is we're going to release something in 2 weeks, but it has to meet our standard. Okay, because Facebook is a prime example of, go fast and great stuff. Well, Facebook sucks because it's every idea that anybody's ever thrown in there, 2 week sprint, done. And it's not thought out.
Would you make
talk
your
about
standards ahead of time then?
having an
It has to be
entire
this, this,
neurodiverse team?
And then when you meet them,
What
Yeah,
kind
you
of
get
systems do you use to
You
work
establish
that
very
can
clear
adapt to
vision
different
of
people's
what
thinking
the end
styles?
product is gonna be. That's the beginning.
I don't know. I mean, I don't have a neurodiverse team, so like that
Maybe
team at MIT, I have no idea what it is.
Okay.
But they're not threatened by it. I think that's
But
the
the,
first part.
Right, but as a founder,
Yeah.
I would still want to know
what
that,
goes out the
we're all
door.
on the same
It's
page.
like
Yeah.
but if somebody's working on a linear
Does
list
it
and
do
somebody
what
else is
it's
working
supposed
on
to do?
mind map
And
and
if
so
it doesn't
on,
make
it's
that
like,
standard, it's not.
how do you
So you
actually
got basically that
systematize
regression
that?
testing every time, but
Adaptability.
try applying robotic process automation.
So there's a tool,
So.
I mean, I know how I'll do
You
that.
will have path classes very often.
I don't know.
And you program
It's untested.
Maybe
But,
if you add a button and just say.
So you know, like on the spectrum of like a challenge, there's people who like to think about
Could accelerate that.
why we do something, and somebody thinks about how we do it.
I think that
And they could be at different spots along the spectrum. And people that are all about how we do it, you get upset with people that like why we do it. Well, often there are people that why we do it that are neurodivergent, that are, the problem is fascinating, and here's all this work. What unifies those teams is what's good look like. So the default is to make a how the outcome, and a how is never an outcome, neurodivergent or not. It'd be like, like what's an objective? We want to go on a trip to Disneyland. Like we want to go have vacation to Disneyland. Okay, how do we get there? All kinds of different ways we can get there. Like if we were crazy, we could walk, or we could do like some, we could longboard there. We could, I mean, there's so many different ways that we could get there. We could go the other way around the globe to get there. There's all these different hows, but the objective is we want to get to Disneyland and have vacation. So, but the default in lots of teams is that the destination becomes the outcome. And so that's where the emotional investment gets in there. And then when you push on that, then it all comes unwound. And there's an embedded outcome there. They want to get to Disneyland too. They just locked in like this is the way that we'll get there. And trying to raise the conversation up to, well, yeah, but good looked like this, we got to Disneyland. So it may not be like the perfect way that you wanted to get there, but there's other ways and those are valid too. So that's objective versus how. So my assumption is that on those neurodivergent, primarily neurodivergent teams, is they're having to have lots of conversations about objective and outcome, not the hows.
Because if you think about sort of a bell curve of what's neurotypical.
Yeah.
Right, you'd have the right brain divergent tail of the curve, but there's also the left brain engineering tail of the curve. And if you really want neurodivergence, you want all of them.
Yeah.
And they want to get to Disneyland together.
Yeah. Yeah. And not subterfuge each other.
Yeah.
It'd be great. Awesome. We're done. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Nice to meet all of you.
Do me a favor, go to the previous slide. Sorry, we are done, but
This one? Previous.
This one.
Somewhere you talked about Ford.
Yeah, this one. But that's different.
H-O-A-R-D.
Yeah. I thought about that.
Yeah.
And I left it there.
Okay.
Have you looked at Build a Second Brain?
I've,
Tiago Forte's got some really cool, big, high-level stuff around people who think about a lot of shit, right? And his whole program around Build a Second Brain is how to make things so you can find them again.
yeah, I've been trying to replicate that, and I've been trying to hire that too.
Yeah.
Except having a second brain would be really helpful. Yeah, that's the horde that attacks a castle.
Yes.
And you do
Which-
feel a little attacked
which is-
sometime.
It fits a little bit
Right.
sometimes.
That's really important. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks guys. Have a fantastic day. Did you want me to connect you with the dude I met last night?
Oh, sure, do you want me to
A card or just an email or whatever?
do you need cards? Yes, you do.
I do too. I don't really have a job, so that's kind of. What's your name?
Levine, Levine. I used to say like Adam Levine, but he's a horrible person now, so I can't.
We were just talking about that last night.
I can't use it anymore. I'm like, that's a great way to tell people how to spell my name.
My sons were talking about how they, there's somebody who wanted to like buy out the entire Northern 5 concert, and you can get the person there, so they can say, hey, Adam, why don't you stage dive? We can be in room 4.
Oh my god. So it's Pilates, Pilates, @gmail.com. I don't know any other Levines. Because some people think it's spelled LA.
No.
So once you give people a name too, then they can look it up and always remember it, I guess. So you guys know any other Levines?
Do you want me to connect you with ADHD coach?
Wasn't it just like Mike, was that
His name is Luke. I don't remember.
I was gonna Google,
Rio Systems is what.
is he local?
Pretty sure. I mean, he was there with his kid and his wife, so I'm pretty sure.
Well, it's found in FoCo, so probably, right?
Let's see. How long's your startup been?
Really since the ending, middle of June.
Oh, wow.
We had an early iteration a while back, and then like mothballed it, and then came back, new branding and a new idea.
Do you want me to fuck them up? Okay.
You can do whatever you want. Go for it.
Well, if you are looking for some kind of.
Do I get the manifesto too?
Yeah, sorry, I should have given it to you last night.
I was a little jealous that I didn't get
I'm
it.
sorry. Well, this was part of the forcing function to be like, I do want to come to this talk. And I'm just going to come.
Awesome.
Thanks, Shane. I'll get you remember. Do you want me to connect you with the ADHD guy? Or do you want to just
I'll Google it.
do?
Like I'm meeting with the therapist and taking neurofeedback sessions, and my plate's full on.
That's fair. Okay. All right. So cool. Good presentation. Like this, you know, my mind was skipping rocks as I was thinking about this. And it's a unique way to kind of
What are you doing?
to view the world. And I don't know where I am on all these spectrum. I know I'm diagnosed, but I was a nerd enough in school that I was able to just focus on like being a teacher's pet. That was my motivation. So I was just like, college, not so much.
I mean, clearly you get your A, right?
Yeah.
What's up? What's everything? I'm good. How are you? Good. I haven't seen you in the museum one time. Million cups? Presentation. I don't know who has it. But we can now. This was mine. I don't know. A shop in Fort Collins. Cool. What's that? An incubator and accelerator for what kind of businesses?
This is.
What type of businesses? Mostly ad check, food, clean check. And so it's no cool. It's very cool. Do you have a card?
I do not have a card.
Okay.
I'm not a very good business person.
You are not?
No, just
So what are you talking about? Then TikTok.
because I'm just really cool and people like me. Like that's the thing about social media. Like being handsome can like push you a lot further than being. That's all I have to say.
So you
Be handsome and well dressed.
no, you can go and start now. I can't wait. Yeah.
Yeah.
TikTok videos. How to
I actually watched
how to be
this morning. I was watching a Gary Vee video, and he was interviewing Charli D'Amelio. Do y'all know who Charli D'Amelio is? So she's like the second biggest TikToker in the world. She has 17 million. Man, she made $15 million last year. I think she's 17 or 18 years old. And Gary Vee was like, we'd love for you to like get your thoughts about social media. And I was like, I commented, I was like, no, it's not hard when you're cute and you dance in your living room. Like you're not teaching us anything. Because like we can't go back and be 17. You know what I mean? Because that's literally what she does. She dances. She's a dancer. So she just dances in her family's living room. They live in a mansion. So the optics are always cool, right?
You're bringing something else to the table if that's not you.
Come on. You better be able to dance. 3 minutes.
Yeah, so actually I have Instagram. I have a TikTok account. They only have videos.
I don't have slides or anything, Nick, because I suck at this, but
You're,
like
you're just fine.
I brought all of this.
Yeah, you brought you. That's the important part.
Listen to your TikTok, right?
There was like 12 people signed up for this.
Do you want the chairs?
I mean, I can. You want to sit with me? You want to hang out with me?
I can if you want.
Is this where I need to be for the live stream? Then?
Yeah.
Or this?
Yeah.
Will that follow me?
It will as you're through here, but that's it, so. Yeah, this is your range is like all the way over here.
Bad.
All the way over
Cool. All right, cool. Yeah. Well, I guess it's 10. Is it 10:03? So my watch says 9:58. This is 10:03.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry.
9:58.
Okay.
How are you?
My iPad is super impatient. I don't need the mic, do I, Nick? Can y'all in the back hear me okay? Yeah, cool.
I make you really want.
Wear a microphone all the time, so
So radio businesses.
it's nice to not have to. All right, y'all, we're gonna get started in like 30 seconds. So I appreciate y'all being here. If you happen to put any of this on your socials, make sure you tag me on Instagram. It's Mr. Joe Buckner. TikTok, it's just Joe Buckner. And I will be sure to share that stuff as well. Thank you, Nick. Sweet. Y'all mind if we start like 17 seconds early?
Let's do it. Let's
Yeah,
go.
cool. Wait, yes, you do mind or no, you don't? Oh, okay, cool. All right, I'm Joe Buckner. Last time I spoke here, I spoke on bootstrapping, startup business. I am the founder of Beautiful Savage Boxing Studio, which is in Old Town Fort Collins. I also have one in Wellington. It's a boxing-based group fitness studio. I'm born and raised in Fort Collins. I am an entrepreneur, men's lifestyle coach, and as well as an executive coach. The thing that I'm speaking on today, though, is how to grow your, I want to say brand versus business on TikTok and also Instagram Reels, because essentially Reels is trying to become TikTok, which has become a headache for a lot of people. But in just 2 months, we were actually in Mexico, and that was, when was that? End of April. So I made a decision on April 30th. I said, I'm just going to focus really hard on growing on these platforms because I think that there's power there. Between April 30th and July 1st, I grew my Instagram by 108,000 followers, which is almost unheard of these days on Instagram. And I grew my TikTok by over 150,000 followers in the same amount of time, so roughly 60 days. So I learned a few things about growing your brand online, and that's what I'm going to share with you today. I come from Fort Collins. I will say that at times I feel like I have the value or the benefit of having had some social currency for the last 6 years. When I opened my gym, a brand called, has anyone ever heard of Lululemon before? So Brandon Lululemon decided I was a cool guy. They made me an ambassador. Then they made a film about me. That spread out worldwide. So that helped a little bit. But even then, I mean, my Instagram account was at 6,000 for like 4 years, right? Which some people are like, oh, that's a lot. But for me, I live in a space with a lot of influencers who are, 40,000, 50. And so I was just kind of always thinking, well, what's wrong with me? Like, what's broken with me? How's that teacher dancing in her classroom with the high socks have 3 million followers and I can't crack 1,000 on this thing, right? So I just started studying and learning, and the things that I learned I'm going to share with you. But today, really what I want to talk about is why should you pay any attention to TikTok, number one. How can it help your business, number two, because that matters, right? And then just some really simple best practices so you can go out and make your first TikTok video and continue to make engaging content that converts. Y'all cool with that?
Yeah.
Awesome. How many of you have ever heard of TikTok before? Okay,
I
cool.
don't know how to use it.
What's that?
I heard it, but I don't know how to use it, so I'm here to.
Well, I'm so glad that you're here and learning.
Yeah.
My mom has access to me. She just grabs the phone and points it at her face and doesn't say anything and then hits send. I love you, Mom, if you're watching this. I love all your TikToks. But, Mom could call me and I'd help her. Anyways, so TikTok is the fastest growing social media app in the world, okay? Like, nothing comes close. It's actually surpassed Facebook as the most popular social media app in the world. And I think people have grown a little tired of, Facebook, number one, it's pay to play for businesses. Number two, it's really just people like arguing or, hey, there's a dog running down the street on Nelson Avenue. Does anyone know what's going on? It's just not things people actually care about anymore. TikTok has found a way to be entertaining, educational, and inspiring all at once, right? So TikTok is an app. Interesting, at the end of last year, December 2021, TikTok was actually the most visited site in the world, more than Google, right? So that says something, right? That says a lot. But what it said to them was, and we'll get into this in a little bit, is we have to take advantage of that. And one of the things I'll touch on a little bit now is TikTok is no longer just dancing and lip syncing and doing trends. TikTok is trying to come for the SEO crown. So they've changed all of the algorithm. It's all about search now and keywords. And so we'll talk about that in a little bit too. But just some basics so you know, many people see TikTok as a bite-sized version of YouTube.
No, do you have a screen?
Oh no, I'm not that good, man. I get dressed, I show up, I kill it, I go. You know what I'm saying? I ain't clicking nothing, man. You get me, that's all you need. So many people see it as a bite-sized version of YouTube. Videos range between 5 and 120 seconds, but again, they're coming for the YouTube crown. So now some of us, if you have a big enough following, we can upload videos up to 10 minutes long, right? So they're trying to come for that long form video. Does anybody know why? The app's only job is to keep you on the app. That's it. Every app's only job is to keep you on the app. I'm going to refer back to that later when I come to posting best practices. So any app that you're on, it only has one job. How can I keep showing you things that you like so you will stay here in the app? We don't want you saying, full video on my YouTube and then leaving TikTok and going to YouTube because you might not come back. How many of you have ever gone down a YouTube wormhole, right?
Always.
Seriously, right? I watched 65 videos. I'm like, I don't even know what time it is anymore. What happened in my life? So TikTok is coming for that. TikTok calls itself the leading destination for short form mobile videos with a mission to inspire creativity and bring joy. Now, most of TikTok's early audience came from Musical.ly. Did any of you have a Musical.ly account? Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Musical.ly was for kids, right? Little kids were on there lip syncing and dancing, which was also a point of contention for some people because they're like, why would you have a social media app just for children to dance provocatively and do other things? So ByteDance bought it and turned it into TikTok. And in 2020, where were we all at?
Watching videos. And
Home. We were stuck at home doing this. And we came across a video of someone dancing to a cool song and someone else doing the same dance and someone else. And bravely, some of us set our phone up and tried to do the dance and recorded it and then put it in our drafts. So nobody saw it, right? So in 2020, TikTok really blew up. Now, truth is, it's mainly Gen Z and millennials that are on TikTok. But the fastest growing group is moms over 35, right? Moms are finding their voice on TikTok. And small segue, the thing that I love the most about TikTok is Instagram, I feel, has made it to the point where perfect is normal. Perfect filters on your photo, long form captions, beautifully edited video. TikTok, you just have to be you. If you look at some of the biggest TikTokers on the planet, Kabi Lame, who knows who Kabi Lame is? How many of you have ever seen a video online of someone doing a life hack, right? Like this girl, she said, life hack for oatmeal. She took a fork, put masking tape around it, and used it as a spoon. Kabi Lame is a kid. Kabi Lame's the biggest TikToker on the planet, right? Kabi Lame, okay? KhabyLame. He made, I think, $21 million in the last 2 years. Kabi Lame has never said a word in a TikTok video, ever. He's never spoken in a TikTok video. So what he did is he takes these people's video and then he'll stitch himself doing it right after them and doing something that's common sense. So he takes the fork and he goes, he grabs a spoon and he goes, and that's all he does, right? That's what Kabi Lame does. And so TikTok has really allowed people to just be themselves. It doesn't want you to be anything else. As a matter of fact, it rewards you for shooting native in the video, in the app, right? So like me, and we'll get more into this later, I record in an outside app, edit, so then I can put it in Instagram Reels, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Facebook Reels, because I'm just trying to expand my reach. TikTok actually is like, oh, you recorded this in our app? So much so that they partner with CapCut, which is a big video editing app. So now you can edit inside of TikTok and it's just CapCut, right? So TikTok is really coming for everything in terms of creativity, okay? Music. How many of you have found a song on TikTok that you really liked or heard a song and be like, oh, that came from TikTok, right? TikTok has created massive hits over the last 2 years. How many of you have ever heard Old Town Road by Lil Nas X? Right? That song became popular on TikTok because kids started creating dances to it and made a trend out of it. And that's how so many songs have blown up now. I mean, there would be no Doja Cat, Meg Thee Stallion, Jack Harlow. All these people blew up because someone took their song and made a TikTok trending dance out of it. And then the world heard the song. I have it written down here. Old Town Road has 67 million plays on TikTok. And that made it the #1 song on the Billboard 100. Imagine 67 million plays. I don't actually know if Lil Nas X, oh yeah, he's made one other song that I know of. But TikTok has that kind of power to organically reach people versus Instagram, Facebook, which is a little more, again, pay to play, right? About 3% of your audience on Facebook and Instagram will see your stuff. 6% if you pay them. If you pay them a lot of money, then more people will see it. And so that's the thing that I fell in love with TikTok was the fact that you can still, because the algorithm is so powerful, grow an audience. And we're going to get into this a little bit more later. That's curated to you and who you are and what you're teaching. That's the power of TikTok to me. So TikTok, so to go further into that, TikTok makes content discovery central to its experience. So If I want to learn, like right now, I'm going on a journey to become a full-time content creator. How to set up lighting for video. This many videos will show with people teaching specifically that thing. The more I watch those videos, guess what kind of videos start coming up on my For You page? Content creator, videographers, right? Whereas I have a friend who makes drinks. Her name is Sippin' and Snack. She makes drinks, she makes food. Guess what comes up on her page? Food, drinks, dogs, because she has 3 dogs. Funny things, because she's funny. Like, I don't watch many funny things. So someone will say, did you see that funny TikTok video? I'm like, I didn't see it. I say, but did you see that business video? They didn't see that. So that's the other powerful thing about it, is you can completely curate your experience to you and what you want to see. That's the other thing that I like about TikTok versus a Facebook or Instagram. The Instagram Explore page is just stuff. Here's a bunch of stuff. Maybe you'll like some of it and click on it. Facebook, again, is just, it's Facebook. Let's just leave Facebook alone. Just whatever, right? Facebook is like yelling at you to get off the grass. You know what I'm saying? So the For You page delivers a bottomless stream of video curated by the algorithm, okay? The feed plays the minute the app opens. Literally, the minute you open the app, video plays. You don't have to click on anything. You don't have to search for anything. The minute you open the app, videos. Curated to what you've been watching. Did you watch this baseball video for 19 of the 27 seconds? Here's some more baseball videos. Did you watch this cooking video for 23 of the 54 seconds? Here's some more cooking videos. So centrally curated to what you are watching and engaging with, commenting on, sharing. Oh, you like that. Here's more. Why? I need you to be on the app longer. If you're on the app, we'll get into this later, I can advertise to you. I can show you the things that people want you to buy, right? Because yours might look different than mine, might look different than yours, might look different than yours. So that's some of the power of it. Your behavior as you use your account impacts the algorithm, dictating what kinds of videos pop up on your page, searching for cute dog videos, commenting on skateboard dads. You'll start to see more of that in your feed, right? So I think you'll get the point there. Here's something powerful. In Q1 of this year, TikTok had over 1 billion monthly active users. So if you're a business or a business person or a brand trying to grow, do you think that maybe in there might be 500 to 1,000 people that want or need what you're serving up of 1 billion, right? So we have to start looking at it less as, oh, here's another social media app, and more as, how can I turn this into money? How many business people do we have in here? How many of you like to make money for the thing you do? How many of you hate making money for the thing you do? Let's ask again. How many of you like making money for the thing that you do? How many of you want to do it for free? Because I'll hire you today. I have a whole bunch of stuff you can do for me for free, right? Hi, Kim.
Hey, Joe.
How are you?
How are you?
Good. So, 1 billion monthly active users with 1.8 billion predicted by the end of this year. So growing your business on TikTok is not an option. It's actually a necessity. Okay? It's a necessity, and it's one of the most low-cost options that you have that's out there right now. So let's talk about something boring. Statistics. Who likes statistics?
I love it.
Me and you. I see you, man. Me and you like statistics. I just like numbers, right? What Jay-Z say, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. Sometimes they do because they can be manipulated, but not in this thing. These are all real, okay? I say so because they were on the internet. All right. Users of TikTok spend more than 850 minutes a month on TikTok. 850 minutes every month on TikTok. So literally dozens of hours every month looking at TikTok. How many of you know someone who uses TikTok regularly? Raise your hand.
You do.
I do. How often are they on TikTok?
Every day.
All day. All day, every day. Is there value for you as a business owner in curating a message in a story to someone who's staring at their phone for 10 plus hours a week on TikTok? To put that into perspective, most of these videos are 15 to 20 seconds long. Extrapolate that over 10 hours. That's a lot of TikTok viewing, right? This one should blow your mind. Every single minute, 167 million TikTok videos are watched. Every single minute, 167 million TikTok videos are watched. Every minute of every hour of every day. So again, as a business owner, should you go in there and try and grab just a little bit of that attention? Yes, no, maybe, right? I say yes. Here's something that's important for business owners. $110 million is the estimated monthly spending of all the TikTok users in the world. $110 million estimated monthly spending of all the TikTok users. So again, your money is inside of TikTok. Someone in TikTok has your money. You have to figure out a way to go get it. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. 61% of TikTok users are women. I don't think anyone here is surprised about that. Charlie D'Amelio, I mentioned earlier, made $17 million last year from TikTok. Okay. Kabi Lame, this kid who never talks, who just goes like this, makes $750,000 for every sponsored TikTok post that he makes. So when Pepsi wanted Kabi Lame to do a video, $750,000 to go in front of a Pepsi kid, right? There's power in here. Your money is in TikTok. You need to go get your money. We already talked about in December 2021, most visited site on the internet over Google, currently the most popular social media site. Although Facebook has the most users, TikTok is the most used. Say it again. Facebook has the most users. TikTok is the most used. Okay. So what can you do on TikTok? Well, you can watch and create videos. How many of you actually create videos regularly on TikTok? Raise your hand. There's no right or wrong answer. Shit. Me. Okay. Oh, sorry, people out there. Hey, I'm sorry. Okay. How many of you, watch this. How many of you regularly watch TikTok videos?
Reels.
2 of us. Nick, are you sure these folks are in the right room?
Yeah. We know. We want to learn about it.
I'm totally kidding. Anyway, okay.
You don't want the people that already know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, sure. I want all the people.
We're newbies.
I want all the people. I'm totally being funny.
We thought
You
TikTok was a clock.
It is. It is.
For how much money you're making, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your money's inside of TikTok. Go get it, right?
Yeah.
So you can watch and create videos, right? So hopefully at the end of this, I'm gonna leave you guys with a challenge. And you know what that challenge is gonna be? Make a TikTok video.
Yeah, maybe TikTok account.
And I'm gonna teach you how. No, I don't want you to make an account. I want you to make a video.
No video. Let's do it.
Y'all can make a video before we leave. We should make a video before we leave. Y'all wanna make a TikTok with me before we leave?
If there's time, yes.
No, I will make time. I'm the speaker. What do you mean if there's time? I will stop this right now to make TikTok videos. Are you kidding me? All right. You can watch and create videos. You can add music. You can interact with things that you like, ask questions, learn. You can discover things that you like. One of the most popular hashtags in the world is hashtag TikTok taught me. They have commercials about it, and it's a thing. The #1 type of content that is prioritized on TikTok is educational content. Now, education doesn't mean like you're reading out of a book, but if you know how to cook and you're teaching people how to make quick snacks, 3-ingredient snacks, or if you're teaching about, your career path as an attorney or how to buy and sell real estate, educational content is top tier when it comes to TikTok. So the goal, right? How can TikTok help your business? How many want to know that? Raise your hand if you want to know that. All right. Well, outside of the earlier mention that $110 million a month are spent on TikTok, here's how. I wrote some notes. #1, it can connect you to millennials. We love millennials, right? They get a bad rap. I love them because they like to shop and spend money and they're active, right? A TikTok study found that 37% of TikTok users instantly seek to buy a product as soon as they discover it on TikTok. 37% of TikTok users instantly buy a product that they find on TikTok. And I personally have 3 tripods that I bought because I was like, oh, I need that. I don't need it, I was like, yeah, that'll work. I'll buy that, right? How many of you have ever purchased something that you saw on TikTok? The two of us that use TikTok, right? So that's 100%, right? But as a business owner, do you think there's value in the fact that 37% of these 1 billion users instantly buy something if they're interested in it? They don't research it. They don't go read reviews. They hit shop now and they buy it. That's powerful, right? So how do you engage with them though? People are interested in brands that create engaging content, right? So use TikTok for business to focus on creating videos that are creative, entertaining, and informative to help you reach a new audience, okay? So we teach boxing for fitness at my gym. So I could just say, today we're gonna teach you how to get into your boxing stance. And we're gonna teach you how to throw a 1 and a 2. Or we can say, here's 3 things not to do if you're a beginner boxer. And then we can make funny videos about improper form, immediately followed by the proper form. Which one would you rather watch? The first one or the one that's like, here's how not to punch a heavy bag. Here's how to punch it, right? So you can get creative around that. Every one of you has a cool business that you can figure out ways to be creative. I bet every person in here at some point has been like, gosh, this would be really funny. But then you probably got a little scared or nervous because you're like, oh, I don't know how to film it. What if it looks stupid? Whatever. TikTok is like, film that and put it up. And we're going to show it to people, okay? The second way it can help your business is it can increase conversion rates. We already talked about the 37%, right? TikTok is popular because people are drawn to the platform's creative and relatable content. So for small businesses, how many of you have $1,000 a month that you can spend on marketing? How many of you have $500 a month you can consistently spend on marketing? 2 of you. And one's like, and the other one's like, I mean, if I don't want to eat, right? How many of you have $100 a month you consistently can spend on marketing without harming your business? Pretty much everyone, right? How many of you have time that you can spend marketing your business? And someone said, no, I'm going to change that perspective for you here in just a little bit. So the way that it helps is it's a powerful marketing tool, right? There's 1 billion people on there, 37% buy instantly, okay? So you can showcase your products and services creatively, which instantly grabs people's attention just by you telling stories, right? So quick example. Create short to the point videos. That's what I do, right? To the point, 15 seconds or less, that highlight your unique selling proposition, but do it in a way that grabs people's attention, right? The worst exercise you can do on leg day is squats, unless you do these things to warm up first, right? Immediately grabs your attention because everybody knows squats are phenomenal, right? But I just said, that's the worst thing you can do. Well, what's he talking about? This guy's an idiot. Unless you do this 5-move warm up first. Oh, he has something to teach me, right? I did so as a content creator, once you grow a little bit, like people will pay you money to create for them. So that's what I do now. So a company called Bevel, which is a large shaving brand owned by Procter & Gamble, and Target paid me to make a video for them about their shaving product. So for me, the hook is simple. I don't know if many of you know this, but as an African-American man, I can't really put a razor to my face. Bevel feels like they have solved that. So the hook is simply, as a black man, I've been always told I can't put a razor to my face. Bevel has fixed that, right? So we're going to talk about UGC also, which is something that I do a lot, and how you can use that for your business, okay? Another way that TikTok can help you with your business is help you engage with your audience, because it's going to curate, right? Can someone in here just tell me, well, I know Kim's business. You're an esthetician, right?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm a nurse.
You're a nurse? But what's your business then?
Injectables, aesthetics.
Yeah, okay, nurse isn't your business. Is it?
Well, it is.
It's your job.
Yeah.
But not your business.
I guess it's kind of intermingled.
Right. Semantics, right?
IVs, I mean, you have to.
IVs. IVs is dope.
Medical aesthetics.
IVs is dope. I'm picking on Kim because I know her. Me and Kim went to junior high school together. Lecture junior high school. Yeah, so injectables, IVs, right? IVs is a great one. So I was sick 2 weeks ago. I mean, I was like sick. I thought I had COVID. I didn't, but I thought I did, right? And a woman whose son I trained, she said, oh, you should get an IV. So a cool creative way for an IV company would be for someone to play sick, go in, get an IV, and they're better. Simple, creative, to the point. This is how my business can help you. Or you can church it up and say, you know, the medical benefits of an IV are blah, 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 blah. And people are like, nope, see ya, I'm out. Don't want to hear that, right? Nobody cares. Because the problem is our attention span is this long now. What's the first thing most of you do when a video pops up?
See if it has a cat.
See if it has a cat in it? Okay. Nobody's ever said that before. That's awesome. What's something else you do when a video pops up? Check the time.
How long is it? Yeah.
Every single time.
Yeah.
And if it's more than a minute 20, you probably scroll past it. And if it's a minute, it's like, how bad do I actually want to watch this video, right? But if it's 27 seconds, you're like, I'm in. I got 27 seconds, right?
But then
So-
you got 10 hours to spend on all the other videos.
27 seconds at a time, right? And so that's what I'm saying, like, to be creative immediately, and we'll get into those best practices later, is how you, we have a whole room full of business people. $500 would change your marketing forever. Like, people would actually see you, but we don't have it. But we do have a phone, and we have some free time. And even if we don't have free time, we have time when we're at work to create content, and I'll go over that here in a little bit. But this is something that is low-hanging fruit that you can activate on now. How many of you have ever had a meeting with a marketing company, like one of the local ones who are like, hey, I'm going to help you. And then they gave you the proposal, and you were like, that's not helping me, right?
Yeah.
$5,000 a month, $6,000, $20,000 a month to do what exactly, right? Unless you're going to make me live forever, I'm not going to pay you $20,000 a month. Like, we just can't make that agreement, right? So we do have time, and TikTok is low-hanging fruit for that, and Reels, because kind of same right now, right? But there's some little nuances, and we can talk about that at the end if you have questions. The other thing that it can do for your business is it can make your marketing look organic. We've gotten past the days where people want highly produced, like beautiful, sweeping videos, because all that says is, oh, you're trying to sell me something, right? People don't want to be sold anything, but they want to buy things, right? Who in here has ever walked into a store and you know you went there to buy something, and the person's like, hey, can I help you find anything? You're like, no, I'm good, I'm just looking, right? See, me, I'm the opposite. I'm like, I came here to buy a pair of black Chuck Taylors, got a little heart on the side, Comme des Garçons, where are they, right? Right? So, but that's what this can do for you, is it can make your marketing organic, as opposed to like, beautiful panning shot, birds flying. Oh, you're trying to sell me something, I'm good, right? But, oh, here's a cool lady talking about how her business can help me. I need that help. I want to hear more from that person, right? She's being vulnerable. He's being vulnerable. He's just putting a camera in his face and saying, here's what I can do to make your life better, right? People want to know who was the person behind the thing that they're buying. We live in that time and space now. You want to go into Nick's and see Nick in there, right? You want to go into your local coffee shop and see the owner there. Even if they're not serving coffee, they're just there saying hi, talking to people. Like, we want that kind of connection, especially after a year and a half of not being able to connect with people. People want things that are organic and that are authentic. We don't want things that are like intentionally made to sell us, even though, hate to tell you this, your job as a business owner is to sell stuff. How many of you know that? That's your job.
I just learned that yesterday.
Come on.
I just hate it.
I was about to say, how many of you like that part of your job? Nobody, right? So this is, again, low-hanging fruit that you can use to do that job for you. Highlighting what your products do, what your services do, and how they make people's lives better through short-form video, okay? So here's an interesting ad. They say Gen Z doesn't like to be bothered by endorsements so much that 51% of them have admitted to using ad blockers. Ad comes up, they don't even see it. So how much money are people wasting in the hopes that 2 people see their ad, 3 people see their ad? But if you create engaging short-form video content online, you're going to draw in the people who want what you're offering. Do we have any hunters in the room? Does anyone here hunt? This is not a thing, it's people hunt, right? Do we have any fishermen and women in here? Okay, what's the difference between hunting and fishing? Yeah, different animal.
Different weather.
Different environment.
And different approach.
Different mindsets.
Different approach, right? One has a gun, which is like, oh, that's supposed to kill something. When you're hunting, you're actively like searching for the thing that you're hunting. I have friends that go to Alaska and other places, and they're like, I had to hike for 7 miles to get one shot at this one thing. What are fishermen people do?
Put bait on the hook.
And you go where the fish are, right? If someone's like, hey, there's no fish over there, you're not like, oh, I'm gonna get the one that's over there. Right? Fishermen say, where are they biting?
Yeah.
Where are they biting? And then they go there. Well, the fish are on TikTok. Just so you know, the fish are biting on TikTok. To the tune of 37% are buying without even reading if you're good at the thing. Oh, that looks cool, buy now.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. That's what can help your business. The other way, and I don't know how many of you know this, but here's a good way that you can maybe start to collaborate with people in your community. It's a perfect place for user-generated content. How many of you know what that is, UGC? Three of you, and you, because you live in. UGC, right? So user-generated content. So that's what Bevel did. That's what I've done for different brands, where they take a person who has a following, and they say, I don't have $5,000 a month to spend on marketing. I have $2,000 though, and you're really good at creating videos. Can I give you $500 a month for the next 4 months, and you create videos for my business and we will use them? And that's when people like me go, absolutely. Or we go, you have 1,000? Because our job is to sell stuff, right? Do you have 1,000? Prefer 1,500. I actually want 2,000, but let's talk, right? User-generated content is a way for you to borrow someone else's already established audience, okay? Is anyone in here brave enough to just give me an example of a business that they have? Besides Kim, because I know Kim. You.
Pilates studio.
Pilates studio? Amen. So let's say you have someone who has a big following, and maybe they just had a baby or a hysterectomy or something that they were prescribed, like, hey, you should do Pilates after this, would be good for you, right? You go to that person and go, hey, I don't necessarily have thousands of dollars for marketing. If I paid you $250 and did a session for you, or 3 sessions or 5 sessions, will you film some content in my space and let me use that on my page? User-generated content. So then instead of you having to, oh God, now I have to figure out how to film, how to set up lights, how to edit, how to add captions, music, you just find someone that knows how and says, I'll do that for you. I'm super into what you do and I use that kind of stuff. So for me, Bevel was easy. I've been buying Bevel since they were direct to consumer, before they were ever in the Target. So when they came calling, that was easy for me. I'm like, I love your brand. Yeah, 100%, right? If TikTok comes calling and says, Joe, I just made a video for TikTok, the actual company, TikTok. Hey, we want you to do some moves. I use TikTok all the time. I'll do that, right? I've worked with other brands, York Athletics, Huckberry, Lululemon. Like, so my point is, if you don't have a big marketing budget, you probably have 1 or 2 super fans who love what you do, and one of them might be really good at creating video. And even if they're not really good, they might be really willing, right? So that's where user-generated content comes in, because you can just find somebody, and it's as simple as searching, scrolling and searching. How many followers do you have? How much engagement do you get? Oh, this person would be a good fit for what I do, because here they are doing Pilates at, I'm just going to say a name, Club Pilates, because that's the only place I know, right? At Club Pilates, right? So maybe they want to come try out my studio and let me film some stuff for them. So those are just a handful of ways, because the big thing that TikTok does is it drives content organically as part of its design. So user-generated versus ad agency generated is always going to get pushed out more, right? But now TikTok has ads, and we'll talk about that in a second, but you're still going to see organic user-generated content more than you're going to see ads, okay? Now, who wants to know how you can use TikTok in your business? Anyone there? Right? That's why you're here. Amen? Okay. So here's 5 ways you can use TikTok in your business, okay? First, to help you understand your audience better. Okay? Per TikTok, 79% of its users prefer brands that understand how to create content for TikTok, right? It's evolved. It's more than a teenager's dancing app, and a lot of businesses are on it. So it's important to understand your audience and their requirements for what they want to see. Okay, so like, let's take some brand. Pink is probably going to make different content than Airy, right? Different brands, different audience, right? What's something that kids use? I have a kid, I should know this. Fidget spinners, right? Or squishmallows, right? Are gonna make different content than J. Jill, Chico's, right? So it helps you understand so you can curate. Because the other thing that happens when you spend a bunch of money with a big marketing company is they just kind of put stuff out there, right? And the hope is that, well, at some point, all your thousands of dollars and our little bit of work is gonna land somewhere, right? Truth of the matter is you can curate your own audience through TikTok and keep speaking to them, and you don't have to have a big following to do this. The other thing that you can do for your business, create your first TikTok video. Okay, we'll go over some best practices here in a minute, but really TikTok is just about fun. The thing that I did, I'm skipping a little bit ahead here, but I'm just gonna share this one thing. The main thing that I did to grow my audience, and again, on Instagram, unheard of growth, 108,000, I grew from April 30th to July 1st this year, 108,000. TikTok, I grew over 150,000 in the same exact time, right? The number one thing I did is I just started having fun. Before I was like, okay, so here's what I'm gonna do, and I'm planning out all this stuff. The problem that I was having is I was like, this is gonna be really good, and then it would suck, and I was like, well, sheesh, I don't feel super good about that, because I thought that was the one. Like, I cut my hair, wore a nice shirt, you know, that was the one. It wasn't. So I just stopped giving a crap, and I just had fun. And I said it, and I forget it. The next thing you know, I was like, oh my God, this is crazy, right? And it's just going and going and going. My biggest TikTok video is like 5.9 million views, but I've had several go viral, a bunch of them over 1 million. I've had some on Instagram go over 1 million. And they were all just videos of me. Like the one that has 6 million views, literally, I put this phone on top of my car in front of a water bottle. And I was waiting for a meeting in Denver. I was like, I have an idea. And I talked into the phone. It's about 9 seconds long. 6 million views, right? So you can have fun creating these videos. Don't make it this big thing where you have to be like Martin Scorsese to make a TikTok video, right? Like literally, you have to have access to a phone and something to hold the phone up. That cup is great. I made a lot of TikToks with cups. I'm serious. Did a lot of TikToks, water bottles, cups, dumbbells.
How often do you post?
Oh, we're gonna get to that in a minute. Yeah, I got you. Oh, that's a great question. I got you. So that's another thing you can do for your business, right? Get someone to share their business with you, you share with them, brainstorm ideas for video, and just, I'm gonna give you guys some gold. Get your pens out. Usually I charge people for this, but this one's for free for you guys, okay? Because I like you, because you came here to see me. Answerthepublic.com. Write that down. Answerthepublic.com. What's answerthepublic.com? I'm glad you asked.
We're ready, on the edge of my seat.
Answerthepublic.com is a website where you can go in and type in keywords, and it will show you all of the top searches on the internet for that particular word. Whether it's IV, whether it's Pilates, whether it's roofing, it will show you all of the top things that people are searching for on the internet. You can search 3 times a day for free. Otherwise, it's $100 a month.
How much?
It's $100 a month, but you can search 3 times a day for free. So 3 searches every day, but like in one search, you're gonna find 70 different questions. So what can you do with those questions? Well, you can create content, right? So if I type in, because you just said it, someone else give me an idea actually. Someone else give me another business in here.
Art Residency.
What does that mean?
It's like where artists come and they want to work in your space.
So I bet one of the questions would be, what is an art residency?
Yes.
So I can make a little video. Here's my studio. This is where people rent space for their art residency. Again, low hanging fruit. You don't have to think of anything. You have to create anything. Go on answerthepublic.com, search 3 times a day. You can search once today and come up with 3 months worth of content just by writing down the questions. Hell, don't write it down, screenshot it. Seriously, I just see everyone's got a pen. I never carry a pen. I'm like, right? So screenshot it and then just, okay, here's 5 things I can make a video about this week, right? You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You don't have to come up with something creative. You don't have to have a team. You just have to have the ability to search for something on the internet, and Answer the Public will give you all of the things that people are actually looking for. The best way to create content for your business is to create content around what people are already asking, not what you think they want to know, right? The other thing is you can take those questions and put them into the TikTok search bar. And it'll show you all of the top videos, the videos that people are liking, that they're sharing. And then you can get inspiration from there on how to make your video, what to talk about. Another thing you can do for your business is you can advertise on TikTok. The cost to advertise on TikTok is a fraction of what it is on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. And again, TikTok is coming for the search engine crown. So if you are advertising on TikTok, you're going to spend a small portion of what you would on any other platform, but the people that you really want to see that are going to see it. 2 other things you can do for your business on TikTok is build on trends. So trends are big. Now, TikTok has gone away from promoting trends, and so has Reels, because what they say is we want people actually creating, not aggregating content. So aggregating is lip syncing or doing trends, basically borrowing other people's creative content and using it as your own. But there is still a way to do trends. So last year there was a trend that was to like a rock the boat beat, and it was just like really fast beat. So what we did is we just took someone and put them on a heavy bag and matched their punches up to that trend, right? So our business inside the same trend, but in a creative way to show like this is what we do boxing, right? There's another trend that's like, oh, so you're an artist. Are you good? So what a lot of people do is they'll film themselves. I just made one because I have an apparel line, and it was just me walking in the driveway. He says, oh, so you're an artist. Are you good? And I just smile when I said, are you good? And then I just clip together 5 photos of apparel that I designed. So creative ways that you can advertise your business by using trends without having to be a dancer or a good lip syncer or any of those types of things. Back to this. You can make use of user-generated content. If you don't have time or if you don't want to go out and create, then just find someone that has a good following and say, hey, here's my budget. There's people that will do it for $50. There's people that will do it for trade. I am not one of those people, but they exist, okay? And if you can't find them here, you can find them on Fiverr, on Upwork, on LinkedIn, on different influencer sites. So there's so many different places where you can find people to make UGC for your business that doesn't cost you an arm and a leg. So if you're is anyone here a little wary? Like, I don't know if I'm gonna make some videos. Like, I don't want to see my face on there. I don't want to have to like talk. Is anybody? 3 of you are, the rest of you are brave. I love that. Okay, cool. So if you are wary or just unsure of where to start, take advantage of someone else's already established platform and borrow from their audience. Okay, so I talked a little bit about how I grew my page. To answer your question, at that time I was posting 3 times a day. There's really no scientific number of how many times you should post, but I will say this. If you post once a week versus once a day, what are the odds that the person that you're hoping to get your message to is going to see it? If you post 3 times a day versus once a day, what are the odds that that person's going to see it? I still haven't seen Bullet Train. I want to. But I've seen the advertisement probably 100 times. Every time I went to a movie, on TV, on YouTube, on social media, I've seen Brad Pitt throwing a cup at some dude's face. Actually, a bottle of water, right? Never seen the movie. So what are the odds that if you increase your output, how many of you know who Alex Hormozy is? Nope? Awesome. Alex Hormozy has become an internet sensation. He started out, him and his wife, doing marketing for gyms, okay? He shared a video the other day that said he used to create 7 pieces of content a week. Then they made a decision as a business. They said, okay, we don't have tons of money for marketing, but we can create content. We know how to do this. So they bumped it up to 80 as an experiment for 6 weeks, 6 months. Now, not 80 separate, right? I make a piece of content, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Pinterest, like 80 pieces of content, LinkedIn, right? 80 a week. In 6 months, they grew their Instagram following by 350,000. They grew their TikTok by almost 1 million. Most importantly, they started to get an additional 400,000 monthly downloads of their podcast, money. And in that 6 months, they had 150,000 people buy from them on their Amazon store. They sell books and ebooks and things like that, just by increasing output. So the part that I will say to you as business people that I think a lot of people underestimate is how freaking hard it actually is going to be to grow a successful business. Because everybody wants a successful business. I don't know that everybody wants to grow one, right? Has anybody here ever had to grow your hair out? You're like, I'm gonna cut my hair short, and then you're like, I'm gonna grow it back out, right? And there's always like an in-between stage where you're like, I'm probably gonna wear a hat for a few months because this just ain't it. That's growing your business, right? But then when the hair is out, you're like, oh, everyone's like, look at your hair. You're like, I know, right? Because I haven't seen you in a while. I didn't leave the house for 4 months, but right? So everyone underestimates how hard it is going to be to grow the business that you actually have dreamed of. And it's not just about opening your doors. It's not just about putting up a sign or a Groupon. It's hard dog ass work, right? To go from 0 to 100, there's a dash in the middle. That dash includes 99 steps that are hard as hell. Most people quit at about 10. That's too hard. I couldn't do it. I just didn't have what it took, right? From 7 pieces of content to 80, changed their business forever, right? That's commitment, that's dedication. And it was free for them. It's free, right? The other thing that I did is I came up with a consistent theme. So I knew I was going into executive coaching, and mainly I work with men, okay? I grew up without a father, so I knew I was gonna work with men. And the truth of the matter is, how many of you have something sitting in your notes, in your phone or your computer that you wrote at one point that you're like, man, this is really good, and you've never shared it? Does anyone here have that? A bunch of you, right? That video that has 6 million views is something that I wrote in my computer in 2009. There's a list of things called things men should do. And I wrote it, shared a little on Facebook back then, but Facebook sucked back then, so nobody engaged. I had 2 likes, I don't know if Facebook sucked or I sucked. Someone sucked. But all I did was I was like, well, I have this stuff already here. Like, I don't need to create anything. So I turned it into a series, and this is a family show called Stuff Your Dad Should Have Touched. But replace stuff with the poop emoji, and that's what it's called, right? So that's how the videos are started. Here's some stuff your dad should have touched. Replace stuff with the poop emoji. And it was simple, right? If it takes less than 5 minutes to do it now. Something I wrote in 2009 that was just lost. It wasn't even on my computer. It was on a hard drive that has made it through every move I've made since 2009 somehow. It's like the only thing that survived. I didn't even have a cord to plug it in. I got a Mac now. I'm like, how do I plug this thing into my freaking computer? It's so old, right? But it was already there. So some of you have gold just sitting at home that for whatever reason you haven't shared yet. So I came up with a consistent theme. That's the other thing about TikTok that's really important. You have to have consistency, not just in posting, but in the way the posts look, what you're talking about. You can't talk about karate one day and then salad the next day. Like, people want to know who is this person and what are they going to be talking about? Because they'll see your post a few times before they actually probably hit follow, right? It'll come up on the For You page. There's a lady that does acupuncture. I just followed her because I thought she was funny. I've never done acupuncture, probably never do acupuncture. I just think she's hilarious, right? But I know she does acupuncture because that's all she talks about. Her page is literally called The Joy of Acupuncture, right? That's all she talks about. She thinks we're friends. She'll be like, man, I really love that post, man. Thanks, friend. And I'm like, thank you. We never met. I don't know her from anybody, right? But that's social media, right? So be consistent. Down to everything from, if you're going to use a cover text, use the same font every single time. If it's going to be red with white, make it red with white every single time. If you have your camera settings to a certain aperture, f-stop, I'm getting a little in the weeds here, but use the same one every single time so your stuff looks the same. We talked about Martin Scorsese earlier. You know when you're watching a Martin Scorsese movie, it looks a certain way. It feels a certain way. Leonardo DiCaprio's in it. Like, you just know. You know what I mean? Like, you know. That's what your social media has to become. People, consumers, crave consistency more than anything, right? Why does McDonald's stay so busy? Everybody knows McDonald's is bad. Seriously. Does anyone here not know that McDonald's is like not good food? Right? But it's consistently bad. No, seriously. You always know what McDonald's is going to taste like. There's no guesswork there. I know what that little double cheeseburger is going to taste like. I know what those fries are going to taste like. Crack. That's apparently I'm the only one who's ever tried crack. Anyways, I'm kidding. I'm joking. But we know it's bad, right? But it's consistently bad. So we just keep going to buy it. I don't care what anyone says. Taco Bell slaps sometimes going in, right? But we know what Taco Bell tastes like. So what your people want from you is consistency. So more than how many times you're posting, consistently post the same type of thing. Now I'm not saying say the same thing every day. Make it look the same, feel the same. Spend some time coming up with what your theme is and who you are and what you want it to look like, feel like, right? Because that's your user experience, okay? So here's some tips. Oh, the other thing is engage with the people who comment. Seriously, right? And in the beginning, it'll be 2 people. But engage in a way that gets them to keep commenting. So if someone says, I really loved this video, I will say, thank you so much. What about it resonated with you? What stands out about it to you? How does this apply to your life? And get them to keep talking. And what you'll do is you'll start to create conversations inside of the conversation. And as they engage, the people that they know will also see and engage. Another best practice for creating TikTok videos is use the reply with video as much as possible. That's also low-hanging fruit. So I made a video for a brand called Huckberry, which is very simply men's summer wedding outfit. Blazer, white shirt, chinos, loafers. Made it for them, posted it, and a young man said, what's the difference between chinos and slacks? That's low-hanging fruit for me. Reply with video. Here's the difference between chinos and slacks. Here's another video. I didn't have to create anything. I didn't have to come up with an idea. He asked a very straightforward question that probably a lot of people have questions to, right? What is the difference between chinos and slacks? I mean, I know, right? So reply with video as much as possible. Start conversations in the conversation.
Question.
Go.
So you have apparel line, right? And then you have boxing. So do you have separate?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, so then people would get confused, right? Or you could like, so you have to have separate accounts
Yeah.
for.
People are like, what do you do? I said, I do a little of a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm really that great at any of it, but whatever, living my life. You do you, I'm do me. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So, tips for creating and engaging TikTok or Reels videos. It's kind of the same, right? These will never fail you, okay? Number 1, your hook has to catch people immediately. The first 3 seconds of your video will make people decide if they're going to stay or if they're going to go, okay? Now, your hook can be funny. It can be, here's some crap your dad should have taught you. Oh, this is interesting. It can be, squats are the worst exercise to do on leg days. What? Unless, right? I have a skincare one coming up that simply the hook says, stop putting body wash on your face, right? Here's 5 other skincare things that are keeping you from looking your age, right? So the first 3 seconds matter most, okay? Edit out the pause, okay? Most people hit record, check to see if it's recording. and then talk. Edit that out to the first syllable, right? Because again, our attention span is this big, right? So edit out the pause. So your hook is everything. Then you're gonna have your intro or your credibility statement. Okay, so my post the other day said, if you're a man over 40 who's single, I'm gonna give you the hard truth of why. Hook. I'm Joe Buckner, and I coach busy men over 30 on how to become champions in their life by applying the traits of a championship fighter to 5 key areas of their life. Credibility statement. This is who I am. This is why you should stop and listen to what I'm about to say. Hook, credibility statement, intro. Who are you, right? It doesn't even have to be that long, right? You don't have to list all your credentials and whatever. It's just hook, credibility statement. Then your content, right? Educate, entertain, inspire, or do them all, right? But do it in a way that is very unique to you. If you don't know what that is yet, just spend some time engaging with content on TikTok, on Reels, and seeing like, oh, I like that, or it was really cool how that person said that, or like, that was really cool how they clipped those together. I like that, right? So just find inspiration is everywhere. But educate, entertain, inspire your content, right? And then a call to action, okay? I might have even written it down about CTAs here. Don't go anywhere. No, seriously, don't go. Call to action. A TikTok study found that adding calls to action in your video can up your conversion by 152%. So what's a call to action? Like and follow for more. Hit the plus button if you like this video. If you'd like more information like this, hit the plus button. Share this with a friend. Tag a friend who needs to hear this. Those are all examples of calls to action. And then every so often, to buy the thing that I'm selling, hit the link in my bio, right? TikTok doesn't want you saying link in bio anymore though, so come up with a clever way to say like hit the little thing in my bio or whatever. But those are all examples of calls to action. And lastly, TikTok's a great platform to grow a community and tell the story of your business. So my challenge to each of you would be, if you're interested in TikTok, challenge yourself that by the end of the week, you're gonna post one TikTok video. Use those best practices that we talked about. Go to Answer the Public to get some ideas. Set your phone up, get dressed, and hit record.
Be yourself.
That's it, be yourself. That's all I got. That's all I got for you. Yeah, you don't have to get dressed. You'll grow fast if you don't. That's for real. Hide behind some, like, set up 2 pineapples and a counter. You have a question?
Yes, do you do something like Hootsuite for all your posting and times and all that kind of stuff, or do you just do it whenever the spirit leads you?
No, I don't. At this point, I probably should because I'm like deep into it and I create a lot for myself and other businesses. I just love creating so much that I don't really have to schedule it out. I just keep a thing in my phone or write it on my whiteboard, like here's what I have to create this week or today or whatever. But I probably should get more organized at that point, but I just still am having so much fun, and so I don't need to be reminded. And this is what I do also. Like, this is all I do full time is create content. So I'm not in my business as much as I used to be. So all I do is create.
So what about like if you're like gone on vacation and you don't want to like post 3 times a day?
Oh no, we're still posting 3 times a day.
Well, what if you don't want to do that?
Then you don't have to, right? You don't have to. You don't have to do anything. Again, it's your thing, right? But I mean, hey, all right, I'm gonna set up the timer and then we both gotta jump in the pool and go like this, right? Wait, we gotta do it again. Hey, I need you to drive my car because I'm gonna film just the left wheel as it goes past this camera. Okay, can you back up and do it again? Like, you just, whether you're on vacation, whether whatever, every opportunity is a chance to create. And actually, let me go back to what Kim mentioned earlier. How many of you don't have time to create the content? Or come up with ideas, or like, oh, I gotta come, like, how many of you feel you don't have time? It's okay, it's a safe space in here, right? So think about documenting what you're doing and not about creating something new, right? I have a video that's about to come out that's literally me cleaning the gym. because I knew I was gonna mop, I knew I was gonna empty trashes, I was gonna wipe down the bags. And it's simply like, here's the less glamorous side of business ownership that you don't see. And if you're not willing to do these things, you're not willing to be successful at business. But I was like, well, I don't need to create anything. I'm about to do these things, so here's me mopping, right? So document your journey, right?
If we're a service-based thing, how does TikTok manage the location thing? Like, I'm in Fort Collins, and if somebody's watching my video in New York, how is that helpful?
You can tag your location.
Okay.
Yeah, you can tag your location, and I suggest tagging your location in every single video.
How do we get a hold of you?
Oh, you can follow me on TikTok at Joe Buckner, on Instagram at Mr. Joe Buckner, and then you can email me through my website, which is mrjoebuckner.com. And I'd love to connect with any of you.
Thank you.
Buckner. I'm so full of myself, I just assume everybody knows. I'm like, oh, you don't know?
Just making sure it was the way I thought.
You don't know? Like, that's weird. I actually said that to someone a few weeks ago. I'm like, wait, these people don't know who I am. He was like, why would they? I was like, I don't know. Whatever. Anyways, who else has a question? It's Nick's time now, so, and Nick said we can go long if you have questions.
So how do you not overthink? So you're saying just get out there and do it, but yet have a brand. And then I have different aspects of my business. So I'm targeting readers and I'm targeting writers. So it's to wrap my head around all of this.
What type of business is it?
I'm an author, so I have
Awesome.
books, but then I'm also a writing consultant and a freelance writer. So I work with writers as well.
Okay. So, I mean, can I give you an idea?
Sure.
So like, I've been wanting to publish a book. I have it. I have all the things, and I don't even know where to begin. Right? You can help, right? Before you publish your first book, do these three things. I help authors, blah, blah, blah. Right?
Okay.
3 things I wish I knew before I published my own book, my first book. Oh, you published a book. You're an author. Cool.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So again, you already have so much gold in your journey. That's what I'm saying. Document your journey. Don't worry about creating something new. If you're starting a new business, share that with people because people need to see what it's like from beginning to end. That will invite people into your story. People are going to cheer for you. In this country, we always cheer for the underdog, even though we always think we're the favorite. We always cheer for the underdog, right?
Okay.
Thank y'all for being here. I appreciate you. Follow me on TikTok, YouTube.
Is there another time?
Follow my
Another
mom.
question?
Yeah.
You said that the algorithm recognizes what we like, and if I want to make something that's like that video, like that's in that same vein, am I like having to tag my video, or is this algorithm like saying, oh, there's a paintbrush in this video, I'm gonna put that in the same list of other brushes?
No, so remember we talked about SEO, keywords, right? So in your caption, now you can put like 2,000 characters in the TikTok caption. Before it was literally this many, right? So your long form caption can talk about what exactly that video is about. These are the best paintbrushes for a brand new artist. In your cover, you can put best paintbrushes for new artists. So the algorithm's picking up those keywords, right?
Okay.
In your text that's on your screen, right? So the words, those keywords is what really matters.
Is that correct that they are videoing? Are you being videoed so we can watch it?
Yeah, right here.
Okay, okay. Oh, that's what that was. Okay, so we can get in touch with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's on the Founded in FoCo site, right, Nick?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Founded in FoCo. Anyone else have any questions? You guys are amazing. Thank you so much for spending time with me. I'm clapping for you. If you follow me on TikTok, tag me in your first video, and I promise you I'll reshare it. Right?
It heard you talking when I went to the App Store. It was like, oh, no TikTok.
Exactly.
It was like,
Technology is scary.
oh,
Thank you. Yeah, of course.
Always.
All right, there's my card. Let's get your book
I would
out
love
there.
to. Yes, thank you so much.
I do, I work with authors, I help them self-publish, or if you're going traditional, that route.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Swag. Yeah, I love that.
Okay, that would be awesome. This is wonderful, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you so much.
How cool is Joe, right?
Information about, how your user data and information about you is.
So we're gonna
We're gonna go from Joe to slightly more geeky bent now. My name's Nick Armstrong. Hi. Yes, of course. Yes. Yeah. Okay. The choice of speaking while you're the event organizer too, right? My name is Nick Armstrong. I'm the lead organizer founding FoCo. I'm the geek in chief behind WTF Marketing, and today I'm going to talk to you about storytelling paying off in marketing. And most of my panels and presentations I don't do as like a stock, this is, in my 20 slides, whatever, it's completely based on what y'all want to learn about today. And I'll sort of weave my expertise through what we come up with together. So we're going to co-create the narrative today, which is going to be a lot of fun. I have a lot of different experience in marketing, from nonprofit to small business, the big folks like Verizon, to Northern Colorado Budweiser, Clear Public Library District, to everybody in between. Ran a political campaign. My own political campaign was the most fun marketing campaign I've ever created for anything ever. I run a small hot sauce business. So we have the product side, service side. So just to sort of give you a scope of the marketing expertise that comes into play. I'm also the lead organizer of Fort Collins Comic-Con, so 2 different large events that sort of culminate in this frame of time in the year. Next year, though, we will be putting Founded in FoCo in March, so at the end of February, beginning of March. It's like the 27th, 28th, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. So put that in your calendar now. Cool. So let me get a sense of who's in the room. Why don't we go around and do some quick introductions, who you are, what you do, and what you came here to learn. So we'll start right here.
I'm Nicole. I run Rainbow Works Wellness. I'm an integrative health practitioner. I practice Reiki, reflexology, and I'm back at Front Range taking massage this semester. So nice to meet everyone.
Awesome. What did you come here to learn today?
How to market better.
Market better.
Part of my capstone project. So.
Awesome. Cool. Do you get extra credit for being here?
Yes.
Okay, cool. See, it's extra credit. We learned one thing about getting people in the room: free beer, extra credit, community service, or somebody bringing them along. So it's a friend who has dragged you here, or free beer, or free food, or extra credit. So yeah.
I'm Carrie Flanagan. I'm an author and a writing consultant, as well as a freelance writer. What did I come to learn? It's all about that branding and getting my story across, and how to do that without feeling like I'm selling something. And free beer, I didn't know that.
Yeah, selling feels, we have this general sense, I think selling is like icky. Like it's because you don't like being sold to, right? And we know what that feels like. We know what that looks like. And it's, you walk past the Abercrombie store, you get spray the stuff. Like, no, talk to me. I don't want that. Okay, how about you?
Daniel Frick, starting a new business called Fat Duck Creative Agency. A team of 6 of us just decided we hated working in the corporate world and we hated others telling us what to do. So we were going to use our talents. I am a project manager and a web developer by trade. However, I am married to a marketing genius, and so I am here because I am wanting to learn her world because I want to do it too. Now there will be 2 of us in the creative agency that can do marketing.
It's always better when there's 2 folks working in tangent. So they bring better ideas together.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Wilson. I'm a photographer, and I'm here to, I've always helped my clients with marketing and things like that, but I'm really bad at marketing myself. So just trying to get some better ideas and thoughts and things like that.
Awesome. AJ, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Ajay Shah, and I run an incubator for AgTech and food and biotech and Fort Collins. And I run an incubator from Old Town, Fort Collins, and here for the last 2 decades as a professor, also 15 years at Colorado State University. And then finally at Parks, where to teach people how to run and start a new business or new venture.
Awesome.
And I came to learn about the marketing.
Yeah.
How you scale it up.
Yeah, how do you scale marketing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sherry Flynn, I'm an artist. You know, that's not a lot of place I'm really existing other than maybe one other site. So
Facebook artist.
Expand.
Okay.
Get my name out a little more about the selling. I don't like
Yeah.
the aspect at all. It's hard to know how to interact with social media in a way that doesn't feel a little fake.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit more about your art? What genre? What?
My favorite is acrylic painting.
Cool.
Of
things, of people, of.
Oh, definitely human figures is
Okay.
my very favorite. And then I've also actually started a line that I was throwing drawings in the garbage for years because they were my doodles. I just do to entertain myself. And I found out people really like those, so I titled those my fantasies, and then the things I carry around with me everywhere and I'm working on all the time because I found out apparently to be a millionaire now.
Yeah.
I've thrown in the garbage all the years.
The Picasso train drawings, right?
Right.
Okay. Do y'all know that story? No. It's apocryphal, but Pablo Picasso is sitting on a train. A woman comes up to him and says, "Could you draw my picture, please?" He says, "Sure, for $5,000." And he says, "What? Why so much? Like, I can't spend $5,000 on that. It's going to take you 5 seconds." She's like, "No, that took me my whole life to be able to figure out how to draw you in the span of this train ride." So, go ahead.
I'm Kara. I am a career coach.
Okay.
So I worked at Colorado State for a long time and recently left for similar reasons. I was just tired of someone else being in charge of the priorities and my time and just wanted more freedom and control over that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just really struggle. Like I can coach other people all day long on how to like market themselves, brand themselves, like put themselves out there. But then when it comes to me, it's just like it goes out the window and I don't know how to do it and it feels icky. So.
Okay.
James Keppel, CEO and founder of Energetics Health, or a health and wellness startup. I'm a 4-time founder, but I'm going to increase that to 6. There's a whole story around that. But anyway, I also ran a branding and marketing firm for 23 years, and I'm always interested in how other people do it.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm here.
Everybody has a different approach to it.
Terry Crosscreek, tired of being told what to do. I'm an IT person, and I'm mostly an introvert, but I have some unique information that I want to share, and I want to figure out how to get it online. And I've been impressed with your leadership in this organization this year and previous years, so I want to come and learn some of your secrets.
Thank you. Cool. Well, there aren't any secrets. I live pretty loudly in terms of marketing, and so what I'm curious about is if I say the word Coca-Cola, right? We have a health, guru in here. But if I say the word Coca-Cola, what comes to mind?
Sugar.
Red and sugar. Okay. Yes, the health guy would say sugar, of course. Red. What else?
Caffeine.
Caffeine. Okay.
Polar bears.
Polar bears. That was the one I was waiting for. Man, oh man, in that left field, right? Polar bears. Brown sugary liquid with red branding. Polar bear. Why?
Because of the Super Bowl commercials.
Yeah, well, the holiday commercials. Yeah. Really ramp up.
Cognitive dissonance. I don't know.
How many of y'all drink Coke on a regular basis? How many of you have a kind of warm, fuzzy feeling about that Coke polar bear? Yeah, right? That's the halo effect, right? We like polar bears. We like the holidays, even if we don't, there's celebrate whatever we want. But the red polar bears, the non-denominational polar bears, sliding in, cute cubs, like family togetherness. Sometimes when I ask that question, folks say movies, movie theater, popcorn, right? That's because they associate that with I get to go with my friends to the movies, or I get my alone time, I get my bucket of popcorn, and I get to watch Tom Cruise, right? So when we think about what marketing is, successful marketing is, and what a successful brand is, very rarely do we as the business owner have full and utter control over what pops into the minds of our customers. Now, we have the ability to weave narratives and tell stories that get them to the right place, okay? We don't always have control over how they interpret that. And so sometimes you'll see brands go off kilter a little bit, they'll miss their message, or they'll miss their mark, or they'll have a bad moment, right? And that's because the interpretation of what it was they were trying to do, or actually the literal things that they were doing, were abhorrent or whatever else, right? And so that story sticks with you. So a lot of, what's the general feeling of like GoDaddy? Anybody having a strong opinion about GoDaddy?
Is it even still around?
Is it even still around? We apologize to all of you GoDaddy folks watching. So sorry. No, it is, yes.
It's nondescript.
Nondescript. What else? Yeah, okay. So this is interesting because they paid just as much for their Super Bowl ads as Coca-Cola did, right? In that short window of time, there was a ton of domains being registered, and they spent a ton of money. And a lot of their ads were specifically, they were generalized to a very particular brand of nerd, right? And they were sexist, and they were derogatory, and they were just in your face, right? And so then they took a break, and you just kind of disappear for a bit for GoDaddy. Then they came back, and now they're the face of diverse business owner wanting to make their mark on the world and do their thing, and that's their brand story now, right? Most of you disconnected from that in between, and they just vanished. So where do you buy your domains from?
Google domains.
Google. Fat Cow, okay. What else? iPage. You're trusted, wherever you go for your tech stuff. Google, it's where we go. So for that thing, a domain is a commodity, right? Coke is a very particular type of thing. There's a strong association. If you just go get a cola off the shelf, or if you go get the RC Cola or whatever else from somewhere, it's not the same thing. Coke versus Pepsi, does anybody have a very strong leaning about those things? Okay. Here in Fort Collins, we have the breweries, right? And so the breweries have particular followings too. So do we have beer drinkers in here? Okay. So favorite brands, Fort Collins, go. Sad Panda, okay. Horse and Dragon, okay.
Odell's.
Yeah, Odell's. Carol will be speaking later this week.
Rally King is too.
Rally King, okay. What else?
Funkworks.
Funkworks. Who's the biggest in terms of employership here in Fort Collins? Budweiser. Beer community, we're like, Budweiser, what's that? Budweiser is an interesting thing. And they had a marketing team of like one here in Fort Collins. So when we worked to assist them, their marketing team was one full-time employee who is their events coordinator, their marketing person, their R&D, their print person, they're like everybody. Wow. And then their smaller team of consultants who were the Budweiser, right? And they would go to the events and promote the things. And that was the extent of their marketing. So what did we do? Well, we worked with them to establish some campaigns to tell stories about their staff, who they were working with, what they were doing, how they interacted with the community, and that they provide emergency water during emergencies. They can water and send it to communities. And when there's a disaster, the water that they're drinking is safe, fresh, clean water from Fort Collins from Budweiser. They have special cans and everything. It's really cool. So we did the same thing for the Monster side of that business and got them some additional awareness. They had this very like national campaign. It wasn't very centralized here in Fort Collins. And so most folks had that same reaction you did. Oh yeah, Budweiser, right? I forgot about Budweiser. Budweiser's the largest employer here. And none of you said New Belgium off the bat. You used smaller breweries because we love the individual smaller tales that we can really closely, I'm the insider, I'm the person that found this first or whatever, closest to first, you know, I'm here, this is my insider community. So, Jay was talking about doing scaling for marketing. When we talk about scale, sometimes when you scale, you can lose sight of your audience, your key folks who are paying attention to who you are. And if you are feeling icky about sales, right, then you are going to have a harder time scaling. And also you're going to have that double whammy of I'm also losing my core audience because my friends and family and my, you know, their friends and family and their extended circles are now not buying from me, or they've all been tapped out, right? All of my art is now on everybody's bathroom walls and everywhere else in their house. Like every wall is plastered with my art. They all have my sketches. So now what? So when we think about selling, we need to think about a different approach to that than just like a cold calling, right? So when I graduated from CSU in 2007, social media wasn't a thing. I desperately wanted to be in social media marketing, and I understood it. I knew it end to end better than anybody. I knew how Twitter worked, I knew how Facebook worked, I knew how all of it worked. The value wasn't there for businesses. So what I say when value wasn't there? Well, there wasn't business pages. LinkedIn was still this like weird amorphous, like you create a professional profile, and it wasn't really the job searcher network that it is now. And Microsoft hadn't taken it over at that point. So it was like, you know, if you wanted to promote, you were promoting into the vacuum, into the void. Facebook was very much, you created a profile for your business. It was a fake person, and then you could convert it later on down the road when they actually created the thing. Twitter was where it was at. And Twitter was where podcasters, microbloggers, y'all remember LiveJournal? Right? Mini blogs started becoming a thing. Tumblr really took off at that time. WordPress became really popular as a more accessible blogging mechanism. And so creating that longer form content. What we have now is so wildly divergent from where we have been. And it only took, you know, the span of 13, 14, 15 years to get there. So when you struggle with a particular thing, as long as you have the core down, the basic skills, those are transferable forward. So I'm going to ask you a question now, again, about that same type of thing, like we talked about Coke, we talked about the Budweiser breweries. What happens when you give the food bank $1, the Larimer County Food Bank? What happens?
Buy very little food.
You buy very little food, okay? What else?
It stays in the community.
Okay, it stays in the community. Okay. $1 to the Larimer County Food Bank buys 4 meals. $1 is 4 meals. Most folks don't know that. They do a really bad job of communicating that particular aspect, even though it's on a lot of their stuff. $1 is 4 meals. That's a game changer for somebody. So when I started my business, I had just had an emergency appendectomy. I was 10K in medical debt, and I had just been fired from my 12th job. Not fired for the 12th time, but fired from the 12th job. I've only been fired 3 times. Job hopped in the span of 2 years. I went from HP. I was the world's worst programmer, by the way. Absolutely horrible at it. And I just thought it was a great thing. I just could not get my mind wrapped around it. I never really liked it. Just stopped enjoying it. And I took this course correction in CSU to get into KCSU and really started developing my voice and marketing campaigns, even though I didn't know what it was at the time, and then added the dual degree. And so then I'm at this point where I'm 10K in medical debt. I've just been fired because, and I knew it was coming. My boss walks into the room, he says, "So Nick, when are you gonna be able to wear pants again?" Because I had shark bite, right? I'm like, I don't know, when the doctor tells me I can't, and so I knew it was coming. So they let me go. I was like, what am I gonna do? I've got this great idea to I can make websites, I can have small businesses, I can do this thing. And at the time, social media was transferring into this Wild West space of everybody and their mom was trying to take advantage of a small business owner, hey, we'll get you on Facebook, we'll get you on we'll SEO your SEOs, and we'll do this. And it was just this massive money grab from folks like us. And I was pissed because I saw my friends being taken advantage of, I saw my family being taken advantage of. We can't have this. And so I pulled my 401k from my assorted employment history, paid for a month of rent, paid for a month of groceries, paid down my medical debt a little bit, and that was it. I'm I gotta do a thing now. So I started WTF Marketing, which is a marketing business. Everybody and their mom told me, again, this is a bad idea. WTF would never fly. The folks in the room were this is, you're not gonna get any business, nobody's gonna pay attention to you. I was lucky enough to be chosen to speak at Ignite Fort Collins, speedy presentations, 5 minutes, 20 seconds per slide. Now, the first idea I pitched was this solely self-promotional thing, which was Psychotic Resumes, was the name of my book, which was a job hunting guide. And then, because I was really good at it, right? I had 12 jobs in the span of 12 in 2 years. There was a recession, we can do this. That was the thing I could do. Then I talked about, the organizer came to me and he said, this is really Art Residency, by the way, who owns CodeGeek.net, who also helped create a FoCo marketplace website. To put that in context. So this is somebody in my community who I, as a new grad, had no clue who this was. Big deal, came in and said, look, Nick, we like you, we don't like your topic. So why don't you speak about your experience? You can still find this online, it's on YouTube for Ignite Fort Collins. So I spoke about why social media was Wild West and why there were so many hucksters and snake oil salesmen out there doing this horrible thing for all of us small business owners and not actually doing the thing that they needed to be doing. Cut to the end of that event when Lori Mae Comer, my first client, came up to me and said, I need to hire you to content write because I like your story so much. I like what you have to say. I like how you have to say it. And so then I started working on creating content for Jim Davidson, who is the guy who's climbing Mount Everest. I hadn't climbed Mount Everest, but I spent enough time with Jim to talk with him and learn about his story and what the experience was like and tell me about how this is formed. And really it was this call and response of listening to what somebody was saying. And so that was my first dollar that I earned from Lori. I have it framed on my wall. And when it came time to actually do the next step, I started a meetup group. Now I was broke at the time, right? Totally broke. I was making websites for $350, which I find laughable. $350 to make custom websites. And I was paying, third of my rent, groceries, whatever came in at the time. I was just throwing it right back in and trying to stay alive, right? And I said, I can take this digital gunslinger idea and do something with it. And so I created an experience in our community of teaching social media for $1 per person. So Twitter 101, do an hour. Facebook 101, we do an hour on it. And each week I would teach a different thing for $1. And at the end of the class, we'd take all the money and we'd donate it to the food bank because I figured I might need it at some point. And I was sitting there thinking, we can do better as a community. And so as we come through these classes, folks would ask me questions. What do you do about this? How would you run this? And so they started to know that I knew my stuff because I was teaching it, I was living the thing. And this was selling without selling. I was teaching, right? I was offering a service. They were buying for $1, but they were learning that I knew my stuff. And when it came time for me to ask them, well, you know what? I would love to create that as a marketing campaign for you, but I can't do it for $1. I can do it for this. Sure, we can hire you for that. And then the next one, yeah, okay. Because they had exposure to me, right? It wasn't like a cold call. I wasn't out there like promoting, wasn't doing it. It wasn't like, hey, by the way, hire me. I was, look, what can I do for you? What do you need to know? Like, how can I help you? That ethos from what was called the Digital Gunslingers classes, because it was Wild West. A good name never hurts, by the way. But that ethos carried forward, and a lot of the students became marketing, social media people in their own right and started their own businesses. And so that legacy over the course of the 4 to 5 years that we ran that, reached $5,000 for the food bank. And so we just kept continuing that forward. Now, as my business was going along, I was building websites and struggling along, and but the thing that was consistent was I was out there teaching as much as I possibly could. Every opportunity I could. I found a startup week, I would start talking. I went to Boulder Startup Week, Longmont Startup Week, Denver Startup Week, anywhere that I could go to teach people what I knew, because that was their introduction to me. So we were talking about like selling is icky. It might be because the format that you're using is icky, right? So if it's, I need to send a postcard to 100 people I've never talked to, that's, okay, that's kind of icky. But if it's, I know how to go on a podcast and talk about my business for 5 minutes, that's a lot better than for you. If that does, resonates well with you, that's a better selling mechanism for you, right? So we talk a lot about like, you have to have this 20-page business plan, and you have to have this particular marketing plan. You have to have this particular sales mechanism. You have to have, QuickBooks, and you have to have some sort of CRM, and you have to have this and that and the other. You don't. You have to match your skills to your passion and your ability to connect with people in whatever medium works best for you, right?
Could you say that one more time?
Yes. So ignore what the experts, gurus, whatever else are telling you that you must be doing, and instead focus on what your key passion and your key abilities are telling you. If you're a great photographer, if you're a great video person, then TikTok, that Joe was talking about, will work fantastically for you, right? Because you can tell a story in a video format. There are some folks who can't video or photograph or tell a story to save their lives, right? And that's fine. Those folks are, they might be process whizzes, they might be something else. And that's where, sometimes having a consortium of 6 people can help you when you don't have that particular skill set. And that's what Joe was talking about. Hey, can I borrow you to make some content? If it's not you, borrow the people that you need. And really, everything that has ever done well for the community, whether it was Digital Gunslingers, Fort Collins Comic-Con, Startup Week, now founded in FoCo, has had a team of people. Phil's right here in the room. Phil is one of our key volunteers who brings content together. We cannot, it's not me being awesome doing all of this stuff. We have a team of people who collaborate and communicate. Just like when I was starting out, that Digital Gunslingers meetup, the cost to do it was $72 for 6 months of meetup, right? I didn't have 72 bucks. I had to buy groceries, man. This milk is like $6. I gotta, And so I turned around and I said, Ron, I really want to start this idea. Like, do you know where I could get the money to do this? Do you have a project? He was like, no, here's 72 bucks. Here. I was like, holy crap. Because that was at the time, that was a lot of money. I was like, my goodness. $1 is a lightsaber to somebody that doesn't have it. So when we talk about what is your value, how do you get to that story to connect to people, right? What do you teach about? How do you connect to people? When somebody gives you $1, you make 4 meals out of it. What is that for you? So when we talk about Fat Duck, right, which is the name of the consulting company, when somebody gives you $1, what happens? You don't have to answer because I realize I'm just putting you on the spot, but when somebody gives Fat Duck $1, what happens? When somebody gives Propel Growth $1, many dollars, $1, what happens, right? When somebody gives you $1 for your art, what happens? Really? Like, and we do this with Comic-Con in particular, right? So the ins and outs of the thing can make a difference depending on how you structure the story. So Fan Expo, which used to be Denver Comic-Con. Denver Comic-Con, booths $300 to $500 for an artist. Our artist friend back there, how many pieces of art do you need to sell to make back your booth at $300 to $500?
Depends on the fees.
Yeah. Laughter. Not happening. But the FaceTime is important. So, hey, we have 30 to 50,000 people coming into our convention center over the course of the weekend who will likely see your art and walk past it and maybe buy it at some point in their lives. Because they'll decide that they absolutely positively have to have that picture of Zelda dressed as Santa or whatever, right? So when we talk about what your value is in the market, Fan Expo / DCC has a very particular, like, you will have gravitas for having been a thing. Compare and contrast. Fort Collins Comic-Con booths are $100. We get 3,200 people in over the course of a weekend. Most of our vendors make back their booth plus profit every day, right? And so what ends up happening is we can tell that story because it's a completely different market, it's a completely different audience, it's completely, now do we get like the ginormous, like the gym butchers and all of the folks that come in? Like, no, we get the artists who are establishing themselves, and it's completely different. And we provide training for vendors and booths. How do we get you to booth well? How do we get you to create your marketing list? How do we get you to connect well with your audience? What do you need to give them? What do you need to take with them? Like, do you have stickers for the kids? Do you have candy on the table? Like, what is it that works? And each artist approaches it differently. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. We partner with the SBDC to provide those classes. But they don't come in and take the same exact experience out of that. Every artist booth looks identical from that point on. They had to bring their unique skills. And artists are such a cool marketing paradigm to look at. So who knows about the Blue Moose Gallery here in town? Okay. Who knows about the Museum of Art in Old Town? Okay. Okay. Different audiences for different things, but they're both involved heavily with First Friday. If you enjoy things at FCMOA, you will enjoy things also at Blue Moose. And Blue Moose has very specific types of creators come in and show off their things. Whereas FCMOA has to tell a particular story. It's a creator, like one artist, one archive, one gallery, one, right? And so when you're working on getting over this ickiness of sales, what is the value? What are your skills? But also, how does your audience perceive you in the space? All of those things come into play. And then what can you tell the story, right? So, Fan Expo, DCC, is it anybody big Comic-Con person? Okay, one person. All right. So imagine 30 to 50,000 of your closest friends all packed in one space with 500 different artists looking at different cool art that is something super cool and unique at each station, right? And having to compete in that space. That's a massive undertaking, right? And it's hard and really difficult to stand out as unique in that space. So when it comes to you as a business owner, what can you bring? What is your paradigm? Standing out in that space, when you have a 10 by 10 booth, it's not happening. So some artists do well on that, some do not. So don't try and shove yourself into the box of like, I have to do Facebook, or I have to do Instagram, or I have to do this. Make the fit work for your skill set. Because the process of telling your story works best if it comes from something that's intrinsic to you. So for me, it was speaking at Ignite and at Startup Weeks and other things like that, because I make one-on-one connection. And so each one-on-one connection that I made with a business owner that was particularly interested, or like, oh, I get that, right? I get that idea. I really want to do that for our business. That one led to another, led to another, led to another, which led to a sustainable business. I didn't have to make one cold call. I didn't have to send one postcard, one letter, any other weird form stuff. I didn't have to, because of all my videos that I was getting from the startup weeks, from wherever else, would do the marketing for me when I couldn't be doing it, right? So there's a format that worked for me. And for you, that might be podcasting. It might be creating an arcade website, like a video game on a website. It could be, Phil and Candace are jumping into this LinkedIn business really heavily, and it's working really well. And it's leadership by showing, right? And teaching. So if you haven't seen, Candace is going to be speaking on Thursday.
Tomorrow.
Wednesday, okay. So she's speaking Wednesday. She's going to be talking about this process that she uses for sales on LinkedIn, which you might look at that and be like, that's kind of icky for me, but it's a working process, right? And for folks that have particular kinds of businesses, it works really well. So let's talk about your businesses and talk about how you might move forward from this and take an idea from the things that I have just talked about, right? So if the bones are important, but the story is how you project it. If you project it through your own strengths, how can you bring your story and your experience to your audience? So who wants to start? Because I won't just like, hey, it's you.
Is this being recorded? Do I have to?
It is, yeah, it'll be right on the website.
So please don't take offense if I'm leaving.
I'm so totally offended. No, I get it. Absolutely, thank you. And that was, by the way, we had no idea if the live stream was going to work this year or not, right? It was literally, I was on a family vacation. We have like one a year. And I was sitting in the hotel room and I was like, if I had a Chromebook and this camera that I've seen before, we could do a live stream. And then we started telling people about the idea, and the speakers liked it. And we started telling the audience about this, and they were like, oh, that's a really cool, I can watch this, I can come back to it, and it builds the brand, right? And this was not something that, you can see live streamed other events, whatever, but like, for our event that features business owners like you to come in and do the talking, and have them have a thing to take with them after this, like, this is my expertise on display. Check it out. Here I was founded in FoCo. That's a really powerful thing, especially if you haven't done, you don't have a Phil showing up and helping you record your talk or whatever else, right? So partner with folks who have the skills and assets and other things, and look for opportunities to jump in there to augment or offset your efficiencies in marketing. Yes?
So the brand building, like typically startup week, 10 for older, and then become founded FoCo.
Yeah.
What inspired you and why you did that?
Sure, that's a great question. And we're going to come back to that question about how you apply it to your own particular business in just a second. But so founded in FoCo is not, we were 4 column startup week, ages, right? Then Techstars, love Techstars people, when they said, oh, you have to have your branding match with this. And we had the snow globe. Remember the snow globe? Orange, really cool, loved it. They came back and they were like, oh, it's going to be Fort Collins _ startup week, Techstars, this logo, that, very like tech heavy, not us, Fort Collins. We have this, I always love to tell this story. I used to organize TEDx FoCo, and the TEDx folks have a brand name. You have to play the branding game with them. I even have the red letters in my closet, right? And sometimes I just pretend. Yeah, so you must play by the rules. They called me up after our second or third one and they said, Nick, this is great, but your talks are really folksy. I'm like, have you been to FoCons? Like, do you know who we are? Like, and they wanted like university, this, that, and it's TEDx CSU has done very well. And I don't begrudge the TEDx folks anything, but their branding was just must, and our speakers were not that. And so when we looked at what we could do with Startup Week, Denver is its own, Denver Startup Week. It's not Denver Startup Week, brand, it's Denver Startup Week. Same thing with Longmont, there's Made in Loveland now as well. And Made in Loveland happens throughout March, and that's a thing, And so we were like, oh yeah, we can pull away from this brand. And when you do that, you have a larger conglomerate or you have a thing that you're pulling away from, used to that, like, oh, especially if you go from the corporate world to the not corporate world, and now you're having to pay the marketing bills, that can get really dicey if you don't have the business fundamentals down to sort of like, oh, I have to do accounting, I have to do our taxes, I have to do payroll, I have to do this. And somebody has to manage HR, because what happens if there's some sort of violation or whatever, workers' comp, and oh my goodness, all this tax stuff. Tons of stuff that goes along with being a freelancer, which I was learning as I went along. And the city of Fort Collins has this great guide. Larimer SBDC has a great guide. All of the guides that can sort of help you, like, oh, I need these 20 things, be legit. Sales tax license in Fort Collins, even if you're a service business, that's a surprise to most folks. You don't actually pay the sales tax, but that's their business license. So the long story short is the brand evolved as a mechanism of who we are as a community, because the Techstars Startup Week brand no longer fit. Even though we love our friends at Techstars, just could not, it was branding that we couldn't abide because the community wouldn't get it. And so we made our own. And that was, we worked with a number of our partners to establish that branding and send that out in advance. So we did this call and response of like, what do you think of this? What about this name? How about these things? And more importantly than just the random partners, we went to specific partners, our funders, our sponsors, our key speakers, and said, what do you think? And once they came back with it, we could say, oh, we've got good data to support this change. We can do this sustainably and well. People understand it. The focus group is here. We've got it good. And then we made the switch. So coming back to that question of how are you going to implement your particular, it could be a medium like a podcast, or it could be, a process, like I'm going to take a picture of what I'm sketching every day, or I'm going to make a sketch video. What did you learn today? Or did Nick Armstrong just like talk at you for 50 minutes and now you're, yeah.
So.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead. I've been an educator for 15 years as well. So I taught photography, graphic design, and all those things to people. So it's obviously, that's a natural way to be able to promote my photography and be like, oh yeah, I just did this really cool mermaid shoot, and this is how I, photoshopped it and made it look the way I wanted it to look. And yeah, so I can see that being just a very natural way to create YouTube videos.
Yeah. So tutorials are really an interesting thing, because you can get two different markets with that, right? So you can get I'm going to teach other photographers how to do this, or graphic designers how to do this, and how to walk through this process, and do process modeling. And then they'll pick up that skill. And then you can do that ad nauseum for a number of different things. You could use Skillshare, you could use Teachable, you could use all of the different platforms out there to monetize that teaching as well, right? And so that's direct sales, and then you've got the preview, the free lessons, whatever else, right? So there's a business model there for that. There's also I'm seeing this as an audience member, it's a completely different market, right? Seeing this as an audience, wow, I'm a cosplayer, or somebody dresses up and does it, right? I really want to do that. I'm going to hire you to do that, because I don't want to pay for it. I don't know all that equipment, like Photoshop, man, I don't know how to do all that. That's 20 hours of my life I can't get back. I'm going to hire you to do it. And so your value is that you have to discern it for your audience, right? Which, or both. You say, this took me, it's the Picasso train discussion. This took me 20 hours to learn this technique, plus 50 hours of learning just Photoshop. Don't do this. Hire me, because this will save you 50 to 70 hours of your life, plus, right? And I went to school for it, and, or, hey, instead of taking 20 hours to learn this technique, take 4 hours with me and learn this technique, because I can teach it to you faster than it took me to learn. That's valuable, right? Different ways of discussing it, but the same thing that's intrinsic to you and your skill set and your business applied in different ways. Different stories about the same process and the same thing that's core to you, right? You had your hand up.
Yeah, well, I was going to redirect a little bit, just because.
Redirect. Co-create with us.
Yeah.
It's great.
So, like I said, we've got 6 people.
Yeah.
3 of them are still actually employed. They just want they're done. 3 of us, we got the boot, or my case, I was a freelance project manager, and they said, yeah, you're too expensive.
Yeah.
There's the door.
Mm-hmm.
I watched it happen in real time. All of my accounts started getting signed out while I was talking. I went, okay, here comes the fire. We've got our marketing genius. She takes brands and turns them into $1 million, $5 million, sales. We've got me, who I can do both. We have another project manager. We've got a finance guru, and then we have 2 graphic designers. And so, all that to say, me personally, I spoke with you briefly last night during the kickoff. I am a self-starter. I have done 3 podcasts. I love podcasts. It takes a lot of money to get them started. I'm really good at it. I've been invited to speak at major conventions in Anaheim. It's fun. Turning that into money is a little bit of work. Yeah. I write books, I write comics, I write novels. I'm going to get her card after because so I'm really good at self-starting. But we've got 5 other people, and I feel like I'm dragging them along. But we need to find a direction, folks. So I guess it's tough for me to just and find that path because they all look.
Okay. I have exactly 3 things to tell you.
Yes.
The first is find yourself a lawyer to write up your business agreement and your partnership agreement so that whatever you bring to the business is evenly, that's the first thing. Because with 6 people, with 2 people, I did it with 4 people, right? 4 people, it was messy. We were all coming from really good places. We were all very good friends. And so when the inevitable split comes, you are all protected because you all went in with the exact same identification of what was in the contract. You had the same understanding and you knew what to say. All right, it's okay. This is my exit. And that's fine. Understand also, this is number 2, that your skills and your passions and things that you can bring to the business don't belong always and forever to the business.
Right.
So the things that you love to do, you can be your own standalone rock star. And I tell a lot of clients this too, is Sticker Giant puts down a Boulder. Very, very good at figuring out how to make each individual employee their own rock star. Every employee has the ability to go on a podcast and talk about something about a passion project or to start a passion project or to bring one of their nonprofits in that they love and care about and support in their free time and get them stickers, right? Or swag or other things like that. And so they can help grow that audience and that participation. And the third thing that I will tell you is that if you do the work to establish your own presence, it makes the larger consortium presence stronger.
Right.
And so as you try to pull people along with you, if the group isn't buying it, do it for yourself in your own business. And then you can reinvest that into the consortium business, right? So this is sort of, if you have a side hustle, that your business is the primary hustle and your consortium is the side hustle in that way. But it depends on how you want to allocate your time and where, if your partners need you to be doing a thing, if you're the sales driver, then you need to identify that, and in that business partnership, is how I would rate that. But yeah, seek out the help of
We do have a business partnership. It's unsigned because I keep telling them we need to have this, take this, like they have a death clause. It's like, we're all young. I'm in my third, like I'm
still important.
Like, it's important, but
We're all gonna die.
yeah, we're all gonna die sometime, but let's have a morality clause, because I've seen people get success and all of a sudden they're a different person. And I don't want to deal with, a morally despicable person because they have money. So let's add that. So we have this agreement. It's unsigned because again, I am kind of pulling us forward. But yeah, and it's been discussed, my partner and I, we actually own 2 on the LLC. We have 4 of the people that came. So like, we own the LLC. We have a direction, like we talked about this creative marketing agency being means to an end because we really want to get into writing books, making comics, doing podcasting, traveling around to the different conventions, like Fan Expo, like I was the first year I cosplayed, and now I have a sewing machine in my basement because I'm moving around. So like, I think that's kind of what I'm going to do is I'm focusing on what makes me happy. But right now it's not paying the bills, and there's 4 of the people, 5 of the people going, well, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And it's like, well, what are you going to do? So,
and that creating that project management timeline for the startup of the business and those tasks and how they all work out is going to be. But that's also a story, right? So how does every player come together? What's the origin story of this business? And that can be a key marketing thing as well. So being aware that we've got another panel starting in 5 minutes, the Entrepreneurial Ecosystems panel. I'm gonna wrap up now, but if you do have any other subsequent questions, want to talk with me about something, marketing idea, something that you're curious about or didn't get a chance to ask today, it's just nick@wtfmarketing.com. That's my email address, nick@wtfmarketing, or just wtfmarketing.com. You get an email button right at the top. So feel free to reach out anytime. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your Founded FoCo week. It's been a lot of fun to put together. I'm glad y'all are here. And stick around to learn about entrepreneurial ecosystems.
Nobody seems to know in what building is the creativity presentation.
I'm sorry?
The creativity presentation is planned, so where's that? Nobody seems to know.
That's a great question. Protecting your creativity is in Challenger Point.
And then what?
In Challenger Point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So how do you want the? I'm gonna tell you a little bit more. Yeah. So this is about where.
It's a good idea to try to start it on the track. But the rule is always.
So is this what they say?
So you want one horse in the middle.
And the live stream is archived on Facebook. Yeah.
Because I was.
I know, isn't that great? Oh my gosh. It never happens.
Yeah, exactly. So, do we say boy girl? However you. And you're gonna be there? I think I'm gonna be, I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, so I think I'll sit here. And you guys can sit here. So, whichever chair you would like. Oh, I'm gonna sit up high? No.
Just Allison's advice over all of us.
Own it, right?
So, Keenan
You're just signing this. I'm just, I'm just gonna introduce yourself. Well, he wants. Yes, I think that's it.
Come on.
Yes. We can talk about it now, he's not in the room.
No, he's not even here.
I have to help you as a presenter. I'll be right back.
What's that?
Yeah, just leave me a chair.
That's fine, that's fine. It's just we're all.
This is actually most comfortable in the tall chairs, because the tall chairs, they go.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I feel weird sitting in this chair, but.
Oh, well, no, I have to.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, great.
Whiskers.
This will be fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh.
So Nick's gonna join us here in a few minutes.
This is a weird angle, is that what people see?
It is.
Because it's like our leg, like look how long
Yeah.
his legs are.
Yes. I had
Do we all?
extensions.
I mean, it's like a funny
It's a
mirror.
wide angle.
Is it this camera?
It's just like, Beth's legs are like 9 feet.
I don't need to.
Can I switch a little bit? Which way, this way?
Well, I think you tilt it forward, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there a way that you can go like the
Yeah.
camera?
All right. So if I sit here like this is better.
That's better.
Is he, we're gonna get him too?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick's gonna
Can you get her?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Nick will be in it, yeah, the
Okay.
chair's there.
So,
Go.
I don't know, is he gonna, are we gonna start with Adam? He's gonna come join us?
I don't know. I'm not sure what the timing is for these events.
Yeah, he said we did that.
Okay. So maybe while he comes, while he's gone, we'll get started.
Yeah.
Because I think there's more time, people are here, so. All right. Well, I'm gonna just welcome everybody. I'm Beth Bostwick, and I'm an entrepreneur again and again. And I'm so excited to be here because these guys all represent resources that I wish I would have known about when I started my first company a number of years ago. So what I'm going to do is just have you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your just kind of a little bit of your background, and then what your organization does and how you see it fitting into the overall ecosystem, so that when we ask questions, they have a sense as to what it is you guys are representing. How's that?
Sure, I should start.
Yeah.
Tim Jones with Innisphere Ventures. We are located North Fort Collins on Vine Street, just outside of the Whitewater Park in CSU's powerhouse. We started as an incubator about 24 years ago, really focused on accelerating the growth of science and tech companies with a particular focus really on B2B business models. Closely aligned with a lot of the municipalities around, a lot of the universities around, and then some of the corporate world too. And we try to focus on really 4 different areas that have been proven time and time again that what I'm going to call venture startups tend to fail at whenever they're trying to grow. Things like really building your team, so finding your talent and training your talent, raising capital, your business model, your customer acquisition, things like that. And the way we have our model set up is that we offer a kind of a canned training that is multiple days that helps you build your pitch deck. And then you also receive customized training from an individual that your company is tied to, right? So that's a little bit about how we operate. I would say that was the real start behind Innisphere Ventures. In the last 10 years or so, we branched out into offering office space and wet lab space, again in North Fort Collins. And then more recently, we've got into venture capital. So we do have right now 3 venture capital funds, one of which is fully deployed, the second of which is currently investing, and that's a domestic fund. So we try to focus on really becoming a lead investor at pre-seed and seed stage startups in Colorado, and let's call it the surrounding states too. We refer to it as the Mountain Plains regions.
Okay.
We think that being a lead investor, especially in this geography, is something that is needed and is lacking, so we provide that service. And then we also have a venture capital fund where we focus on Israeli startups, help them commercialize their technology here in the United States.
So if I could just comment, I'm relatively new to the Fort Collins area, and when I started to meet entrepreneurs, they always refer us to Innosphere. It's like, but Innosphere is just, well, you do a lot of stuff. And so that was a great introduction. Thank you for sharing. I think a lot of people see all entrepreneurial stuff goes to Innosphere, but it's really, you're very focused.
Yeah, and I guess just to add on to that, because I think that these are all services that we provide to startup companies. Because of our nonprofit nature, our nonprofit core, we do offer services to the broader community. So we do lunch and learn sessions, right? Okay. So we will bring in experts that will talk to anybody that's interested in a particular topic. I think about end of year taxes, right? Things like that. So we'll bring in experts in that. We'll bring in other investors from outside the region. They'll come talk to us. Okay. For a long time, we've run these Innosphere after hours, right? Where it was really a community event that you could show up at the building. We'd have 100, 150 people there. And again, bring in folks that, are in the community talking about what we believe were relevant things in the community, which are all free services to everybody here. So,
beautiful.
So that adds on a little bit.
Wet labs get me so focused on chemistry and
right.
science, so that's why. So
exactly.
Anyway, thank you very much. Hope, you want to talk about SBDC?
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hope Hartman. I'm the Executive Director of the Larimer Small Business Development Center, also known as the SBDC. We are actually housed here at the Front Range campus. So in Blanca Peak, the building right behind us, we have a physical office space. We have consulting rooms. So part of what we do is offer free confidential consulting to aspiring entrepreneurs, established entrepreneurs, existing businesses. And it really is free. There's no catch. And we offer a little bit of business training. I want you to think about some of the fundamentals or essentials of getting a business started. Do you need a license? What kind of insurance do you need? What about your registration and taxes? We really want to give you a strong foundation. And then we also focus on business planning, marketing know-how, and financial literacy. So it just kind of depends on what stage your company is at, what you will need. The trainings, we do some classes here on site, but we're trying to really expand our virtual, our hybrid offerings, and on demand. So I'm also an entrepreneur, and I know when I've needed information about any venture I've done, I need it when I need it, even if it's at 4 a.m. or 11 o'clock at night. So I really think we have an opportunity to meet entrepreneurs where they are. I think we can serve a lot more people. We also have connection to resources. So what does that mean? Well, I mentioned financial literacy. We have a lot of relationships with bankers. If you think that is a potential funding source for you, we're going to help you navigate that so that you are in the best position possible. We also have connection to state resources. So sometimes there's a lot of funding out there that people really don't know about. So we're partially federally funded. I'm not a federal employee, but that is federal dollars at work because our goal is to help small businesses. I wish more people, getting in maybe other things we're going to talk about today, but I wish more people would take advantage of it because everything is free or very low cost. So sometimes it's just pointing people to the right resources to say, you really can't get that grant, you just fill out the application. So we just want to keep spreading the word about the resources we have. And I won't go too much into my background, but there are a couple of companies that I have co-founded with people. I've had one company acquired by a Japanese venture capital firm. That was a co-founded endeavor with my partner. I've focused a lot on professional services. I've never had a brick and mortar. So if any of you do that, there are things that you are faced with that I've never experienced. And I also have a nonprofit that I started a few years ago.
So let me just say, I wish I knew all about what Hope just shared with you when I started my company the first time around. It would have made my life so much easier. I would have cut probably 3 years off the front end of that venture. So definitely seek them out. And Allison, you've got a really special place there too. So
my name's Allison Seebeck, and the organization that I lead is called the Warehouse Innovation Hub. And it's a form of a business accelerator that focuses, maybe picks up where some of the work that the other parts of the ecosystem do. We pick up with stage 2 companies. That means you're already in revenue, you already have a product or service that people want. Now you have to figure out how to scale that operation and successfully sustain it. Because I can tell you from my own personal experience, my background, what worked when we were 10 or 15 people that could all get together in the conference room and discuss what was happening stops working when you get to 25 and 35 and 55 and 105. You have to break some of those things that you create in the early days to be able to scale successfully. And so our programs at the Warehouse Innovation Hub include an acceleration roadmap process where we work with founders and executive teams of second stage companies to identify what are the immediate barriers, whether that be internal to your organization or external in the marketplace. Primarily, we're working with manufacturing and technology companies, so people that are making a physical product. And so some of the challenges that you run into when you're making a product, or maybe your supplier that provided you a component for your product is no longer able to meet your needs because you're growing too fast for them. Well, what do you do then? Or you have a staff of folks who are really good at bookkeeping, but now you start to need financial literacy at a higher level than the 101, and you need to bring in a professional fractional CFO to support that. We help you decide when to make those decisions and how to go about finding the resources that you need for that next phase of your business. Our innovation hub is a physical space. It's located in South Loveland in the former Hewlett-Packard campus. So we have kind of a nice complement to what Innosphere does in North Fort Collins, with space for people who need to do light manufacturing. So we have high voltage power and compressed air that you can plug right into in the Innovation Hub space. And that's also where we offer community building events for the manufacturing community in Northern Colorado. Just a little plug, tomorrow is the biggest trade show in the state for manufacturers. It's happening at the ranch in Loveland. And so we're a part of that kind of community of companies that make things. And particularly, how do you scale a business when you're reliant on other vendors and supporters and suppliers to grow with you.
And it's always nice to have somebody help you in that scaling process because it's challenging, challenging at the beginning. So thanks, Allison. Nick?
Yeah.
We're talking a little bit, you were here earlier, but just introduce yourself and kind of what you do.
Yeah. So I'm the lead organizer of Founded in FoCo, which is previously Fort Collins Startup Week. And our event, our organization is sort of like the TARDIS. If you're a Doctor Who fan, it sort of shows up when it's needed and expands to fill the space. And then we bring good things with us. So I would say there's a huge constellation of business resources and utilities and organizations and support educational facilities and all sorts of things. The library, Harmony Library has its own nonprofit resource center, business librarians, the Larimer SBDC is now here as well, colleges that exist in Fort Collins, and the chamber. There's so many different entities that getting them all into the same space and at the same metaphorical table is really important, because otherwise everybody silos out and everybody does their own things, and it's, you sort of get this weird mismatch of everybody trying to compete for the same eyeballs and attendees and butts and seats. We don't like that as a business community. We have to cooperate better than that. And so Founded in FoCo's been that hub and been that table where everybody comes together to connect and collaborate and coexist well. And so we're really looking forward to continuing that role.
Perfect. Awesome. So what I'd like to do is, now that you know a little bit about who's up here, I'd like to just ask them questions, and I'll ask them and I'll have each of you kind of take a shot at it, because I think they're all good generic questions for startups, and I think each of you kind of bring a different spin from your own background. So Tim, what's the best way for a new founder to get plugged into the community? They're just getting started or even pre-starting. What would you
Go to maine.com. That's the right answer here.
That's not the right. So I'll explain what Maine is at some point, maybe later. But really, in terms of Innosphere, if somebody's looking at starting a company and they're wanting to plug in, how would Innosphere be a place that they could plug into for what area? So
Right. So I think that was mentioned here. There may be a little bit different focus areas for a lot of the resources out there. So getting plugged in, I think, really starts with understanding all the other entrepreneurs that are in the area, right? So if there's a way to reach out to folks, figure out what journey they've taken, and understand whether or not that's a path that may be similar to the one that you want to go to. But then certainly talk to each one of the leaders in each of these organizations to understand, boy, we specialize in X, right? I mean, I can talk to you all day about what we do, and I'll be very honest with you about, boy, if you're going to go into a B2C type of environment, that's not where we're strong.
Okay.
And I'm more than happy to push you in the right direction. Or if you're not even going to consider going out and raising outside capital, we have programs, but that's not our specialty, right? Our specialty is really gearing up companies towards raising capital. So we'll push it to the appropriate resources also. And I suspect that probably a lot of us really know enough about the other partners in the area that we will try to get you to the right direction. So I mean, I guess anything else, right? It's always just be curious and get out there and start talking to people and see what's worked for them.
All right, I know you're into
My different take. So I moved to Fort Collins 10 years ago, and I had spent several years in Seattle and was really involved. It was my job to spin out high-tech companies from the university. And there was a really strong ecosystem there, but we knew, a lot of the VCs and angel investors, and there were all kinds of great groups that you could join almost any day of the week. So when I first moved here, it's really amazing, this community, the word of mouth just really spreads. And someone said, oh, you should go to 1 million cups. And the next day someone else said, you should go to 1 million cups. And I was like, what is this 1 million cups thing? And it was at the Carnegie Center for Creativity. And then we were in the basement of Mugs. And then it was at the Articulate. And to me, that also represents what entrepreneurs do. You flex, you adapt, you figure it out. And we can now all work from anywhere. And I felt like I found a community. And I just want to encourage, despite what your business is or what stage you're at, there's other people in this community, and now it's hybrid. So people can join from all over the place, or you can come together. And it's just nice to hear about other people's journey, listen to people's ideas, and not feel, especially if you're a solopreneur, not feel so isolated and alone. So I think it's a tremendous place to find out and connect. Also, meetups. You could literally Google a meetup for bakers, meetup for whatever your niche is, and you're probably going to find a group here. And then also, the other place I went was Innovation After Hours at the Innosphere, because it was like the high-tech place, and it's a cool space. If you've never been up there, it feels good when you walk in. And even if you're not at that particular stage, it's still a great place to meet people. And there's different speakers that come through. So that was before I had a child. So I was like running around all over town, But those are kind of the top 3 things that come to mind for a few of you. You might want to check out if you haven't gone there.
Allison, do you have a perspective?
I would piggyback off of Tim's comment about curiosity. No matter what type of business you're starting, the starting phases are about hustling and meeting as many people as you can meet. And going in that maybe 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10 aren't going to directly help your business. But if you limit who you talk to just the people who for sure might be interested in what you're offering, you really miss out on the advice and the connections and the creative collisions of ideas that can spark your business to take off in a way that maybe you didn't expect. So it's going to be open to meeting anyone and everyone, and get that hustle out there and talk about what you're doing, and then close your mouth and listen to what the person has to say. We may talk about some mistakes that entrepreneurs make, and sometimes one of the mistakes you can make is just to be constantly talking and not listening, if you're only sharing what you're doing, you're not gaining the benefit of that other person's wisdom and knowledge. And so, 1 million cups, Innisphere after hours, SBDC events, Chamber of Commerce, before hours, after hours. There's lots of places to meet people, and as much bandwidth as you have, get out there. Go down to Denver to their startup week activities. Branch out, reach out, and don't waste 45 minutes talking to someone who clearly doesn't have anything to offer to you, but figure out those skills that allow you to hear what someone else's wisdom and superpowers are. And even if you don't need those tomorrow, you might come back and need them in 2 weeks or 2 years, and you'll be glad you knew that person. And I just want to caveat all of this with, it's not about how many business cards you can collect or email addresses you can gather. It's really about genuine relationships. And so you're in those conversations when you're out meeting people, and you just get started by meeting people, really focus on getting to know who that person is and what their superpowers are, more than just making sure you get their name on a list and check the box.
Amen to that, yes. Nick, how do you top that?
Well, y'all are here, so start plugging in. When I first started, Ignite Fort Collins was the thing that tuned me into the community. That was a series of speedy presentations, 20 slides, 15 seconds per slide, and you talked about whatever was on your mind and passionate about. I became a teacher at the Loveland Business Development Center, and that was somebody who saw what I had to offer through my classes I was teaching through my meetup group, and we need that for our program. And from there, I got plugged into Larimer, and from there, it was just a snowball. So say yes to the opportunities that come through to do any sort of flexing outside of your comfort zone. Fort Collins in particular is really interesting because we have a lot of starter hubs. So there's the Music District, there's the Downtown Fort Collins Creative District, there is the, there used to be the Artery, there is all of these different places that you could go to sort of merge into your community. What I have found as the organizer of Fort Collins Comic-Con and this event is that the folks who do best and who last the longest in our community are the folks who seamlessly go between any of the communities that they are put in front of. And where we fail as service providers is where we try to define those service area boundaries and silo things off without handing it off to the next, to Tim's point, hand it off to the next organization, and here you go, please take this person because they need this help. And so one of the things that we piloted this year that we've been trying to do for years, and Hope has been instrumental in this process, for our artists at Fort Collins Comic-Con, the artists to market themselves is a completely different mindset. It's a different expertise. They have different considerations. They have different inventory, cash on hand, the cash flow dynamics are weird. They don't know if people are going to buy their art when they come through. They have to get marketing. So there's a ton of different things. What I knew was that the SBDC had consultants who could help with that, but that my artists at Comic-Con would never, ever walk into the Larimer SBDC of their own accord. So what did we do? We created a specific program that was online, streamable, that they could watch anytime in partnership with the Larimer County SBDC. We told them exactly what we needed, and then we could hand the package straight to our vendors, our artists, to learn all of those skills. And it was in a way that was relevant and applicable to them, so that they got pulled out of their comfort zone and got introduced to Hope and the Larimer SBDC. We're super thankful for that process.
Awesome. So the theme here is go meet people, whoever they are, wherever they are, and talk and listen. Talk, share, listen. Yes. So I love the energy, by the way. You guys are like something special before the panel.
Because the cookies.
There you go. So now I've got a little different take on this. So one of the things that's interesting is we just have come through this whole COVID experience, I'll say. And from your perspective in the different organizations you're working with, in terms of the companies that come and talk to you. Have you noticed anything different that founders are looking for now or having to be aware of or pay attention to now, having gone through the pandemic, either in terms of what happened with their product or the process or customer? Just, I mean, there's so many different dynamics. And is there anything that you've noticed, Tim?
Should we do this like a snake draft and maybe start at that?
Okay, fine.
What do you think?
All right, Nick, back up again. I don't know.
Back my fantasy football.
Yeah.
You know, right?
Tim's just looking for more time. I have noticed a significant decrease in attention to detail, of willingness to do the process and the steps and to seek out the answer. They want the expert who's going to help them take the shortcut. And that's not necessarily always in the unflattering way, but just like, I don't have time for this. I've got 9 million things on my plate. I want to go to the one person who has the answer and they know it, and I can save myself 5 hours of searching just by asking a 5-minute question of this person. So along with that, a lot less patience to wait for the answer or the result or the thing to come through. And so the antidote to all of that as an organizer and as just a collaborator in the community, it's been just grace, right?
Yeah.
Knowing that there is things will happen as they happen. I was sharing with the last panel, we had no clue if the live stream was going to even work or if it was going to be a thing. It was a brainstorm that came to me in a hotel room while we were on a family vacation the week before this event. So it's like, we can maybe do this, and I think I know how it's going to work. And duct tape and a prayer, and we'll see how it goes.
Duct tape always works.
Yes, but if it didn't, meh. Like, a few folks are going to be upset. We'll try and record the panels anyway, but you know, this is the first time we've ever done it. So
that sounds like grace for you as well as for others you're working with.
Yeah, and our team too. So in our, for our vendors at Comic-Con too, just like, here's the answers, having a lot of patience and being able to willing to explain things or reconnect or recap things, work them through. If they didn't do their promo, whatever images or whatever, we could show them how to do it, and creating processes that gave a lot of leeway, patience and grace just built into it. And if they didn't get the promo images, no big deal. We have somebody ready to help. So.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, flexibility. I think that was the, you guys all said that up front anyway. Allison, you want to?
Two particular topics come to mind with the companies that we work with. One of them is the increased difficulty of finding good people. And that starts with some of the largest corporations and largest industries, but it trickles all the way down to someone starting a new business. Whether you're looking to hire or even to contract a part-time bookkeeper, those people who have a business are full and not taking new clients in many cases. And so this challenge that used to be, how do I ask good interview questions to make sure I'm going to be able to find the right connection, now turns into, where can I find someone that can move a tissue if you hold it in front of their nose? And that is not necessarily healthy, because the long-term success, especially in the early stages of a business, is really dependent on finding those right partnerships with aligned principles and aligned values. And so there's a little bit of sense of, there's a new urgency around people and building the team, whether that's directly or through contract support. And then the other one I'll mention is there's more awareness, thank goodness, on mental health and the mental health needs of founders and leaders in particular. And I love hearing those discussions in a more vulnerable and transparent way, that I may be extremely passionate and motivated to push and push and push because this business is my child effectively. However, it's okay to articulate that you need to take the day to go on a hike, or you need to back away from something, because what doesn't work is pushing to the edge and then the whole thing falls apart. It's better to be able to have that awareness and those understanding of what you need as a founder when it comes to your ability to thrive from the early stages. We set our timelines as entrepreneurs, and it's okay to take a breath and push your timeline back a day.
Right.
It's okay. If that's what it's gonna need for you to be a sustained push across the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years to build this thing you're building.
Yes, thank you for emphasizing that, because that is really, really important.
I'm going to piggyback off of this, and I was going to talk about the people too, but I'm going to change maybe the perspective here. So I want to talk a little bit about culture, like what do people need right now? And so I spend a lot of my time going all around Larimer County, because we don't just serve Fort Collins, and I listen to different people talk in different smaller ecosystems, and I'm hearing stories like people don't show up for the interview. They show up on the first day and take a break, and they never come back. And I'm just sort of horrified of these. I'm like, what is happening? And I look at what we've all been going through over the last couple of years, and I really think we're going through a cultural shift. And as entrepreneurs, you might have heard like, oh, is that your side hustle? Is that your side gig? But the gig economy has arrived. We are living where this is very normal, and a lot of people have multiple jobs, and they actually want them. And so that's a very different way for people with established businesses trying to build their team, and they want, especially full-time employees. I know a lot of small business owners, they cannot find full-time employees. They're like, no one wants to work more than 20 hours. They want that flexibility. Maybe they do have their side business. They don't care about benefits. And it's a very different way of looking at things. And so what's happened is business owners have become exhausted because they have had to fill the roles of people that have left or whatever's happened with their business. And they're basically like, I need butts and seats. And you miss a critical part of when you bring people into your team and culture, that onboarding about what you stand for, what your values are, what's important to your company, what makes you special, how you treat your clients. Even if it's e-commerce, what's the experience? And when you forget that critical first stage step of bringing people in and building that team, that affects your culture in a very negative way. And I think people are missing it because they're desperate and stressed. Talk about the mental health. I was on a session this morning. I mean, the burnout rate, according to Gallup, is 76% of Americans are saying they feel burnout. 76%, that's huge. So we've got all these factors playing into this and affecting how we live, how we work. And then maybe the two other things real quickly, funding in the startup world and small business, everybody always needs funding. So there were PPP loans and EIDL loans and all this funding available. And those things are, kind of coming to a close, but there is more funding available, and depending on your industry, the size of your company. And so for me, I really want to make sure that people are aware of some of those opportunities. Sometimes people they don't know, or they think it's going to be so hard. And it's like, just fill out the application, and everybody can use a little bit more funding here and there. And then the last thing is we really work with intergenerational business owners and entrepreneurs. And so we are getting more interest in succession planning. So those people that have maybe done their thing and they're ready to hand it over, maybe to family members, maybe to employees, and they need a plan. And so we weren't hearing about that in the last handful of years, but there's a huge percentage of our population, the boomers, that are going to be retiring in the next several years. And there's going to be a lot of vacancies. So for our small businesses, we need people to take ownership of those so our economies can continue to thrive, and the community does as well. So those are the three things that come to the top of my mind.
Interesting. I would not have thought about that. That's great. That's great. Tim, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, absolutely. Since Hope mentioned three things, I'm going to say three things also.
Well, there's a theme here.
And then hopefully I'll remember the third one. I'm not quite sure. But what I want to do is maybe touch on the thoughts that these folks had already gone through, and maybe apply it to how we have thought about it at Innosphere. I like to think of ourselves as kind of being entrepreneurial, and the first, I guess, aspect of it would be, how are we really delivering content to our client companies, right? And so clearly before COVID, it was in person. It was a day-long event. Everybody came, right? And it was an environment that was more traditional in a sense. And of course, we shifted during COVID, right, to be online. And we are really now thinking about how do we, engage that community of clients and through all sorts of tools, right? I mean, Slack, et cetera. And how do we maintain that camaraderie that we believe we had historically in a hybrid or virtual environment? And some of the things that we've done certainly have added tools to be able to do that, electronic tools. We've shortened our days certainly because nobody wants to sit on Zoom calls for 8 hours anymore, right? Hard to believe, but that's true. So we're trying to adjust for that, right? Maybe change our programming. Maybe give some tools then to our clients about how to even build a virtual company, right? Because they're dealing with this also. And so how do they think about that? And then I want to go on number 2, you mentioned culture, right? Absolutely 100% agree with that. One of the things that we do at Innosphere is actually hire undergraduate and some graduate students to do research for us. And really it's research for our client companies, on market sizing, on capital strategies, things like that. And so, so in many cases, hiring somebody on that maybe doesn't have a whole wealth of experience working for a company is a lot different than, maybe hiring on a client manager who's, this is their second or third career, right? They've done 30 years in industry, they're coming on, they know how to get involved. So I think long and hard about when I bring on maybe a sophomore in college, what are their needs and how are they different than bringing somebody on that's a lot more experienced. Bless you. And then understanding that maybe they're local now, but they may be going away to school in the future. And so how do we deal with that? How do we prepare folks to continue to remain engaged and deliver some high quality work products to our clients who are engaging with us? So so when I think about the shift here, I think that when I think about it internally, there's some changes that I'm having to deal with, right? That from the internal part. And I think I promised you a third one, right? It was much more macroeconomic, and when I think about what our clients are dealing with, and then even us being in the venture capital world, we are currently trying to close our second fund. We're about 90% of the way there. As well as our clients, many of them are raising outside funds. And there's a lot of uncertainty, right, in the business world today. You look at the stock market maybe as an example of that. But that uncertainty, I believe, also changes, investor behavior. And so, as we go through these business cycles, we need to be aware of that and understand how to coach our clients, what that path is going to look like. Maybe it's going to be 3 times as long as it was historically to raise funds. 3 months back in 2020 and 2021 would have been very easy, and now it's 9 months to go off and raise that amount of money. So things like that we need to adjust just based on those macroeconomic business cycles too.
So 2 themes with what I heard is flexibility and forgiveness. Self included, not just others, but yeah. I think that's really, really important. I will say that having gone through some very difficult, trying times when we were starting our initial business, the forgiveness piece, I would have been a lesson I should have had front and center, but had to learn that one the hard way. So listen, these guys have good stuff to share. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit in terms of this other question, because I know that when you're starting, a number of you have said it's very lonely, and I would totally agree with that. But how do you find a co-founder if you want to have a co-founder, and how do you find mentors? And I would distinguish mentors differently than advisors who have a certain skill expertise. So, Allison, you want to start us off on that one?
Sure.
I mean, go
Up you're next. I might defer on the how do you find co-founders. A lot of the folks that we're working with are a little bit further down the road, but I think the same question applies to how do you find that new C-level person that you need to bring in that might become your partner. And I don't have a great short quip to give you, but just be diligent, careful, and follow your gut. the possibility of what could be, the bill of sale that someone might sell you can be very alluring. And so this relationship of becoming a co-founder, a partner in a business is a long-term commitment. And the most important alignment that you can have is an alignment of values, because everything else from there you can figure out. You probably want to have them have a little bit of a different opinion, a different set of experiences and skill sets. Otherwise, you're just hiring a replication of yourself. So that doesn't actually maximize your potential to grow as an organization. But those core values, when push comes to shove and we have to decide between two really difficult options, we know that we're gonna, whatever they are for you, trust each other, respect each other, be honest, whatever those components are that are key to you and your style of leading a business. When it comes to mentors, on the one hand, you just have to look, be open, and like I said earlier, just that listening to what someone has to say. A mentor doesn't look like a particular person, a particular age, a particular experience set. A mentor can come in a lot of different packages. It's really the quality of what they have to say that matters. You also have to do your own intuitive vetting as well, because mentors are also a dime a dozen. There's a lot of people out there that want to help, and a lot of people out there that can help, and a lot of people out there that might not give you the best advice. And so how do you find those people? It's the same thing I said earlier. The more people you meet, those connections start to get created, those introductions start to come, and then the next person, tells you someone else that they think you should talk to, and it becomes a web and a chain. Mentor role is not one that you should give out lightly. Accept everyone's input, but only act on those that truly, again, align with your values and your vision for the company.
Yeah, this is, this seems like such a simple question, but it is quite complex. And it's one of those where there's going to be an exception to anything I say right now. With co-founders, it is tricky because it is such a close relationship. I could say there are outlets such as a 1 million cups, where part of that setup is you go in with an ask. So if you have something established and you're like, I need a co-founder, you could take it to that network, and it might not be anybody in the room that week. So our local chapter meets weekly, every Wednesday at 9 at Elevations or online. But there's a lot of vetting that still needs to happen before you bring on a co-founder, right? So I don't know, that's where you really want to build your network of relations, and it might come through a referral of someone that you trust and know who's not going to be the co-founder, but they might have some good contacts for you. This other piece about co-founding, it's very controversial depending on what country you're living in. So when I was living in Seattle, and all the people I worked with, they would get very uptight about people that were married, people that were siblings, people that were, it's like, do not co-found with your family members. And it was almost like a red flag for investors in that ecosystem. Now, in other countries, like Europe, they go, why wouldn't you go into business with your family? Why would you go into business with a stranger? Or, that is so risky. Where we go, that is so risky to go into business with your family. So I find this a very interesting topic about co-founding, because a lot of my co-founded endeavors are with my partner, because I trust him pretty much more than anybody. And that's, and we know each other, and we know our strengths. And so I almost don't know how to do a venture without him, because I know what he brings to the table. He knows, and we keep each other in check. So that's really, it's up to you, but just know that can affect things like your funding. And the main thing is your co-founder qualified for what they do? And if they are, you're going to be fine, even if they're your sister or brother. With the mentor part, I find this also really tricky. So I've heard people say like, oh yeah, Oprah, she is my mentor. And I'm like, Oh, I love Oprah, and I've got my subscription to Oprah, but she doesn't know me. I want a relationship with a mentor, right? So I'm always a little, when people are like, I'm like, no, that's like your idol. That's like your, inspiration. That is not your mentor. It's a relationship. And the thing about this is it's two ways. It's not a mentor just like giving you all this knowledge and you're both learning. And so I have found that in my life, a lot of my mentors have actually been men in my life and people I've met in the business community and entrepreneurial ecosystem. And I found sometimes with women that are really experienced, they will come forward and say, I'm afraid I'm going to fail. It's a very interesting comment. And so I would say if you are finding yourself prioritizing meeting with someone on a regular basis, that might be a good candidate because there's some reciprocity in what you're both gaining from the relationship and you're finding time to prioritize it. And it might be someone that you saw speak and then you go have coffee or somebody that you just know in the network. But I think it's not to be taken lightly because it is a commitment for both parties.
Thank you. So Nick, this is specifically for you because you really know this ecosystem here well. What's an underutilized resource that we have here for Commons?
All of them.
That was easy.
Fort Collins, this is probably not unique to Fort Collins. Fort Collins has an ego card.
Ego?
Ego.
Oh, interesting.
We love to DIY everything. Everything.
Okay.
Everything. Like the business librarians know so much more than I will ever know and do I go and ask for the databases? No.
Okay.
When I start a new business, no. Okay, I can do my own market research and do it. The business librarians are a great example. You could easily walk into any Poudre River Public Library district, ask for the business librarian, set up an appointment, get access to the databases for free through their website with your library card. The SBDC is the same way, butts in seats. Get the butts in the seats, watching the accounting class, the QuickBooks Online, whatever it is. It's Franklin's classes, like Franklin Taggart, who's an amazing local podcaster. Seth, who's going to be speaking this week. There are empty chairs here. There are a lot of competing events, and there's a lot of having to pick and choose. And so I'd say all of the resources are very underutilized because there's a rush when you solve the problem. And when the answer is like given to you, you don't get that same sort of, and I think that's very much like backwards, right? Where our mentality in Startup Week, in Founded in FoCo, in Comic-Con has always been send the elevator back down. Always, no matter what you're doing, send it back down.
Yeah.
And so 60% of our attendees at Comic-Con are young families. Most of them have littler kiddos, like 8, younger. Some of them are teens and tweens. And the teens and tweens who identify with the con come and have a great time. And they're like, oh, can I volunteer and do that next year? Yeah, of course. And so we take young volunteers with their parents if they're super young. If they're not, then they can do it on their own. And we trust them to do their job. We teach them how, and then we trust them to do the thing.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes the space where they've been given that trust to do the thing. And we then say, well, what do you want to do? Is there anything you want to see in the con? Is there something you want to try? And out of that question, we got a 5K, a Couch to 5K program. We got a special day to teach kids about science. We got all of these things. And so when they say, oh, I want to try this, I say, cool, here's a budget. Here's some expertise. Let's line you up and do the thing. And we really grow the volunteer base that way. We grow the staff base that way. So you're talking about how do you find a mentor? How do you find the next thing too? We do it internally in Founded in FoCo and also Phil said, I want to try a nonprofit day. Now it's become one of our biggest tracks. The room was packed.
Yeah.
It's going to be a thing. Now, and all we have to say is yes. And here's the resources. And so it's about finding folks who have a passion for and alignment to something that you're doing as well. And this is true of the resources too, because just like the artists won't ever walk into the SBDC, we know it exists and that it can help them. And so we've had to find a way to tell that story to get them into the resource. So if you are a connector by any means, and most of us are as business owners, but if you're a connector, you know that something can help your customers, in our case attendees, or our vendors, or our speakers, you bet your bottom we're gonna get them in there.
Yeah.
We just have to tell the story in the right way so they see the value.
So the thing that's interesting, somebody mentioned a little earlier that curiosity was an important aspect about being successful. I would argue in anything, but in particular if you're going to start a company, I think you just kind of gave us a different take on it in terms of you can use a curiosity aspect to engage people to be supporters. I think co-founders are a little different animal and advisors, but I do think that in terms of looking at resources to help you build your business, giving people the opportunity to sign up for something that they'd like to participate in, assuming you know at some level they have the right credentials and skill set, depending on what it is a really powerful way to engage them. Because I think purpose and the alignment with values that you talked about, Allison, I think are really, really key to engaging people initially, but then you got to keep them too, right? Turnover is not a good thing in any business. So anyway.
Experiments are cheap and accountability is learned.
There you go. That's right. So what I'd like to do, because we're going to run out of time here, is I'd like to really open it up and see if anybody here has got questions that you'd like to ask the panel about entrepreneurship. So we've got a number of folks. Yeah.
Hey, I'm new into town and I loved all the name dropping of like 1 Million Cubs, like meetups. Have you missed anything? Are there events or groups I should be going to? Play different places. What have we missed?
Go ahead. There's also CSU, Institute for Entrepreneurship.
Okay.
They're even doing, since COVID, they started doing some programs. They're offering hybrid to all community members. You don't have to be a student there. And they have events sometimes and pitch competitions, so that might be one more to add.
Okay, great.
I would hit you with two more. One would be the Larimer County Workforce Development Center.
Mm-hmm.
They do a lot more than just filling, potential employee slots. And then I'd be remiss if I didn't mention SAGE, because I see a number of our SAGE folks here. So
what's SAGE?
Well, I'll let somebody from SAGE talk about it. Who wants to talk?
I think you could call them mentors more almost than advisors, SAGE. So we take, there's probably, I don't know, how many are there advisors?
Like 60 or something, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere.
And so we team up, form a team for a company that's at early stage and try to help them solve their problems to move to the next stage.
Awesome.
One additional, if you have an existing company that hasn't been mentioned up here, is the LoCo Think Tank organization. It's a group of peer-to-peer relationships based on the size and stage of your company. And you can plug into one of the LoCo Think Tank groups. It's a membership-based thing, so make sure it's worth your while, but it's a good way to be around other people in a similar stage of business.
Go to the places where your customers are and ask the owners, the business owners, fellow business owners, or your, the organizers or whoever it is, do you have a resource? Is there somebody that I should know about in town? There's in particular for artists, Downtown Fort Collins Creative District has a ton of different events. First Friday, the studio tours. Some of that stuff goes through the city, some of it goes through the county, some of it goes through different galleries. And so just knowing who the players are in whatever industry you're in can make a huge difference in being able to get invited to things.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, awesome, thanks.
And that's not like an exclusionary thing. It's just, if they don't know you exist, you're not going to be on the email list.
Okay.
There's
one more question.
On the people issue, short version, I've been looking for about 8 months for a very senior level position that is totally to keep my business, and it totally, I believe, responds to what all the people who would fill the job say they want out of their lives and their careers. but I can't find this person. I've had a couple people that are like the next door neighbor to close, but that's about it. What are your organizations doing and others that you know of to help solve that problem? Because it's not, my situation is not unique.
How much time do we have?
Yeah.
Seriously, because that's a big problem. I don't know, you're gonna be in the best position, you wanna take a crack at it? No? So, yes.
I'm sorry, it's tricky.
So I would tell you a couple of different things here, at least from our, a very narrow view of this. One of which is actually Industry After Hours, you heard us mention before. This is an opportunity for us to stand up in front of, 150 people and say, hey, I've got a position open, and, does anybody know anybody, right, type of thing. And that has been successful in the past. We work with a lot of, again, colleges, right? And so we have some thoughts around why we are bringing college students in to work for us, because we believe, maybe not a senior level, however, we're exposing them to real work products with real clients. And so our clients are getting to interact with college students with a little bit of guidance from, more senior folks inside the organization, but they're doing real work for them. They're not making copies, getting coffee. And so, there's a relationship there then that may blossom whenever, one of these students graduates. I have a great example where we work with some corporate partners to do technology searches, and I bring in some older students with particular skills, and they'll sit in front of CTOs, COOs, and actually pitch these technology searches that they've done. So what I'm trying to do is really build not only the skills and trying to solve a problem for a company, but really trying to make some matches here and really try to build, that relationships and those skills that they can then take out to, the world and really learn how to work. So, not a necessarily direct fit, but I'm trying to think a little bit longer term here, how that works.
I think you're hitting on it, and I'm one of the Sage advisors, and I'm one of the Sage companies, and everybody at Sage knows that I'm looking for this person.
I was gonna suggest you go talk to Sage.
Yeah, so I understand that, and if I had to pick one company in that sphere, you guys are the closest.
Yeah.
But I'm getting nothing. Just absolutely nothing.
I know we're founded in FoCo, but I also have to look at my state network, and I don't know your industry, but there are other communities that have serial entrepreneurs that have a lot. I don't know if the person needs to be here locally, but there could be some other networks and other communities that may have the talent you're looking for.
Well, you're on my list to call before today. And I've been talking with Mike Frieden also about getting together with him to ask the same question. So I'm doing the network thing, but it's just, I can't find it.
Well, that's your problem, you're talking to Mike Frieden.
Well, we're pretty much done here. I'm getting the cake off so this is your opportunity to grab Hope as she exits the room and set something up. And thank you to everybody online that's been watching. Hope you got some good info for everything. So thanks for coming. Thank
All right. That was fun.
They come from the front row. Is everybody good? Just make sure you're going
I'm not there yet.
This is fun. So any you find
So shoot people out or tell them to sit down and listen.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get a couple people to.
I hope so. Very many people in the session, so.
Oh, well, I only had, I think, 5 people RSVP and I was one of them.
Okay,
So I wasn't expecting many. Oh, I do not.
Who you are or what you're talking about.
Oh, I do not. I'm just, even if I was talking to no one.
I looked around the room here and everyone other than like 4 people are
With the organization.
with us.
Yeah. No, it's totally cool.
Maybe 3.
I know. Well, thank you, and thank you for helping me with Danny. And PayPal. So do I need to talk into any of these, I wonder? Yeah, I just wasn't sure with, because this is, it's being broadcasted online. There's a webinar. Oh, right. So I didn't know. All right, come on in. Hello. Welcome. Ooh, thank you. All right. So there were 5 people RSVP'd. We will go ahead and get started. I'm gonna put my pin on real quick so I'm official. There you go. There we go. Now I'm official. Okay, so first, I had to go potty so bad when I saw you. And I ran into the bathroom and both the stalls were shut. And then I took a look around and I realized there were urinals. And I realized I went into the men's bathroom and I was like, oh, that's fantastic. So I was like, I'm sorry to. I can relate. It's just funny. All right, so I will go ahead and get started. My name is Becca Walkinshaw, and I am Magnificent AF. So that is alcohol-free lifestyle design. I've been alcohol-free for a couple of years now, and it's been the best thing I've ever done in my entire life. And what I found through being alcohol-free is there's a whole lot of people who want to be alcohol-free. And when I first started looking to be alcohol-free, I would try to talk to my friends about it, and it was really awkward. Like people felt weird about it. They didn't want to talk about it. It was a really uncomfortable situation. And I'd be like, hey, I just want to quit drinking, or I don't like the way I feel after I drink. And it was like silence, because I was a reflection of, partially I was a reflection, I think, of a lifestyle that they did not want to leave, right? But it was something that I knew I wanted to change. Let's see now. Oh, there we go. So first, I just want to thank you both for being here. It means so much to me that you are spending an hour here learning about, you know, the basic skills that we can do to really design a life that we love that's alcohol-free. I believe that living an alcohol-free life it's a gift that we give to ourselves, and it's a gift we give to our family, and it's a gift we give to our community. So I just want to commend you for being here, because it's really just about honoring and loving yourself. This is just a little bit about, you know, my mission and why I'm doing what I do, and really it's about breaking generations of trauma, breaking generations of bad thought processes, and creating a new life, a new system for my family and the women that I get to serve, right? Like the beautiful thing about Be Magnificent AF is like, we're changing lives. Like we're changing the way we feel about ourselves. We're changing the way we show up, and we're creating energy, beauty, positivity, and love for our children, for our friends, for our community. Here. All right. So this is my first official live presentation. My program is only 6 weeks in the making. So I literally just launched 6 weeks ago. This is my signature program, right? These are the different pillars that I personally use to design an alcohol-free life that I love. And so what it looks like is letting go, flowing, right? Creating this energy and flow, so we're not having to think about it. We're just doing it. Magnifying our future, and then really connecting with the right people, being in the right places, looking for mentors so that we can sustain this model. I do have, just so you all know, I have a workbook that I can email to you after that has a lot of this information. I just didn't get it printed for this event. My printer did not work for me. Okay, so what we're gonna do today, we are going to learn how we can use our emotions to move us to our next level in life. We are gonna understand how your behavior, everyone, human behavior is driven by needs. And I'm standing here because of the camera is right here, so, yes. Okay, I'm like right in front of you, so I just want to we are gonna find compelling reasons to live an alcohol-free life that we love, and look at designing a life that is full of connection and fulfillment. That is a lot to do in 45 minutes. So we are going to rock. This is how it works. Okay, so the only way that this program will work is, number one, are you willing to change your story, right? Are you willing to look at your past and change your story and let go so you can design a life that you love? So raise your hand if you're willing to change your story today. Anyone willing to change their story? All right, we might not be there. All right. If you're willing to be coached, right? Are you willing to be coached so you can magnify a future? Yes. Raise your hand if you're willing to be coached. Yes? And if you're willing to take uncomfortable action to let go, flow, magnify, and connect to design the alcohol-free life you love. Let me know if you're willing to take uncomfortable action. Not sure? All right, if you can grab your notebook and with your left hand or your non-dominant hand, and a notebook and a pen. Does everyone have a pen? So with your non-dominant hand, write, this is what change feels like. So while you're doing that, I'll tell you a little bit more about me. So I am from a small town in South Dakota, and I grew up in a town of about 10,000. And when I got to high school, I was really awkward and uncomfortable. And one of the things I started to do is, one of the ways I found friends is we started drinking. So I went to a party, had a blast, drank alcohol, and that would continue to be my way of connecting and having friends for the next 25 years. When in high school, we drove around cornfields. We would go hang out at night, we'd stay out late, we'd drive around, or we'd go to parties, and that was fun. Then I went to college. In college, guess what we did? We went to parties, we had people over, we drank to have fun. I was a bartender. I connected with people, I loved people because, and everyone loved me because I had beer, right? And it was like the significance I got. Then we moved to Colorado. And you know why we moved here? Beer, right? We love the beer culture here. I've got family that works at breweries. I mean, the breweries have been such a big part of our life. They're why we love Colorado. We love that culture. But something happened between the age of 30 and 35, well, 30 and 40 really, is that I started to not love drinking. And I started to feel like who I wanted to be and who I was did not match anymore, right? I wanted to be this person that woke up early and exercised and just was like super happy, high energy. I wanted to be a positive. I wanted to be a light. I wanted to be a leader. I wanted to be a leader. I wanted to be a good mom, right? I wanted to be a great mom. I didn't want to wake up hungover, but the reality was it was so hard for me to change. I could not change. I wanted to change, I could not change. And I kept doing the same thing I had been doing since I was 14 years old, right? 14 years old. In order to connect and have fun, I would call my friends to have a drink. We'd go to wine night, we'd go to the breweries, we'd go run and do running events, and then we'd have beer after. We'd have Bloody Marys, mimosas in the morning. But it didn't feel good. And I journal, right? And what you write, you invite. And so I would journal. And so I can go back about 10 years in my journal where I'm like, I don't want to drink. But what would I do? I would drink. I would go back. I don't want to drink. I don't like the way I feel. I'm so embarrassed about last night. I don't like how I got in a fight with my husband. I don't like how I was with my kids. But what would I do? I would drink. So I'm about 42, which means I became alcohol free right around the time I was 39. And what happened was I hired a coach. I was sick and tired. I had been in therapy and I had tried all sorts of things. I tried talking to my friends and people just couldn't deal with it. So I hired a coach. And through hiring a coach, I designed an alcohol-free life that I love. And so that's where I realized that I'm not the only one feeling like this, number one, right? I'm not the only one feeling like this. This pain, this conflict of who I want to be and who I really am. And what that is this is your life conditions, right? This is what's actually happening. And this is your blueprint, what you want it to be. When your blueprint of how you think life should be and your life conditions don't match, guess what? You come up into a head. And that's that discomfort, that's that unhappy feeling that you have inside. And so what you have to do, you can change two things. You can change your blueprint, your beliefs about your life, or you can change your life conditions. So through this program, we change it all, right? We take a deep look at ourselves. And so what this is what you write, you invite. We're gonna take a little deep dive into how to make it work, which is, how did that feel writing that with your Don? Was it uncomfortable? Totally, right? Change is uncomfortable. But I want you to think back to a time where you did change, where you did stretch yourself to become something that you weren't sure of, but you knew it was worth it. Maybe it was becoming a parent, you know? Maybe it was owning a business. Maybe it was going back to school. Whatever it was, maybe it was running a race, a marathon. Maybe it was just, communicating with your spouse, communicating with your husband or your wife, right? All of that, to get to that next level in life, is uncomfortable. So we have to take uncomfortable action and do uncomfortable things if we truly want to live a magnificent AF life. And trust me, I have gone through a lot of discomfort, but I can promise you this: life is way more uncomfortable and way more painful when you continue to bump heads against who you want to be and you're not being it. This causes way more pain than to live an alcohol-free life and just go through the process. It hurts for a little bit, but you find so much joy, so much clarity, and talk about rocking life. You will rock life. Oh, not that. This. All right. So basically what this is about, it's inviting discomfort into your life. The more discomfort you invite into your life, the more comfortable you become in life. It's crazy. All right. So we're going to spend just a couple minutes journaling, okay? And so this is what the whole program is about. It's about really knowing the gap between where you are, right? Here are my conditions, and here's where I want to be. So if we can take a couple minutes, we want to write, why are you here today? And this is for you. We're not going to share out unless you want to. But really, why are you here today? What's that?
Just to get you the story.
To hear the story? And then where are you when it comes to designing an alcohol-free life you love? Are you like, nope, not gonna happen? Well, you're here, so it's showing me that you're curious, right? Sober curious? Are you scared? Are you not sure? Are you ready, or is it done? For me, I can say it's done. I love my life now. It is done because I have designed a life that I love. Then if nothing was getting in the way, what would a magnificent alcohol-free life look like for you, right? If nothing was getting in your way, what would it look like for you? Because truly, what I found, at least in my life, and I should say that who I coach are women who are emotionally and socially addicted to alcohol, right? It's an emotional and social addiction that we have. And so what I found, it's not really about the alcohol. It's what we believe the alcohol brings to our life. So I will play some music. We'll do a couple minutes. So why are you here today? And be honest with yourself, right? The more honest you can be, the better you're gonna feel. Where are you? You're here. I want to remind you, you are here, right? So where are you in designing this life? And then really, if nothing's in the way, what would your magnificent alcohol-free life look like? Would it be waking up every day feeling good? Would it be that you're out walking every morning at 5 a.m.? You're having early morning conversations with your spouse instead of late night drinks? Is it that you have saved all this money and you're taking a trip? Like, get as specific as you can about what would the best alcohol-free life look like to you. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. So here is your first hack, right? So all of this that we are doing is about emotion. So here's how our emotions work, right? We have a set of circumstances. Like I am in the room today. Everyone can agree, Becca's in the room at 1 o'clock today to give a presentation on Be Magnificent AF, Magnificent Alcohol-Free Lifestyle Design. Those are the circumstances. Then we have beliefs about the circumstances. So I could have a couple different beliefs when I come into this room today. I could believe, oh my God, I'm scared. No one's gonna like my presentation. I suck, I'm stupid. And what that's gonna do is that's gonna create a response. So I'm gonna start to feel bad in my body, I'm gonna start to feel negative, and it's gonna create an emotion. And then I'm gonna have anxiety, and then I'm gonna feel bad, right? And then my result is probably gonna be a crappy presentation. My result is gonna be that I'm not doing very good. So, taking a step back, right, the circumstances. I'm here at 1 o'clock to give a presentation. And my beliefs about the presentation is I'm gonna serve. Even if one person, just one person shows up, I'm gonna be here to do my best to help make a difference in that woman's life. Like that is my promise, right? And so when I have a belief like that, like I am gonna do my best and I'm gonna do whatever it takes to help her reach that next level in her life, then my response is a lot different, right? The language I use is a lot different. And so I feel different. It's creating a different emotion. I'm no longer scared. I'm no longer full of anxiety. I'm empowered. I'm excited to be here today, right? And so all of that is what we call a triad. And so what we're using is what emotions are. It's energy in motion, right? Energy in motion. And so we want to move through our emotions. We want to learn how to identify them and move through them. And so we do this through the triad. There are 3 parts to the triad. Number 1 is physiology. So before you do anything, I want you to take an assessment of where you are right now. So look at how you're sitting, okay? On an energy level, with how you're sitting, what you're doing right now, where are you feeling about what from 1 to 10? 1 being no energy, 10 being high energy. Okay, you got an assessment? All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna change our physiology, okay? Sit up straight, okay? You know, even be like interested, put a smile on your face. Okay, take 3 deep breaths in. Okay, so a deep breath in through your nose. Hold it for a second, but let it out. Another deep breath with a smile on your face. Let it out. And one more, in. Let it out. Okay, and big smile, shoulders back, okay? Now, I want you to start focusing on yeah. I want you to think about yes. Yes, I'm gonna do this, okay? I want you to start thinking about that right now. And also, part of this is living an extraordinary life, is doing things that normal people don't do, right? That is such a big part of living a life that is flipping magnificent. You don't do what normal people do. That's how you hit that next level. 80% of people are living on autopilot. 80% of the world is numb and just living. You want to be that top tier, that top 20%. So it's doing things that are different and outside of the box so you can be up here. So shoulders back, big smile on your face. That's your physiology. That is the quickest way to change how you feel, is using your physiology. Now we're using our focus. So I want you to think about that perfect life, that magnificent AF life, right? Yes, yes. Okay, so this is gonna get weird, ladies. We're gonna get a little weird right now. All right, I should tell you I'm trained with Tony Robbins. So you guys know Tony Robbins. He's crazy, right? And it's about moving, dancing, and it changes your life, I promise you. So let's clap. Shoulders high, big smile on her face, and I'd like you to say yes, 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 beautiful, yes, 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 good, okay. Now shake it out, all right? So that took us about 1 minute. What's your energy level now? Higher, right? One of the things I do is I do this running man. When I'm just sitting there, I mean, I'm up till 1, 2 in the morning every night working on my business because I work full time, right? And so I get tired and my energy's low. So I'm sitting here doing this running man. I'm jumping, I'm dancing. That is physiology. Quickest way to change your state. Quickest way to shift from feeling bad to feeling good. Then our focus, right? We're thinking about this life. We're looking at what we want, not what we don't want. And then our language. So I am very intentional about designing. Design's a beautiful word, right? An alcohol-free life style that I love. Do you hear that language and focus? What is that saying? I'm designing. It's a life I love. I'm alcohol-free compared to if I said, quit drinking. What is exciting about quitting drinking? Nothing, right? But what is exciting about designing your life? What is exciting about love and connection, right? About being a professional. Those are really exciting. So this is the triad. We're using our body. We're using our focus on what we want. We're going to magnify what we want in life. And then we're going to use empowering words. And very empowering words to create that next level in life. This is a muscle. This is a secret sauce. And this is science too. There is so much science behind this. So, let's see. Abby, I can't remember Abby's last name, but she did this power, you probably have all heard about the power poses, right? And the increase in productivity, the increase in energy, the increase in confidence through doing a power pose. And this is from Stanford University, right? There is science. So she's just doing one power pose, right? That's her physiology. And you're shifting your state. Have you ever looked at a CEO of a business? Are they sitting like this? No, power, right? You create the power, then the power comes to you. You have the power to create this in your life just through using your body. Then you add that focus and you add that language, bam. That's where it starts. That is shifting your emotions. That is shifting your emotions. All right, so again, like I said, we're going through this really fast. If we had more time, I would have you go back into a crappy state. I'd have you get depressed. I could get depressed like this. I can shift myself into depression. I can start thinking of something so sad. And girl, let me tell you, I have had a sad life. I've lived in a shelter. My dad beat the crap out of my mom. I grew up in poverty. I've got a lot. I've had tons of friends kill themselves. My cousin killed himself just a few years ago, which catapulted this whole thing where I'm like, I'm not going to be a victim anymore, right? I have had my shit. So I can find any reason to get depressed, and I can get in that state like that. But I use the power of the triad, and it's a muscle. It's not easy, because guess what? Sadness is seductive, right? Sadness is easy to get into. So it's using this muscle to shift. All right, so triad is the power of emotions. Now we're gonna look really quickly at our human needs. So Tony Robbins breaks down our human needs into the 6 human needs, that all humans have these needs. And they're paradoxical too to each other, which is kind of crazy. So what Tony says, and I found this to be completely true, is your need 1 is for certainty, right? You have to have certainty that you know you're gonna have a comfortable life. You have to have certainty that you know things that you're gonna be okay. You have uncertainty, right? Uncertainty, I'm actually gonna go to the next slide, but uncertainty is like variety, right? That's kind of that adventure. That's that unknowing. And so you see, you want certainty in life, but then you also want uncertainty. And so that's that paradoxal, but you need both to feel amazing in life. Then significance, right? You need to feel loved, you need to feel important, you need to feel that you have that in life. The paradox of significance is love and connection, right? You also need love and connection. You need to have those deep, intimate moments to have your needs met. I should tell you, all of these needs have empowering needs. You can meet these empowering ways, or you can meet them in disempowering ways, or you can meet them in neutral ways. And that's what we're going to do on this next exercise. So we've got certainty, uncertainty, significance, love and connection, and then you have the needs of the spirit. And this is where I find a lot of the clients that I coach are really missing out on this growth and contribution piece, because it's a level higher than yourself. So you need to be growing, right? And like with me, when I started hitting my wall, I wasn't growing in a way that I liked anymore. I was staying in the same pattern of drinking, and I've been doing it for 20 years. You know, and it's like, come on, Becca, I'm done. I quit growing in the way I wanted. So I had to invest in myself so I could start growing at another level, right? So you have to have growth and you have to have contribution. You know, how are you giving back? This is actually the secret sauce to designing an AF life that you love, is like serving something greater than yourself, right? Like finding that leverage piece of how you can give back. For me, it's my children. Right? I'm like, I want to give back. And now it's like families. I want to give back to families now too. I want to help women change their life so that their family can end that cycle of drinking, which is not sustainable. All right, so I went through those really quickly, but really briefly, here's another exercise. So on a piece of paper, I want you to rate 1 through 10 how much drinking alcohol meets your need for certainty, for uncertainty, right? So how does alcohol, when you're drinking alcohol, how does it help your ability to avoid pain, right? Your decrease stress, increase security, you feel like you're surviving. How does it help you on a level of 1 to 10 from uncertainty and variety, the diversity, the difference, the challenge, the excitement? How does alcohol help you with your significance, right? Your importance, feeling unique, being needed, having purpose. How does alcohol help you with bonding, oneness, sharing your intimacy and feeling unity with people? Next, how does alcohol help you grow? Learning, changing, expanding, stretching, and improving. And then finally, how does alcohol help you by giving, helping, serving, nurturing, making a difference? So if you can rate how alcohol does this for you, and just be completely honest, right? This is, because what I found is, well, what Tony says is if you have 4 of the 6 needs are met, it becomes an addiction, right? If you are high on these, like you score really high, what I found for me is alcohol met every one of my needs. That's why I loved it, right? I was using a disempowering way of meeting my needs. I was using alcohol to feel certainty. I knew I could get home from work and I could have a drink and I could relax. Then I wouldn't have to worry about the stress of making dinner. I could have my glass of wine. Ooh, variety. Will my husband bring me red wine or white wine? Ooh, maybe he'll bring me an IPA. I don't know. You know, like, who are we going to hang out with today? So I would have my connection. I'm like super connector. That's my superpower, is people and connecting with people. I was the girl like, let's have a glass of wine, let's get together, right? I used it for connection. I used it for growth. I would contribute by bringing beer and wine to the party. I was cool, right? Like, and I was significant because I had family that worked at the brewery and we always had beer, right? So all of this stuff, like alcohol met all of my needs in a very disempowering way, very disempowering way. But we gotta know where we're at. This is the gap, right? And the beauty is that we can change how we meet our needs by being aware, right? So what alcohol is the vehicle. It's how we drive to have our needs met. And remember at the beginning how I said it's not really about the alcohol, we're just using it to meet our needs. So now the question is, for you all to think about, what are 3 empowering rituals, 3 empowering things that you can do to meet your needs, right? 3 things that you can do instead of drinking alcohol. So here's what I do. I go to bed early now. I don't stay up late and have a drink. And if I do have a drink, I have tea or kombucha, right? So that's an empowering way because guess what? I found out I still love to drink, just not alcohol. That's something I never knew about myself. I will drink a 6-pack of just LaCroix. I love to socialize and I love to drink, right? It just doesn't have to be alcohol anymore. And so an empowering way is like I will get all sorts of NA drinks. So I have a variety of things to drink. So I have fun with that. Or I'll make mocktails, right? Other rituals is I get up early and I go to the gym, right? So I'm up at 4:30, 4:45 every morning. Not every morning, not the last couple days, but and I'm to the gym at 5 a.m. most days, right? And so going to bed early and getting up early, then I get my endorphins. I get my needs met through working out. I get my connection, I get my variety, I get my fulfillment. All 6 of my needs are met by working out. Same with like buying different types of NA drinks. Other empowering rituals that I do to meet my needs is I run, I walk, I take my kids, like my son and I, pretty much every night, we go for a walk, we call it an adventure, and we just go explore, and we have the most fun. There is always an adventure, because we're setting out for that, right? We're using that power of focus, and we talk to people, and we have a great time, and my son and I cherish those moments so much. So what are 3 things that you can think of right now that you can do that will meet your needs? And let's look at them again, right? So what can give you certainty? You know, getting up at the same time, working out every day. Uncertainty, you know, like, also like, let me think of like uncertainty. So for me, it's really, oh, I know. So I have a client right now who she is a writer and she's a singer and she has started making music again. And she hasn't made music for years, right? So now she's starting to create again. She's starting to play music. And so this is meeting all of her needs. She doesn't know how the music's gonna turn out, but she knows she's gonna enjoy it. She knows she's gonna write it. You know, she's gonna be significant for it. She's finding connection and love with people for it, with herself, right? With herself, she's growing and contributing. I have another client right now who is getting, one of the ways she's meeting her needs is she is getting a meditation certificate, right? So she really wants to learn about meditation. And so she is going back and doing an online degree where she is learning how to harness her own beauty, her own power within. And so that is meeting all of her needs instead of drinking, right? She's meeting all of these. Let me think of some other ways. I had another client who started her own, she wanted to give back. And so one of the things she did to meet her needs is around Earth Day, she went to her community and she put up flyers that she would help make them compost bins and help them to do worm composting. And it worked, right? And she started teaching people. And so like finding creative ways to meet our needs. So we're having this outside of alcohol. And let me tell you, all of this is a muscle, okay? Think about how long you've been drinking alcohol. A long time, probably. I mean, I'm just, based on me, I've drank alcohol for a long time. So this new version of me, which is who I totally am, I call it a new version because the strongest force in the human psychology is our ability, the strongest force in the human psychology is that we have to stay consistent with our identity, with who we think we are. So if I think I'm a person who drinks, like I stay consistent with that. So I've had to be very conscientious of creating this new identity, right? Now I'm a coach. Now I teach mastermind. Now I am a CEO. And so I created this new identity. I was not this person a couple of years ago. This is a new identity that I aspire to be, and it's a muscle that I have to use every day. You know, how like easy it is to slip back into my old thoughts. It's so easy to go back there. So I have to be very conscientious and work on this every day. And so one of the things I want to bring up is, does anyone know how many thoughts we have in our head each day?
Like 80,000 or something.
Yes, between 60 and 80,000 thoughts in our head every day. Every day. So we have constant conversation going on in our brains. Okay? Of that, 80%, or actually I think it's 90%, of that 90% are the same thoughts from the day before. So we are just circulating the same thoughts, the same thoughts, the same thoughts, the same thoughts for years. So the other part of that is, I don't know if anyone's ever read Conversational Intelligence by Judith Glassner, but the other part of that is like our brain is wired to protect us and for survival. So your brain is actually looking for what's wrong. Your brain is actually looking for fear. So our natural story in our head is pain, don't do it, stay safe. Stay safe. Don't, just keep drinking. You'll be safe there, it'll feel good, and it'll be way more painful to change, right? And that is the biggest BS ever. So what we find is we have to be so conscientious that we have to trick our mind. We have to change our own minds because our mind is not going to do it for us. And that's where these types of programs come in, like finding coaches or finding other types of programs with people who are super conscientious about our systems, right? Because our mind is a system. So we're basically overriding our system to create the life that we love. All right, so remember, we talked about our triad and we talked about our needs. So now the question is, we need to design, right? We know what state we need to be in. So everyone stand up real quick. We're gonna do a little running man. And so before let's see here, we'll just listen to this song again because it's easy. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna put one foot in front of the other like we're running, and we're gonna go for 30 seconds. And then we're gonna switch and we're gonna go to the other side. But all we're gonna do is we're just gonna run in place like this. Yeah. Big smile on our face. And we're gonna do this for 30 seconds because what we're doing is we're creating energy before we design our life. Because we know energy matters. Yes. Big smiles. Yes. All right, now we're gonna go to our other side. And here we go. All right, we're gonna go a little faster, big smiles. All right. Beautiful. Give yourselves a round of applause. Why don't you take your big hand right here and give yourself a pat on the back for getting up and moving. You can do some arm circles, stretch real quick. All right, we got about 10 minutes left. All right. So now we are going to design. Okay? So before we design, please put your hand on your heart. Would you put your hand on your heart? So, and if you would take a couple deep breaths. And just think about something or someone that you love. And think about that something or someone, maybe it's your dog, maybe it's your cat, maybe it's your spouse, your best friend, maybe it's your child or some students. And just think about looking into their eyes and them just smiling back at you, like radiating a beautiful smile. And I want, if you can just see them looking at you and, you know, soul to soul, and they're telling you, you are so worth it. You are so worth it. And you deserve this life. You deserve to design a life that you love, that's free from alcohol, that's free from suffering, that's free from pain. Now, think about that individual and that experience again. I'd like you to think about a really funny time in your life, a really funny time where you couldn't stop laughing, where you just were laughing your butt off because something really funny happened. And then I want you to think of a time that you did it, you made it. You overcame the impossible. You overcame what you thought you could never do in your life. And think about what it took to get there, right? How hard you worked. That vision you had for yourself. And how you friggin' did it. You did it. And think about what it took to get there. What did it take? All right. So now, if you could just take a few minutes and remember that beauty, that laughter, that connection, those people who believe in you, what you've overcome already, and ask yourself, for you, what does an extraordinary life look like for me on my terms? An alcohol-free life. What does that look like? What does that look like? And what is getting in the way of that? Right? So what do you have to break or let go of to get over that gap? What is that? And then remember how we talked about becoming, that version of ourselves. Who must you become? Right? Who do you have to become in order to get to that next version? And then give her a name. You know, give her a name. And really, because what this is about, this is, again, going back to that triad, right? Going back to that focus, that physiology, that belief, that language. And so when we focus on these things, this is rewriting over that amygdala, right? We're rewriting over the fear, the pain, that place that's telling us to stay still, not to move, to not go anywhere, by focusing on what we want. Most people focus on what they don't want. We are going to focus on what we want. And then I would like you to ask yourself, like, who is going to benefit from this? Right? When you design an alcohol-free life you love, who is going to win? How will your kids benefit from this? Or your grandchildren? Or your coworkers? How will you benefit from it? Right? Because contribution and giving back. Just do a couple minutes to write here. And we'll wrap up. So yeah, you spend just a couple minutes, like, what does it take? Like, what does it look like? And who do you need to become to get there? What does that person need to do? And your bonus question, like, who is going to benefit from this change? Who is going to benefit from you becoming magnificent AF? Right? Magnificent alcohol-free, right? Designing a life that you love. All right, I'm just gonna go over a couple minutes since we started late. And then if you can give this person a name, you know, I've got a couple of clients right now. One is Queen, one is Iris, right? And so these identities of who they're becoming. All right. All right. And so that, you know, I'm hoping right now you're feeling empowered and inspired. And just go through a quick review of what it takes. Whatever it takes, right? Is you got to be willing to change your story, right? Willing to change your story and let go so you can grow. You know, willing to be coached and magnify your future. Focus on what you want. Willing to take uncomfortable action so you can become that next version of yourself, right? You got to lift muscles. You don't go to the gym once for 3 hours and then you're done and you're like fit, right? You have to go every single day or most days. You don't just brush your teeth once and then it's sparkling whites. No, you brush your teeth twice a day, 3 times a day. So you have to take uncomfortable action every single day, multiple times a day. Remember that your emotions are what it's going to take to move you to that next level. We learned about the triad, physiology, focus, right? Our language, using those things to launch us into that next level. We talked about our human needs, understanding that all behavior is to meet our needs. And there are empowering ways to meet our needs, there's disempowering ways to meet our needs, and there's neutral ways to meet our needs. And so what are empowering ways that you can find to meet your needs? And then finding the reasons, right? Reasons comes first, answers come next. So finding empowering reasons that you want to live this life and keep writing, because what you write, you invite. And then keep writing, keep reflecting, and keep connecting with people who can take you to that next level. All right, and then gratitude, so just really thinking about something you're grateful for. And then finally, what happens is under pressure, we do not rise to the challenge. What we do is you drop to the level of your training, right? So your job today is to leave here and take what you learned and use it. And because crap is gonna happen, life always happens, things always happen. So you take the training, I know it's only 45, 50 minutes today, and we wanna move from our negative thoughts to our positive thoughts and positive emotions and looking at ways to meet our needs. And so this is the muscle. All right, that is it. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, you're welcome.
Do you have contact information on the FoCo, founded in FoCo?
Yes, my website is on there.
Do you have a card?
I don't have a card, but I do have the workbook that I can email to you all if you want. Is this your computer right
Nope,
here?
that is the one that's recording you.
Huh.
So, because you're being live too.
Okay, so where is it?
I'll go back.
Oh. I have a workbook with all I wonder if I will need, Nice to meet you. You did a great job. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. So high energy. Oh, and a great story. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Is there anyone who understands technology in the room?
How do
I get, so if this is recording, how do I get this to the computer? Oh, that's the presentation, the presentation.
Yeah, I think we just see it. I think we just see it here through the recording. Is that what you mean?
Well, she said that was the computer that needed to stay here, so where did she?
Her laptop is over there connected.
Oh, it was, okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Here you are. Absolutely. Yeah, no worries.
Hey, Nick, Lisa Metzger. We were talking on email.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Lori Jones is here. We have some questions. This is Nick who helped organize all this with Krista.
Can you help me get this set up? This one. Yeah. And there's no way that, can we bring it over here, or at least put it on here so I can change the slides, or is there a room?
Give me 1 second and I will help you out with all of that.
Thank you.
So right here. And then you don't know what need I hear. Nope. Yeah.
Thank you so much for Are you seeing? I'm gonna go take a look.
It's out on the.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I was thinking that this morning. Yeah. We just. Thank you. I know, there was the one I did my synopsis, I shot it out, and then I was like, you know. So like we desktop or something. I'm just.
Yeah, thank you. We've got 3 minutes. Do you guys want to start early or just go for it? Yeah. I guess it will leave more time for Q&A, right? We'll just wait a couple minutes maybe. Is that your dog?
No, it was just a cute one. If I were to try to put glasses on my dog, I think he would fly over me. He weighs 115 pounds. It's not up for that sort of stuff. So anyways, thank you for the segue. We'll go ahead and get started. Hi, everyone. My name is Lori Jones, and I am the president and CEO of Advertise Communications. And I'm really excited to be here today to chat with you about really that product transformation from entrepreneurialism and building a product and thinking that it's just going to solve, everything everyone needs. And then, that day that you realize there's a lot more to it behind that. But I wanted to start out with a story to begin with. I graduated from Colorado State University in 1989 and was a broadcast journalism major and hated journalism. And knew second semester of my senior year, there was just no way I was going to continue on. So I had a great professor at the time. His name is Wes Sargent. He's the voice of the Rams. And he asked for me to intern for him. And at that time, the sidebar happening, the scene 2 happening at the same time was my father. He had left a very successful trade show exhibit house in Denver, servicing brands internationally, and started a one-man shop. We hired my father to do a project for us that Wes had brought in. And it was during that project, my father and I were in the Chili's on college. And he said, why don't we give this a whirl together? Why don't we just see what we could do with this company and do something with it? So that lunch over Chili's was the first awesome yes that I said yes to. The second was, of course, my husband. But that was 33 years ago. And my father and I have grown the marketing communications firm that we have since that point. And it has been just an incredible lifelong journey. During that journey, we've worked with over 1,250 entrepreneurial brands. That's a big number. And that is a lot of incredible innovation and incredible thought process. It's a lot of fear, working with people across the table. It's a lot of concern. It's all those things above. In many of the conversations that we have, we'll sit down with an individual. They're so excited about the product that they are having, that they bring to the table. And they say, this is absolutely incredible. It is the best thing since sliced bread. It is what the world needs. And the problem with that is that innovation on its own doesn't sell. There is so much backing up innovation. And we're going to get into a lot of that today, that really ultimately is needed to push a brand out into the marketplace. And it does not matter. We're going to be industry agnostic today. Does not matter if it's like a true tech product, if you've got a service solution or anything like that. Innovation on itself is not going to sell. The sad part about that story is when we were meeting with this individual, he let us know that he had run out of money. He asked us to work for free for stock. And you only say yes a few times in those situations. And he lost his business. So he thought of marketing last. He really thought the product was going to sell itself. So let's take a look at other very successful brands that thought the same thing. You see this photo up on the screen here. What comes to mind to begin with? Toothpaste. Yeah, toothpaste. And toothpaste and lasagna don't really go well together, do they? Well, Colgate thought it was fantastic. They launched in 1982 lasagna just because they thought, okay, we're a big CPG brand already. We can go into the market with anything. Well, guess what happened? Because there is no continuity with brand, with product, yeah, you could say it was kind of innovative, but not really, because Stouffer's had the market, left and right. Their actual toothpaste sales decreased. There was so much negativity surrounding this product, it decreased. Let's take a look at this. So this was a startup brand in 1999. It's called Rejuvenate. And this very nightmarish facial toning mask was launched and intended to, to tighten the facial muscles that we're also worried about, right? From smiling so much. And it did not hit. Tons of investment went into the market. And they immediately turned it off within a few months after millions of dollars because the innovation did not have a need. Couple more examples here. What happened to Google Plus? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. They really thought that going after a male-dominated engineering market with a social platform was going to work. Okay, there are a lot of words that just don't mesh well together. And they thought they wanted to be the Facebook for men, for male engineers. It just never was going to be successful. I put this one in here for my colleague, Lisa, who's sitting right next to me. She's a cat lover. And yes, there was actually a product that was launched that was basically sugar water for cats and dogs. And it didn't, again, last long because there really isn't a market need for it, right? So we've got lots of great examples here on when something seems really cool, but is it ultimately enough? Is it ultimately enough to get the product into the marketplace? We've got really big names that I just shared with you. We've got, startup brands. We've got, novel approaches, seemingly novel approaches until people realized they could just give their cat or dog Sprite and then they saw them gaining weight and they said, not a good idea. All sorts of examples on ultimately why innovation does not succeed if you're not providing improvement to the person you're selling to. So this is where most of this gets lost, right? We're talking about innovation and what it does to improve the marketplace. That's when cool really works. That's when cool really works. Cool is innovation. There are a lot of products that launch in the marketplace and they do a good job because they improve someone's life. They improve a process, they improve something. Sugar water is not improvement. Okay, so the power of innovation then becomes from adoption, right? So innovation and improvement equal adoption. And how does adoption take place? Adoption takes place through marketing. Adoption takes place through education and knowledge. And when a brand stops at innovation and improvement, adoption is not going to happen. And that's again why your products are not going to sell themselves. Very few brands don't need to market. And Colgate, again, is another example of that. So marketing ultimately is one of the things that is the last element to be thought of when it comes to launching a product. Again, because of the mindset. Now, we've worked with over 1,200 entrepreneurs, 1,200 products and solutions. Many of them thought the product would sell itself because it was so novel. And we're going to walk through some examples today, real life examples of brands that we brought to market. One of our clients had $1 billion IPO 18 months ago because they followed a recipe that they knew was very important to create interest. Another client had a $250,000. They got purchased for tens of millions of dollars and then had a $250 million IPO because they knew that some sort of marketing, not huge advertising campaigns, but some sort of marketing was going to be very important for them. So today we're going to talk through reasons why startups and growth-minded businesses fail, 3 ways to get your product or solution more attention, and a must-do if you don't want your startup to fizzle. And by the way, I've got handouts for each of you that I'll provide at the end of our chat today, and then I've got my contact information in those handouts as well. Okay. Okay, so reasons why startups and growth-minded businesses fail. So throughout history, the entrepreneurial spirit is alive and well, right? I believe, is what keeps this economy moving, is the entrepreneurial spirit that all of you have in this room. During COVID, I gotta get these numbers out. In 2020, the US Internal Revenue Service received more than 4.4 billion, that's not right, million applications for businesses. And during that same time period, the second, third, and fourth quarters, business formation topped every quarter since 2005. So a total catastrophe, a worldwide catastrophe, is one of the reasons why entrepreneurialism grew during that time period. It's the 21st century largest surge of entrepreneurship at any point in time. Even with the businesses that unfortunately had to close their doors, entrepreneurialism and new business grew. The American spirit is alive and well. Nearly a fifth of new businesses shut down in the first year. 1/5. That's a big number. Even with venture backing, a staggering 3/4 of startups are going to fail. So what I want to talk to you about today are the reasons why these fail, and then we're going to provide you all those solutions, right? So I know that this is a bit of an eye chart, but money expiring, no fancy financing. We have a service organization. We were self-funded. The tech companies that might be in the room or those who have true products, money for those sort of organizations, the big money, is far easier to obtain than service organizations. No business plan, lost focus, not the right team is something that I see people with struggling left and right. Do you have the right team? They're outcompeted. There's no market need. There's poor marketing, failure to pivot, poor UX, ignored customers, failed geographic expansion, so on and so forth. The light blue boxes are all marketing related. Every single one of them. And I say this with all due respect to everyone in the room. Typically, your cousin's cousin is not a great person to be writing your copy. I mean, you really do need to get the professionals. And even if it is someone who is freelance, really think through this. So much, no business plan, outcompeted, no market need, pricing issues, all of that has to do with research. What are we doing to research product positioning, product need, competition, all these sort of things before we even understand if there's truly a need for the product? By the way, this is Wilbur Labs survey in December of 2020. And then we take a look at all these elements, right? The reasons the product failed was because of marketing, for the most part, which we have control over. But the mindset was that the product's going to sell itself. It is so good, the product will sell itself. And we know that that's not the case. We know that in order to create that adoption, we need to create awareness about the product and get it in front of people. So some advice for all of you in the room from founder to founder, these same individuals. So, try to mitigate mistakes as best we can. We're always going to make mistakes. The most important thing is that we're learning from those, right? Listen to your customers. The best research out there is going to a competitive review. The other thing I want to say is this. A lot of times we say there's no competition. Competition can be apathy. It can be, we had a client years ago who has a software system for, legal silo. Anti-money laundering. The biggest competition for the legal field with anti-money laundering to track, when someone's driver's license is going to expire, insurance is going to expire, so on and so forth, is an Excel spreadsheet. So think about your competition from the context of how an individual is already doing the work, not necessarily where you'll fit in, because you've got to break down that barrier at that stage. Passion for the product, product modifications. We've got a lot of products that we look at. We're not product designers by any stretch of the imagination, but we can taste something and know if it does not taste good. And we can look at a box that probably does an incredible thing and know if it's going to be relatable to a potential customer. But the product design of everything is another element that is very, very important. And then all these other areas, goals with a vision, making sure that the whole team is walking the walk and talking the talk, that they know where the company is going, a vivid vision, all these sort of things become very, very important. And again, for preventing failure, these light blue boxes are all marketing related. And don't look at marketing as dollar signs, because a lot of it you can do yourselves. A lot of the research I just talked about, you don't have to outsource. You can get started by doing a lot of it on your own. But stronger business plan, better marketing, better product, all marketing driven. So I wanted to share this with you today. We've been in a lot of situations where another client walked into the agency and said, I need a brochure. We said, why do you need a brochure? And he said, well, I want to send it to potential customers. Do you know who those potential customers are? No, I do not. Do you know what the market position is? No, I do not. Do you have a sales team? No, I do not. And we said, you don't need a brochure. That's the last thing you need. What you need is a sales team to begin with, and come up with those key points, those key saleable points, and then build from there. So think about the sales and marketing side of things and the alignment that is so important. Okay, research is marketing. Strategic planning is marketing. Customer insight is marketing. Market insight is marketing. All these components that you see here get passed from a marketing standpoint and don't get, they don't have dedication from the standpoint of need. And they're really the starting point for everything that you need to do to launch your brand in the marketplace. The look and feel of the brand is the last thing you need to worry about. This research is the most important. So I really urge you to take a look at all that. So this is one of our clients. Many of you probably watch Shark Tank, and you've probably seen the brand around quite a bit. This has been replayed on Shark Tank a lot. And so we worked with the gentleman here on the screen, incredible human beings, by the way. And Adam, the CEO, is just one of the most brilliant engineers that I've ever had the pleasure of working with. And we helped them really determine through all the research that we just talked about what the best approach would be to create a need and what we refer to as aha moments with individuals. And so we did a bunch of market research, and we learned that 78% of all wet phones happen in a toilet. Yes, they happen in a toilet. So we knew that we wanted to impact the sharks, and we decided to bring a toilet to the set to add a little bit of brevity to the situation, but also bring the need home, right? That most of these issues happen when you're going down and the phone just pops out of your pocket, right? Now, we also know that rice does not dry out phones. The only thing that rice does is get it out of your hands so you stop fiddling with it. So this was market research that we obtained, right? And can you imagine what those insights provided for us to ultimately decide how we needed to go to market? So during this whole process, by the way, they got funded, and they needed the funding for manufacturing, because we also were able to help them land a 600 store beta with Staples. And their sales strategy was through retail, where you sell a lot of electronic components, and retail liked it because they wanted to get people back in the store more often, or people that had never been in a store, they wanted to get into the store. So we had these machines at 600 Staples stores throughout the US. We chose one market to go after with a campaign in the restrooms of bars. We went into LA with bar messages and in the restroom, and a funny little message about not dropping your phone. And if you do, here's a bag and take it to this Staples store for you. This is the problem. What do you think happened next? They ran out of money. And we could not take that initial market and continue to grow it. And they've got great technology. And then COVID happened and nobody was at retail. So they had all these leases in all the stores, and it was really hard. They've got great patents. There's great use for the technology in other areas, but they spent all the money needed on the manufacturing, and they didn't have enough to launch it in a big way. So although it's seemingly very successful, in the end, it should have been, in the end, it was one of the greatest disappointments of my life, because the product really, it was innovative, it had the need, it was beginning the adoption, and we couldn't continue on. So 3 ways to get your product or solution more attention that are far more strategic than really, fun marketing approaches and stuff like that. But one of the issues that we see quite often is positioning. What I just explained to you with Tech Drive was a pretty unique position, right? We did the research and we found out what was happening in the market. And we knew if we went after the mindset of someone in the act of, let's make sure I've got my phone, that would be a really great way, to create some awareness in the mindset and memorability. But one of the issues, because we believe the product will sell itself, is that we don't value positioning. And positioning is all about, we're going to go through a process on the next slide. I'm going to take you through the steps that you need to do to develop your market position. But positioning is all about creating in the mindset of a buyer, it doesn't matter if it's a consumer or B2B buyer, a need for a product when hopefully they won't look at anyone else. And most people, again, believe that the product's going to sell itself, and they don't need to really study what the positioning is. The other issue we see is that the audience gets it. So let's go back to Tech Drive for a second. So had we not created humor, which was one of the approaches that we took, with people dropping their phones in toilets, would they truly understand the need? Because everyone thinks, that's never going to happen to me because I always make sure I've got it. But it resonated so much with people, the audience, we didn't have to sell. The audience totally got it with 5 words and an image. And that is the best kind of marketing, when they get it because you've created such a strong need, that emotional epiphany. And then making lofty promises that you can't deliver. We have seen this a lot, not just in messaging, but products that are pushed out to the marketplace and they do A, B, C, and D, but guess what? B, they're not delivering on. They make the promise that it will deliver on that, and it just isn't. So that is something that we see a lot as well. Truth in marketing, which we all studied in, I don't know, Marketing 101, but the factual side of what we're marketing is very, very important. And if we go into a market with a false element of what a product does and does not do, you are going to be cremated in social media and on review sites, and that's just never a good position to be in. So we need to make sure that everything is factual. Okay, so this is the positioning process that we deploy that I think that all of you can do And it's a really important starting point. So let's start with competitive alternatives. So we need to answer this question. If you didn't exist, what would customers use? In the case of the software, the money laundering software, what are they using? They're using Excel. In some other cases, people are using nothing. So we need to take a look at this in this question and really understand the need. This is what we're getting at here, is the need. Is there truly a market need? In some situations, it might be a competitor that is just got a product that is not a strong product. And we know that there's, they paved the way for us, right? We know that there's a need because they have an ARR of, $100,000 or $1 million a month, but they're really failing on this point. How can we scooch in and gobble up the market with those areas? So this is where competitive becomes very important. We then take a competitive analysis, and when you're developing a competitive analysis, you don't just want to challenge someone, a competitor. You may need to challenge something, Excel. Okay, so really set your mind there about what you're going to challenge. Moving into POP/POD, point of parity and point of difference. Quite often we see brands hang their hats on points of parity. Let's take a look at banking as an example. What are some points of parity with banks? They are open from 9 to 5. That's a parity. They have great customer service. That's a point of parity. You can get cash back at 25 locations for no fees. That's a point of parity. So, customer service, your satisfaction or your success is our satisfaction. How many times have we heard that, right? Those are all points of parity. So what we want to be able to get to is that point of difference, and just make a grid in Excel and put down the customers and start to study what the points of parity are. And by the way, they're table stakes. You need those in order for someone to look at you like you're real. But if you go to market with a message surrounding customer service, you're now competing with everyone in the market, not just your direct competition, but everyone in the market that talks about customer service. It's a throwaway. So really think through what that differentiation can be. And then that will help you, again, get to that positioning. What features and capabilities do you have that your competition or alternatives do not have? That's really important here. We talk a lot about not what you do and how you do it, but the why. So people buy how it's going to benefit them, not how to get there. Yeah, the UX needs to be good and it needs to be easy, and all these things that you might want to write into the plan. But if they don't understand what's in it for them and how it's going to benefit them, like you don't have to manually go into Excel and take a look at a date on an expiration. It's going to pop into your computer screen every day automatically, is again that difference, right? So ease of use, whatever these sort of things might be, you want to be able to think through. And then what is the value we're providing? So when someone feels sold, it doesn't feel good. None of us like that, right? So what is the value we're providing? Is it something that is going to eliminate 2 hours of work a day? So is it productivity? Is it something that just is going to last longer? All these sort of things become very important when discovering what that value is. And I'm going to say this again, going to review sites can be a very, very successful approach to some of this research, because you can see what the competition, what people are saying about the competition or services that they may not know about. Okay, who cares a lot about the product? So, or the value rather. I just did a podcast interview this morning for a great brand in Denver. They've had $800 million in Series B financing, and it's called Arrive Health. It used to be RX Review, and basically Arrive Health, they take all of the RX prices that are out there, they create continuity in pricing, and they know what insurance companies cover what and what don't, and then they provide all that information. I'm really simplifying this. They provide all that information to docs so that when they're prescribing a medication for a patient, they know whether or not it's a good choice for them based on reimbursables. So we were talking about the fact that there's great value there, right? But who is the value, who shoulders that value? They've got 4 distinct audiences that shoulder the same value, that are one point to the next, the physician being, you know, the person at the end that gets to deliver that value. But if you don't have all that data that creates the software, you have no value to the customer. So that is where we really want to be able to think who cares about the value and what is the meaning behind it. And then what context makes the value obvious to your segments. So the physician is like the key stakeholder, right? Because he's going to prescribe it or not. But if it makes it really easy for him and his patients feel that their wallet isn't impacted as much, then there's great value there. It makes him look good. And that is where we really need to move down the value chain. And as you think through all these things, and as you have all these insights, you better know where you need to position the market. And that's what we want to try to get to with a lot of these positioning strategies. Okay, so understanding the need states. So we're, you know, it's not about just this is the value, right? A need state is a state of mind when someone is doing something. So what happens at noon every day? What do we all have the need for? Lunch, right? That's a need state. So then what happens is, okay, am I gonna pull my, you know, my lunch out from Factor that I ordered? Am I gonna go around the corner for a salad? Am I going to skip lunch? Or, you know, what am I gonna do? We want to be able to take all of this positioning and get into the need state of mind so that we can develop better messaging. So there are, by the way, 1 billion different need states out there. And you can Google these and research these and come up with tons that can help prompt some research for you. The best need states are getting real specific with your audience. Like the need state, you know, for tech dry again was, oh my gosh, my phone is in the water, my phone is in the toilet, what do I do next, you know? So that is a need state of mind. Functionality is a real common one with tech companies, just because you're solving a problem that they deal with day in and day out. Reliability is another great example of a table stake, a point of parity, by the way, unless you provide 10 times more, reliability with uptime than a competitor does. So that's where you need to take a look at the difference between a need state example and like a point of parity as well. And then price, that's a real common one. Pricing is a tricky one, by the way. We have a lot of high value clients, and their pricing structure they're not the low price leaders. If you start out in the market as a low price leader, volume is going to be incredibly important, and that is hard to maintain long term. So we pretty much work with more premium brands where we can really take a lot of this and position themselves for that premium buyer. But price is something very important. Then performance. We talk a lot about performance. What's the uptime, downtime, sideways time, whatever it might be, but that's important. Convenience and efficiency. So those are just some examples of areas that you might explore. And then again, this is all so that you can write copy, so that you can develop that client avatar or that persona that really talks to the audience in a very, very specific way so you don't sound like every other Tom, Dick, and Harry out there. Okay, the third element here is speaking about yourself instead of your audience. This happens a lot. I mean, we love what we do, right? And it's easier for us to talk about the features, which is talking about ourselves, and talk about how we do it, which is talking about ourselves, than truly talking about the benefit, which is all customer first. So all too often what happens is that we lead with information that is not going to resonate with the audience. We're talking about ourselves instead of the audience. Think about POP, POD. Think about competitive differentiation. Think about the positioning and the value and where we land there. Think about the need states. Use all of that to develop messaging that truly does say, they know me, they care about me, I like them, because that's where we want to be able to get. And then this people-first marketing truly goes a long way to shortening the sales cycle as well. If 90% of all research and most selling is done online now, before anyone picks up a phone or pushes, send me a newsletter or something like that. So people first is really going to differentiate you from your direct competition, but it's really going to create that emotion, that emotional connection that you want with your audience as well. Okay, so this is a client of ours, Solid Power, and this is Doug Campbell here in the center. And we worked with Doug for 3 years before he had his $1 billion IPO a year and a half ago, June. And Solid Power is producing a solid state battery for the EV market. And what Doug knew was vitally important for him was to create awareness with the investment community. So again, not a ton of money, it all went into manufacturing, but we were very strategic about the approach that we took to raise awareness. This is actually a press conference with the governor and a bunch of senators and people from Ford and Toyota, I believe. And during that press announcement or press conference, we had a big announcement on some expansion. But what we did for Doug started 3 years prior to all of this, was a personal branding campaign. And where we built a persona for Doug and all of the people that he wanted to really impact, in 3 years' time. And that's how we created awareness surrounding the brand, lots of PR, by the way, and lots of subject matter expert positioning, all these sort of things through a simple strategic storytelling approach. So we were not advertising. We were not, we didn't have a post that had to go out, every week. It was all about a very direct strategic approach in getting in front of the right people through the news media. So don't think that the obvious is where you need to go to develop an outbound program. Think about ways that you can be very strategic with the use of your dollars to not cast too wide a net. I have seen, I'm gonna get on my soapbox for a second. I have had so many people come in and talk about the fact that they just spent $250,000 on digital advertising and it did not work. And they can't figure out why it didn't work. And the reason why it didn't work was there's no awareness. Nobody knew about the brand, and there's not an audience yet. So when you push out digital advertising and you're getting in front of buyers, you're casting too wide a net. If you take a very strategic ABM approach, an account-based marketing approach, and this is in essence what we did with Doug, we knew 20 people that we wanted to be able to influence. And of course we went a little broader about that, but we were able to make that difference and that impact. He and his word is what made the impact. But that is where, if you don't think through the obvious, please do, because it could truly benefit you in the long run. Okay, so one must do if you don't want your startup to fizzle. Okay, communication is something that's so important, right? We've talked about all these things, and in the end, it's all about communication. But what we're gaining through the positioning is context, right? And through all the research. Context is where the mindset of the buyer sits today. It's what they deal with every single day. And even, by the way, when they're not looking for your product or they don't need your product. It's, you know, a fire that they learn about on the news. It's the traffic jam. That's their context. It's the political nature of what's happening in the world. It's someone who looks at them wrong. It's someone who, you know, just all these things that are mixed in their mindset each and every day, right? It's all these trends. It's the legislative issues that affect them day in and day out. All these sort of things create a context for that potential buyer that we need to be very aware of, so we know how to break the clutter with the positioning that we're going to go to market with. And then we've got our company. Our company's got a wonderful mission and a vision and a point of view that is very, very important for our audience to understand. We've got products and we've got this great technology and people and this wonderful business model. If we don't marry the context with the company, where are we? We're on islands and our audience is never going to see us. So when we bring all of that together, that is where we develop a concept. A concept is a big word. A concept could be, you know, a wording for an integrated marketing campaign. A concept could be, I want to impact these 20 people in the next 20 days. What is the best approach for it? It could be, you know, an integrated campaign. It could be all sorts of different things. But this is where, in this concept, when we bring those two things together, that is really where we develop and messaging that resonates with an audience. We develop messaging that is far-reaching, and we get people to start talking about us because they know that they know me. So with that said, remember context and company. So one of our clients that actually Rocore, they were bought by Redwire, 250 million IPO. We had a lot of IPOs with clients in the last 2 years. But Rocore is a very, very innovative engineering company for aerospace. And aerospace is just going gangbusters right now. It's a really fun category. And in aerospace, NASA has an edict that we need to be doing it in a quicker amount of time for less money. So old space is the NASA mindset. It's what these buyers have grown up with. It's context, right? New tricks is innovation and the novel approaches that this company is now taking to raise awareness and differentiate itself, and the products, we just had something go up to space last week, the products that it is pushing out to the market. That is how we tie all of this together and create meaning and get people to stop in a way that creates that awareness and, dare I say, more dollars, you know, from an acquisition standpoint as well. So what do TechDry, Solid Power, and Rocore all have in common? Cool was not enough. At Rocore, our contact was the CTO, but he believed in marketing so much that he was really willing to do something very different and bold. Innovation, improvement, and adoption is an absolute must in order to make sure that we're going to be successful in the long term. Sales and marketing alignment. There are sales organizations, there are marketing organizations. The best in breed companies are sales and marketing organizations. It's where all these departments are very aligned and they're working very closely together. Positioning, people first, and context is what we'll ultimately deploy in order to create messaging and ideas that create those emotional epiphanies or aha moments with our market. And they also knew that the product would not sell itself. On some level, they needed some form of marketing in order to create the differentiation and the awareness that was needed. They knew that cool was not enough. So with that said, I want to tell you a quick story. So I shared with you, that lunch that my father and I had at Chili's. And fast forward about 2 months, we're working out of the basement of my parents' home. And we had been pitching a national rental car agency. And Jerry Martin, I'm down in my office, which was my brother's bedroom, and a phone call comes in from Jerry Martin. And Jerry says to me, "You are one of 3 finalists for the business, and we want to come by and see your office on Monday." And this call came in on Thursday. And I looked at the orange carpet beneath my feet, and I said, "We need a plan, and we need it quickly." And I ran upstairs, and my dad was working at the kitchen table. I just told him what was going on, and I said, "We're gonna go find office space and sign a lease." So that was a Thursday. On Friday, we went and found the office space, signed the lease. Saturday, we went to a used furniture store because we had no capital, and we bought used desks, and my dad made wood veneer tops to go over the top of them to make them look a little bit prettier. I went and got plywood, upholstery foam, and upholstery fabric, cut it to the 3 sides of the desk that you could see, and then glued it to the desk so that it looked a little prettier. We moved in on Sunday, and we had our whole family there on Monday morning to make us look larger than we were. And we landed the business. And that was for me 33 years ago. And now we are the 28th largest female-owned business in the state of Colorado. We did not do that without a lot of tears. We did not do that without making huge mistakes. We did not do that without pivoting. We did not do that without marketing. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions that you might have. Thank you. You told me you were going to have some questions.
So is there a difference between marketing strategy and marketing tactics?
Absolutely. So a lot of what we've talked about today is strategy, by the way. The positioning model, the sales and marketing alignment, ABM approaches, this is all strategy. The tactics are how we execute all of that. So it might be that, so we have an owned, earned, shared, and paid model that we deploy at Avocet. Owned are those owned assets that you've got total control over. It's your website, it's direct mail, it's email, it's a trade show. Earned is PR, shared are all the content strategies, and paid is paid marketing, paid advertising. And that is where we really get tactical, but it does not happen without the strategy leading the way. Yes?
So, solid power. That was a very much like a showman, and he has done a lot of presentation and everything. My question is it something you should sell before you produce? Is a typical marketing nowadays?
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
Like before you sell,
Yes.
before you manufacture any product, you sell.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is what the guy was doing.
Yeah, so he was establishing a need, exactly.
Okay.
So he doesn't even have an end product yet.
Yes.
But they believe in it so much, and he's so close, they know that he'll get there. So yes, you're selling, in this situation, we're selling the future. And the belief that he can make it happen. Yeah, it's a good point.
To be fair, I have some experience in this area. I ran a branding firm for
Oh, good.
many years. One of my pet peeves was trying to get clients to understand the difference between brand and marketing.
Yeah.
And a couple times I caught you saying brand and marketing like they were interchangeable. What are your thoughts on how they're different?
So marketing, it again, on a very big level, is the execution of it all. With the positioning strategy leading the way, the marketing strategy leading the way. Branding is just not the look and feel. And a lot of people think that branding is all about look and feel. It's all about the essence, and that's where strategy comes into play. It's all about the messaging that backs it up. The vision is a part of brand, and how all of that comes together. And we're all gonna.
The example I always use is BMW. People think it's a car company.
Yeah.
It's not, it's a lifestyle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a good way of looking at it.
In your opinion, so a lot of the things that you went over seem like they're for like startups for before you even go to market.
Right.
What about when you get to that 4 or 5 year mark and you suddenly hit a wall?
Yeah.
What is your?
So I think these models should be looked at every year. Research never ends. We always need to be paying attention to what our customers are saying. That's how we've evolved. If we did not, so we started as an advertising agency for B2B brands. And look at how much marketing has changed over the last 30 years with technology, how technology's changed marketing. If we did not pivot every step of the way and take a look at all of this, we would be out of business. So I think strategy is never ending. And research is never ending, and that's how you keep your pulse on the market. So I would urge you, it doesn't matter if you're a day old, 5 years old, or 30 years old, these are still very important. Yes?
You mentioned using reviews for research. What else do you use for research on a product-based business?
Yeah, so reviews, we take a lot of look at the competition. We take a look at industry reports. We Google a lot. We do interviews with customers, non-customers, people who we've lost, ex-customers. If there's an RFP and we lost the business, we interview them and understand why. If you're new to market, take a look at the competition, see if there's any research about them. G2 Crowd is a great way to do a lot of B2B research as well. They're a B2B review site. So there are a few ideas.
What was that website?
G2 Crowd, yeah. Yes.
So I'm trying to think how to apply this to creative work. So I'm an author, artists, musicians.
Right.
So it's back to your one question. If my book didn't exist, what would people do?
Right.
I'm going to go to another book. So I'm trying to.
So what do you hope for people to gain after they read your book?
An escape.
Okay. The real world. So that's where you want to start the dialogue, right? And that's where you want to start really thinking through who needs an escape from the world. And that will help you fine tune it. And it's a great question because it's a hard one. And seemingly a lot of people don't, they're so product focused, they don't look at it that way. And it does not matter what you're marketing, this applies to it all. You bet. Yes.
If you don't have a marketing budget, what are your thoughts on best ways to?
So do this research. Take a look at the positioning, and we've got 20 hard copies, and you can email me too if you want a soft copy. But do the research, get smart, understand the customers. And what I will say this too, so we've had a lot of brands that have very small budgets, and they might have like $5,000 a month. And what we've said to them is hold on to your $5,000 a month for a year. It's going to lengthen the program. Hold on to it for a year and then deploy a strong program over 90 days to create more lift during that time period. If you've got all the money to begin with, we'd still just deploy it over 90 days, so just shorten. Or, you know, take a look at some guerrilla marketing tactics as well. Anything else? Okay, well, thank you all. And you can just come up here if you'd like one of these. Thank you. You're so welcome.
Yes, one of the partners.
Well, yeah,
Of course. Yeah.
my wife and I really sales teach B2B sales folk, sales and marketing people how to take a more human approach to right, yeah, but we're going eventually we're going to understand about because ultimately it's really just about how to take how to build relationships with sales.
So I.
You really look like you want to go
There's a reason why I wear this shirt. Hey.
Are you?
Anyway, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just getting set up.
Are you the next speaker?
No, Cindy is.
This is you, officer.
Good, how
are you? Is this go in your black bag?
I didn't realize it.
Right off.
Yeah, I would love to chat sometime, and it looks like we have some great clients that are. Well, thank you.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we all go through the phase.
You've been a lot of stuff.
Nothing else is yours?
Oh, you've learned some out.
It's actually where I learned most best selling a little more.
Hey Cindy, are you gonna be standing on this side or that side?
Yeah, I'll stand
On
here.
this area, okay.
Yeah.
Where do you want our heads?
Good question. Probably on this side.
I just go
Actually, I should ask Jennifer. I don't really know.
Tell us where you sit.
We're just waiting for pieces on that. I talked to Josh today, he's like, she's so happy. He's like, you're a good contractor, right? He's like, we just do it off the HVAC side and just. So it's like.
They have a cloud Oh, yeah.
Cindy, did you get what you needed? No, I was working on it, but thank you. My clicker's not clicking. I had a clicker in my car. Well, let's see.
His is not working either, so maybe. I'll be right back.
Oh, wait, well, now we might have one.
All right.
I'll sit up here so I can get some water.
Of course I have a backup presentation.
Well, since
stuff
it's
in my
always in the
car.
front row, this is about close to the front row.
Right.
Okay, I'll come sit and
You got it.
What I'm noticing with these graphics from Canva is when they post on social media, they get those JPEG artifacts like around name. Yeah. Probably because we're using the free version of this.
Well, I do compress them a bit, but.
But then they end up compressing it.
Yes.
Yeah.
The presence of the king.
Should we put it over? It's my birthday.
Well, happy
birthday.
Okay, well, I was gonna say happy birthday.
This is your standing ovation.
Aw, well, I want people to eat it. That's my only problem. Okay, yes.
Just so you know, live stream camera.
Oh, right now.
Ready to go? Yep, it's ready to go. So it's
My
all on. So only swear if you really mean it.
Only swear if you really mean it.
There are no content filters online.
Okay.
So you can go in here.
Should I introduce myself?
Yeah. Unless you want, like, Jenna or somebody to do it.
Janet, do you want to introduce me? I mean, there's all of 9 people here, so, you know.
You never know.
You never know who's online. 500 people. Actually, it says 0. Sure, actually, I went back to get my water, so let me get my water. Sure.
Oh, yeah, that's
Jenna.
Hello, sir, how are you?
Shabby and you?
Yeah, you know, it's weird when you start working up in Estes Park, the rest of the world doesn't feel like it exists.
Yeah. Well, you're on the mountain.
Yeah.
You're at 5 a.m. So it's good. It's good there.
Yeah, actually, so we graduated 14 companies from the accelerator in May, and I have 25 companies joining the accelerator in October.
Excellent. Congratulations.
I'm very excited. 25 companies, 33 leaders, representing 16 industries.
Well, we'll keep you.
It's going to be nuts.
All right, I'm gonna beg all the back row people to come and sit down because all 3 of them. Just pretend there's people here. But the fact coming in, like, we're running for president or something.
You're fabulous. All right, let's go ahead and get started. We're a little after 3 o'clock. So for those of you who are able and comfortable, please come up to the front of the room. It is always cozier to have that opportunity. I'm Jana Sanchez. I am here to introduce my friend and colleague, Cindy Skalicki, who is going to be presenting for us here on how to take a business to the next level. Now, I have a little bit of a story that she'll probably tell a bit of, but the reason I'm enjoying introducing Cindy is I remember when she started On Point 7 years ago. And Cindy showed up, and interestingly enough, she and I at the time were doing the same thing. And we looked at each other and we went,
You look at me.
I was like, how's this gonna go? But it turns out I don't do the things she does anymore, and she still does. So the reason you're here this afternoon is to listen to her talk about how she took her intelligence, her capability, and the strangest thing that Aristotle can provide to a startup, and made it into a six-figure business. So, Cindy, thank you.
Well, let me start just by sharing the first time I ever met Jana. We were at a coffee house, and I was pretty nervous. I mean, Jana was like giving me the stink eye. She was totally sizing me up, like, who is this chick and what does she want with my city? and then actually I learned something really important from Jana, which was after one of our first 1 Million Cups presentations that we watched together, she said to me, she came up and introduced herself to me again and said, Cindy, there's plenty of business here for both of us. Welcome to Fort Collins. And, you know, honestly, from that moment on, I always just thought, what a great way to welcome a person into the town who's just getting started. And I have paid that forward in some interesting situations with people who do what I do, and it's been a lot of fun. So thanks for coming today, everybody. I'm really excited to share some things with you. And what I would love to do before I get started, I had kind of this crazy summer where I had a bunch of sales in a row, and I started to add them up. And by the end of 1 month, I was at 94,000 in sales. And I was like, what is going on? And then I was typing some of my friends and colleagues saying, okay, I didn't hit the 6 figures in this 1 month. Let's see how long it takes. And actually this number is wrong. It was 42 days after I did some of the math, but it really shook me and surprised me and made me curious about what I had done. And I just thought, in a scale-up talk environment today, it would be interesting to share this story today. So this is what I posted on the day that I did hit the 100,000 mark and shared with some of my team, who I'll talk about in a little bit. And this is the Post-it notes that I have still on the side of my desk that is growing. And that's it's extremely motivating for me to see those numbers and to try to add more of them. And I'm going to basically use that Post-it and just guide you through what happened. But first, I would like to tell a story. So raise your hand if you have ever been whitewater rafting. Yeah, I mean, we live in a pretty amazing state, and the Poudre Canyon is where I was on August 12th, and we were going to take a family rafting day before my oldest daughter went off to college. So it's August 12th. The water is what? Low. It's low in August. So we're sitting at the place where you get your safety demonstrations told to you about what to do when you fall out of the boat and feet first. And I'm sitting there on the log with my family, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. Like, I've heard this before. Nothing bad has ever happened to me, and we're going to be fine. And so she's telling us all these things we need to do. If you get separated from us, this is the signal for I'm okay. This is the signal for I'm bleeding or have a broken limb. You know, she's going through all these things. So we take the bus up and we go to the put-in. And when you can see, there's there's 1,000 pounds in this boat easily with the 2 large men and all of us there. We get to the put-in, and I am not kidding. 30 seconds later, we arrive on the top of this giant protruding rock in the middle of the river. We have barely gone away from the put-in. And we're so stuck. Like, we're just sitting there, and we're like, well, what do we do? And so we're like shimmying, and we're moving, and nothing is working, and our guide is trying to help us. And before I knew it, everyone spilled out of the boat like a bunch of Cheerios that had been knocked by a 4-year-old. And there we were. And suddenly, all of the things that I have been taught I had to do, all of them. I am under the boat, pushing up. I am flying down this frigid, cold water, even though it's freezing. I am feet first. I am popping up out of the water. I'm completely soaked. I'm listening to my guide, and he's telling me, swim to the right, swim to the right. So I swim to the right, but I come up out of the water, and I'm like, I can't breathe. Something is wrong. And so I look in front of me, and there are 2 paddles, not one, in front of me. And one of the paddles, the hook of it, is lodged in the strap of my chest PVC, and it's pulling on me, and I can't breathe. And I'm freaking out, and I start screaming, and I finally dislodge it, collect myself, get to the side of the river, and catch my breath. And what is my guide doing? He's going, "Are you okay?" You know, like, yes, I'm okay. Never had to use that symbol before. So we get in the boat, and my whole family is sitting there, and like they're scraped, they're bleeding. You know, the guy that's our guide, Corbin, he's like, "You guys, I don't know what you just did, but you just doubled the number of people that have been out of my boat all summer." And I was like, "You are welcome." So, you know, this picture was taken after we had started to go and actually have some fun, and we're getting a little bit dry. But can you resonate at all with this when it comes to starting a business, right? Like, you hit a rock, you sit on it, you can't get off, you don't know what to do, you're stuck under the boat, you can't breathe, you know, all the things, right, when you're starting a business. And so this is kind of how I felt when I first met Jana 7 years ago. Didn't really know what I was doing. So my daughter, Kate, on the other hand, is way better at this than I am. And this is her. She was 11 years old at the time. And this is my brother and my son and my nephew, and they're in Idaho. And I share this picture because to me, this is just such a great contrast of what it means to really collect your skill sets and your resources and make something happen. Like, everybody planned this, you can tell, right? I mean, they all said, like, we're gonna sit at the bottom of the boat and we're gonna give Kate lift. She wanted to ride the bull that day. That's what that's called. Look at her. She almost has nothing touching the boat. And she is absolutely displaying incredible courage. And that's what we have to do with a startup and our own businesses, is try to ask for help so we can get that lift and get on our way down the river, no matter what the water looks like, how high it is, or what's happening. So I want everybody to just write something down about your own business right now, or think of it in your mind. What is a huge goal that you've made and matched this year? What have you done that surprised you? What have you done that made you proud of your year so far? Because we all have something. So, who's got something? Share something. Go ahead, Leandra.
I have an email system in place that I used with a QR code to get people's emails. First time in 4 years.
QR code for the win. Awesome. And an email list. That's fantastic. Thank you for sharing. Who else?
Sure.
Yes.
The biggest thing is failure and put yourself out there, right?
Yeah.
So I think the bad self-talk, no one's gonna talk to me. They just tell me they're interested. When I reach out, I'm not gonna hear from them. So I put myself out there, got out of my comfort zone, and I had 5 potential prospects that could be really very lucrative if it comes through.
Awesome. Put yourself out there, get uncomfortable. Maybe, hopefully you don't have something pulling at your neck, right? What did you have to share?
I have my first employee on salary.
Fantastic. First employee on salary. That is worth a little round of applause. That's huge. What type of business do you do?
Compost service.
Compost service. Wow. How long have you been in business?
4 years.
4 years. That's huge. I don't have any money on salary yet, but I'm getting there now. Thank you for sharing. Okay, let's go ahead and dive in. I have 7 P's that I'm going to walk through today when it comes to kind of how this all went. So we're going to go completely backwards for the whole talk. We're going to start now, and I'm going to take you all the way back by the end to what I was thinking about when I was 13. So step 1 is This first one here is DuPont. I'm actually flying out in 12 hours to go to DuPont for my second day there at a masterclass. And DuPont hit my radar in the strangest of ways. And if you know this person in the lower right, that's Aziza Syed. And she works at Innisphere here in Fort Collins. And about 5 years ago, she said, hey, Cindy, there's a woman down at NREL who needs a scientific messaging workshop. Can you do something like that for them? So I said, sure, that sounds right up my alley. And I delivered that for them. And then they asked me to come back twice a year. And so every year I would go down and deliver this, this presentation to emerging companies who were scientists and really bad at messaging. Well, this deal completely almost fell through because what happened was, I met Heidi because she was mentoring one of the NREL teams. And she saw my presentation and she said, oh my gosh, this would be so great to have at DuPont. And I said, oh, why don't we talk about that? Now, I wouldn't have said that, okay, back in 2016 or 17. I wouldn't have known how to approach a company like DuPont. That's big, and I didn't know how to do that. And I'm gonna show you later like how I learned how to do that, because that is a hard skill that I knew I didn't know. But I did know it when I met Heidi, and the morning that I emailed her the invoice to sign and pay to do this gig, she writes me back in all caps, Cindy, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, we can't do this. And I'm like, what? We just got off the phone yesterday. She's like, there's a freeze on all outside consultants for the rest of the quarter, all across DuPont. This was March of this year. And I'm like, okay, Heidi, it's okay. We'll figure it out. Like, I'll call you back at the end of the quarter. So I call her back at the end of first quarter. Hey, Heidi, how's second quarter looking? Do you think we can pull the trigger on this in second quarter? Let me check. Nope, we're still closed down for all of second quarter. I'm like, okay, I'll call you back for third quarter. So, finally at the end of July, we were able to pull the trigger. And I just went through day one, 3 weeks ago. This is Heidi. And this is the group that I was working with in person, and then I have a virtual group that's at a separate office. But the letter that I want to share with you on this one is persistence. And I'm sure that you can relate to needing to be persistent, and I guess patient would be my other one, because I would easily maybe have just let it go if I didn't know some of the tactics that I've been learning around keeping leads warm. The second P has to do with LinkedIn, which I think all of us, how many people are pretty active here on LinkedIn? Give or take, yeah. So I went from syncing to linking to syncing at LinkedIn after learning how to use this tool. And there's two people in the upper right who really did a lot for me to get to this point. And Ellen on the left was a big one, really big one. She introduced me to a room of people who were just at a totally different caliber, a different level. I was not nearly doing or making what these men and women in this group were doing and making. I mean, I was probably doing about half to a quarter of some of the annual revenue that I was watching them all post about in our Slack channel, because I'm part of this LinkedIn pod. Anyway, this got me into some rooms where people were doing double and triple what I was doing, and they really made me want to do that too. So surrounding myself with people I wanted to be like was a huge piece for me. And that's how I ended up meeting David Newman, who I'll talk about in a minute, and Rusty Gaylord, former worldwide head of finance that I partnered with. And some of these people were just key, because I was wasting so much time. I was wasting a lot of time in my day doing things that weren't getting me where I wanted to be. And people would say, Cindy, you should be doing like things in bigger rooms. Why aren't you there? And I was like, I don't know. How do I get there? And so I was guided toward people and responded to some people who could really help me get there. So this is people who refer. And that's how I ended up with some of the ones that are squared in red on this slide. So along those lines, I ended up doing some new things for how I put content out there. And the ones that are boxed in red on this one are all deals that came out of webinars that I started to do. Now, I don't charge for webinars. I'm actually still on the fence around webinars because I think, you know, you really need a big audience to do great webinars that are full of, you know, hundreds of people and not quite at that level yet, but I made some great connections. And Rusty and I did three webinars, 1 month out in 3 months in a row, once a month, and closed a deal there, and then had another couple of people come in on some smaller size things. So trying out new things is a huge, like that's just one of the things that for me anyway, I just started doing it. Like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, enough is enough. We just have to try something new. And then I would just say, I would have no content, no nothing. I'm going to give this talk or do this webinar, and I'll figure out how I'm going to get it there later. So what are you trying for fourth quarter that's new? Anybody have anything to share about like a new promotional strategy or a new thing? Yes.
We're replacing the staff with computers, which I absolutely did not want to do when I started the business, but I don't feel like I have any other choice.
What will the computers do that the people used to do?
It's not that the people didn't used to do it. I can't find the people to do it.
Okay.
So I've been racking my brain for about 8 months, and I've done hundreds or close to 100 interviews.
Wow.
And I've gotten some people who kind of live next door to okay, but that's as good as it's gotten. So I gotta go a different direction.
Are you optimistic that it will?
No, because it's proven that it doesn't work in this industry, but I'm gonna try to figure out how to make it work.
Okay, yeah, fantastic. Well, good luck. Let us know how it goes. What else? What have you guys tried? What are you trying that's new? You gotta try something new, fourth quarter. It's next week. It's Saturday. Anybody else? Trying anything new? AJ?
I think now I'm getting more in terms of the technology.
Okay.
Human being is hard to connect sometimes. So it is easy to use various technology to get access to the customer.
Right, okay, yeah, there's forever Sales Navigator, all kinds of new ways to do things to try to get your hands on the right people and to do that. Well, thank you for sharing. Okay, this one's crazy. So pandemic, what is it called? Pandemic randomness. There was the strangest thing that happened. So do you guys give free talks? Who gives, I gave more free talks than I could shake a stick at. Might spend every one of them probably. No, but that's one of the things that I did a ton of early on. And this one free talk that I gave at the ICF, International Coaching Federation, in the middle of the pandemic. I gave this little talk about a one-time thing, a passion piece webinar, gave it on Zoom. No one was doing anything. We were all sitting at home staring at Zoom. And 2.5 years later, I get a referral from someone who watched that talk, never met her, don't even know her still, never have shaken her hand. She told a guy named Drew about me because they're connected in ICF. And that led to the biggest deal of the whole quarter for me. 3 coaching deals, 6 months each, with top level, C-level scientists in San Francisco at a new company called Recode Therapeutics. They just landed like $300 million in funding. They are the kind of company that is actually realizing the patent that's at the level of the NREL people, right? Like you're just kind of figuring out, that's what the NREL teams who are just starting out their little idea, they want to grow up and be like Recode. And Recode has just doubled their business, doubled their staff, And I was pulled in to help the scientific leadership there get better at their science. And what's like the weirdest, craziest, randomest way. I mean, I just never in a million years saw that coming. So I don't know, do free talks, but not too many, right? I mean, what's the balance on free talks? But it's the relationship building part that really, at least, I mean, I don't even know. I can't even say that I built a relationship on that one. This person just saw me and that's it. I don't even know her. So I definitely thanked her profusely. The next P is partnerships. And this is just an interesting story because I tried to quit On Point in 2020 and I went out looking for jobs. I got 4 kids. I got to get them through college with my husband. It's time to start, adding more numbers to the bottom line. And I went out looking for full-time jobs. And Doyle, who I've known for a long time, he runs a PR firm down in Boulder. And he called me and said, hey, Cindy, do you want to come and be a senior account executive here? We need some help. And I have experience in PR and marketing. At the time, I did a weird thing and I said, no, thanks. I was out looking for jobs, but I had just started to get some humming clients in the fourth quarter of 2020. And I was like, Doyle, I think I'm going to give this a go a little bit longer. I don't think I'm ready to jump ship yet, but I'd love to help a little. Could I ride in the bike lane for you guys? And he's like, yeah, I've got a little tiny project. You can take this one on. Just come in, we didn't sign anything, which was awesome. We just did a handshake. We still only have a handshake. And the point is that I did the bike lane for them. I kind of inched into the right lane a little bit at some point. And then I was like, no, I don't like this. I don't want to do PR anymore. I thought I might want to go back to that. I don't want to. It was such a great experience and exercise for me to try an old shoe on, really, and go, no, this is not filling me. My zone is not here. I can do this job, but I love the job I do for people. And I'm going to say no. But we are partners. And he is the reason for one of my line items on this particular sheet and many others, because I help his clients who need way more in-depth help than they provide. And he does amazing slide decks for my clients. And we have a fantastic, fruitful partnership. So that was just an interesting insight from last year. Previous clients. This guy called me and I was like, oh, he's never gonna buy from me again. I mean, my prices when I worked with him were like absolute peanuts, and having worked with David, who I'll get to in a second, there's no way this guy is going to sign on. I mean, I had to go through a period of changing the target and the clientele because I had raised my prices and rates and gone longer and deeper with the deal sizes that I was selling to larger companies and bigger groups. And I'm like, there is no way this guy is gonna buy it. I sold him something for like $1,500 that probably now costs $10K, and he's never gonna buy it. His wife called me out of nowhere. I didn't even know he had a wife. That's not a joke. I was like, who are you? She's like, we need help. 2 conversations later, I'm like, let's do a 6-month program. Here's what that is. Here's what you're gonna get. Here's how this operates. This is where we've changed things around here. And they were like, done, let's go. And I was like, how in the world did that just happen? It floored me. So, there's like a way to have a conversation with those old clients that I was taught by David. And it was like, so I have good news and I have other news. And it's like, the good news is On Point is growing and scaling, and we're doing bigger and greater work with longer term clients. And the other news is our pricing structure is new and different, and you kind of find a way to position that. And so I lost, you can say lost, but I said farewell to several clients that I enjoyed immensely working with, but who were not in the same places. And that's a really hard, scary, lonely thing to do, because when you don't have any fish on the table and you're shoving away work, it's very scary. And so fortunately, I was able to balance that at intervals that I could still sustain. But that was a big one. This is David. So this is the reason for the whole Post-it sheet. He is someone I met through Ellen Moore in the LinkedIn pod. David and I talked once before I joined the LinkedIn pod and once after. And I remember standing in my living room and I was like, okay, if I'm going to scale this business, if I'm going to be able to hit 6-figure years and double that, I don't know how. I don't know how to do that. I don't have an MBA. I don't know how to do deals like with DuPont. I don't know how to do this. So if I'm going to do that, and I really wanted to, really bad, like I was like, I think this is what I'm supposed to do with work in my life. So if I want to do this, and I do, I gotta find somebody to teach me how to do this. And I bit the bullet, and I dropped a ton of cash, at least a ton to me. And I'm like, I have got to go. I have got to push myself. That's my 7th P. I have to push myself to learn this stuff. I was going to insert a swear word, but you said there's no filter on the Facebook group. Is there anybody out there? And I said, I'm going to figure this out. And so I joined David's. It's ironic, actually, because I joined David's MBA program. It's called MBA, Marketing Business Accelerator. And it's a 15-month program for solo consultants like me who want to scale. And they are expert solo consultants. They're not beginners. They are freaking brilliant at whatever it is they do. And I joined his program on July 1st, which is the date at the top of the sticky, if you remember. That's like when I started this rampage, exactly a year later. And I had experienced a lot of wins since that time, but this kind of waterfall happened on July 1st. But David taught me and is still teaching me. I mean, I just got off the phone with 2 coaches today about how to quote a team that's calling me for some new stuff. He's taught me so many things that I couldn't teach myself, that I couldn't find anybody else to teach me in the way that he does it. And he's all about action. I had interviewed 2 other people to do something similar to this, and David was the only person who gave me a number, gave me a price, gave me a way to start, kind of like right then on the first call. The other 2 people, one of them didn't even write me any materials at all. She's making lots of money, so I was surprised about that. And then the other one, we just didn't get anywhere quickly enough, and I learned something from that as a buyer, right? Like, get the people to talk to you and get those things out on the table. So like David would say that it's us, you know, the participants in his program. He would say, Cindy, it's you that's doing this. And I was like, well, yeah, but like, there's no way that I could have accomplished this. And so, you know, this program has changed my life. It has changed my family's life. It is changing my family tree because of the things I can do and the things I believe now that I can do. Like, I believe that I can do things now that I did not believe that I could do before. And so, like, that I get to go sit on a plane in the morning at 4 a.m. and, you know, I wasn't doing things like that. I was never in a million years. I was sitting, when I went to DuPont 3 weeks ago, I was standing in the place in Wilmington, Delaware. And I was like, why in the world is DuPont in Wilmington, Delaware? So the night before I was leaving for DuPont, I was like, gee, maybe I should do some audience analysis and like watch the video about DuPont's history, right? So I did. And, you know, Wilmington, Delaware is the home of DuPont. It's where it all started in 1802 on the banks of the Brandywine River. And so I just, and they invited me to come out and do this talk in person. I was supposed to do it all virtual. Originally, this whole plan was just, let's do this all on Zoom. But after a couple of calls with me, they were like, geez, Cindy, we would really like to have you come. Could you come? And I was like, yeah, I'll come. Then I should have charged them a lot more. I am still learning, people. But you know, that was a pretty awesome experience and moment for me. So these are the 7 Ps. And here are some of the people in my boat that have helped me get to where I am, at least right now. And some of them are in this room. Some of them are in Denver. This is Larry Salmon, and he is actually my neighbor. One of my neighbors down the street, he's an angel investor. He's the only reason I ever learned about the investment community. And Mike, you know, you've been with me a long time through that piece. But some of the things that I look back on that you're probably all able to do too are like, what are the breadcrumbs? Like, what are the breadcrumbs in your business's life that have gotten you to where you are? What are the times in your life you've said no and you're dang glad you did? Or the times that you said yes and you're dang glad you did? Because I just like thinking about those kinds of things, and that's what today's talk is all about. So persistence, people who refer, these are my insights from how I got to this milestone. Positioning, pivot, partnerships, pandemic randomness, past clients, and pushing myself further. So just to keep going backwards in the talk, very normal, right? Pandemic pain, this is just to share that I did go out looking for jobs and almost quit. I had 2 interviews, one at Wyland and one at Otter. That was where I wanted to work. I cried after I did not get a call back from the 3rd interview from Otter. That was my dream job. I knew I wanted to work there. I knew it was the right place for me. And it wasn't. Right? But I was crushed. I was like, what am I going to do now? I mean, I had my resume all redone, the whole bit. My husband and I are looking at each other like, well, now what are we going to do? And I don't know, something just clicked where it was like, well, I guess that's not supposed to be. So my other backward moment is the beginning of On Point. When I went out looking for a part-time job when my youngest daughter was going to 1st grade. And I was looking for a job at like Miramont, the gym, so I could get a free membership too. Like this was my level of thinking. Can I get a free membership, please? And would you just hire me to like buzz cars? And they looked at me like I was crazy because I had a master's degree and all this experience. And one woman said, Cindy, you're like the best interviewer we've ever had, and we're not hiring you. And I was like, thanks. And they said, we just really don't think that you're going to be happy here. And I was like, damn it, you're probably right. And, you know, all this to say, like, On Point is 7 years old yesterday. So I brought cake for everybody to help me eat. But 7 years ago, yesterday, I submitted my paperwork to the state and started On Point Communications. But I never intended to do that at all. I ended up not getting a part-time job, sitting down with Tanis Roeder, who is a presentation skills coach, and said, hey, can you help me with my TEDx talk? Because you just said you'd like to do content development and like the writing part. And there's not a lot of people out there that do that. That was huge. I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all, like that there aren't a lot of people out there that do that. And so I coached her, had an example of not knowing what the hell I was doing. I coached her for 4 sessions. I made them all up as I went. Don't tell Tanis. No. And then she nailed it on the stage and said, you know, Cindy, you should really do this instead of looking for more part-time jobs, because this is what you're really good at. But, you know, I go way back, and the other surprise is that when I was 13, I lived in Chicago. I lived in the suburbs when I was young, and I remember with my mom one day walking down the streets of Chicago. She would take me down once in a while for just a day with us, because I have 2 older brothers, only girl. We were going down. I really do remember this, going across the bridge toward the Wrigley Building and going, oh man, that is such a pretty building. I want to work there someday. And then I did, like completely coincidentally, at least to me, my first job was on the 9th floor. I was working at BBDO Chicago. My dad had a friend of a friend, and I got a very hard interview stepping, it was very hard to get in, but like that was my dream. But the point of this slide is to say, like, that's what I wanted then, but I also knew I was not a career woman. I was like, I want to have babies. I just want to have a mom life. And I don't want to, as I got into BBDO, I was like, I don't want to be that woman who can't get home for her daughter's 15th birthday because she stayed late that night and missed the birthday dinner of her only daughter. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I don't want that for my life. I just want to work a little bit out of college. I want to marry my Prince Charming and have babies and stay at home and like do what my mom did, And so I did do that, at least some of it. I have four kids, and but like I don't know, all of this is just completely not what I planned. And I think that is for me the coolest part of it all. I never wanted to work after I had kids. I never thought that I would. I never dreamed that I would be explaining this kind of a realization of a number like that. Like it's completely beyond anything that I ever thought I was going to be able to do or that God had in store for me. And I think that I have to end by saying that, like, he's the one that I've been listening to the most. He's the one in the boat that I'm listening to, because at every time that I thought I knew what I was supposed to do, I was wrong a lot. I really was wrong. Like I was, I'm gonna do, and the doors weren't opening. Like I should have been able to get a part-time job, you guys. Like I should have been able to get a job, like a full-time job in the pandemic. I had really good skills, and the doors just kept shutting. And at those points, I would be like, okay, hold up. What am I missing here? Like there's something else. So I think I'll just chill and let this unfold. And so I don't know what's next. I'm excited for whatever is coming up. I would love to just chat with all of you at this point and share questions, but that's my story and I'm sticking to it.
Cindy, there aren't any panels coming up in this room after you, so if you want to hang out and everybody eats a cake, that's...
Yeah, let's have a cake. Yes, question.
Can you explain what you actually do?
Yeah. Jana, you were supposed to do that. No. I provide advanced presentation skills and message preparation for individuals and teams at high levels. So I have a master's in rhetoric, and that is when I go in, I work with people and help them understand what is persuasion. What are you actually trying to do when you persuade an audience? And how can you pull out tools from your proverbial persuasive tool belt to actually get your audience to act? So a lot of storytelling work, a lot of developing slide decks, investor pitch decks, on-stage delivery, these kinds of things at a really molecular level. My happy place is dissecting a message to see where it's working and where it's not, and then helping the speaker fine-tune it and fine-tune themselves so that the content's humming and the person is humming, and together there's this awesome synergy for nailing the message and getting the funding or the deals or the board vote or whatever it is that people need. Thank you for asking that. I should have said that probably.
And how much money have your clients raised?
My clients have raised, I That's a good question. Over $80 million easily, I would say.
Given who I just talked to today, who shall remain nameless, add 10.
Add 10, boom! We're probably nearing the $100 million mark for clients. That's fantastic. Yes. Wow. I need to call her.
Yes, you do.
Yes. AJ, do you have a question?
So are you thinking about taking this to the next level?
Mm-hmm.
On-point communication, like not to be individual, but it may be a unicorn for future. Have you ever thought?
What is a unicorn for a solo person? So here's the thing that I didn't talk about my programming and stuff like that, but what I have discovered, like next year I'm going to write a book. People keep telling me I need to, and I think it's time. But what I did these first 4 to 5 years in Fort Collins is I tried out this idea and this model that I built. It's called How To. And it's an acronym for how to build and craft a tight, compelling, concise, persuasive presentation. And I was able to get it published in Forbes. I've brought it out to individuals, groups, and DuPont, and it's just everybody loves it. They get it right away. I think that's the idea that I'm sitting on that needs to be shared with the world. Like it's really intuitive. The basics of the how-to model are that whenever you stand up in front of a group, your audience is asking you things without opening their mouths, and they are telling you to do these 5 things. Hook me, get my attention, tell me a story. Orient me to your problem, your thing, whatever you're doing. Win me over, that you have the solution, that you can do this job, that you are the person. T is tell me more. Okay, now I'm believing you, I'm trusting you, I get it. And the O is offer me a way in, offer me a way to buy, invest, partner, say yes, get a conversation or whatever. Because when you're standing on the stage in front of an audience you don't know and they know you want something, you're like this red blinking light to them of risk. And it's your job and yours alone to bring them from red to yellow to green, and that how-to model does it. And it puts the focus on the audience instead of the speaker, which is where everybody starts. And I say, no, you don't start that way. You have to sit yourself in the shoes of the audience and build your message around what they want, not what you want to tell them. And that's been a game-changing mind shift for the clients that I work with and the audiences. And I think that the simplicity of the model, the acronym, the double meaning, like it's all a great package. And that's kind of my next move.
Now, Cindy, when did that Forbes article come out, and how big of a role did it play in landing bigger sales?
It came out in June of 2021, and it has played a big role in my opinion. I don't know if I can put a number on it, but it's an interesting thing because I remember meeting Henry DeVries, the writer, and I actually sent him 2 options for an article. And I asked him, I was like, so this is my baby that I'm giving you over here, this how-to model. Like, should I give you this? Like, I didn't know. And I was like, literally, just tell me. Otherwise, I've got this one. And he did not ask. He went to press with the how-to model. And I was like, well, that's one of my moments. I was like, I am on a rock, people, and I don't know how to shimmy off this one, so I'm gonna just take a chance and get it out there. And that credibility, that Forbes logo, it has really helped a lot. It's put me in circles that are like, oh, she's serious, like she knows her stuff, and Forbes publisher, so she's gotta know something.
And how did you get the Forbes article?
Ellen Malcolm-Moore in the LinkedIn pod. Steve Brody is in that pod. He is a former VP of Coca-Cola, and he knows Henry. Henry's written a lot of articles for a lot of the people in that LinkedIn pod, including me and Ellen and Steve and a couple of other, and David Newman knows him. Henry DeVries writes books. He's from Chicago. He's a huge Cubs fan. We were fast friends. So But yeah, that's a whole story in itself too. But that how-to model is the thing that I think is the unicorny part of what I do.
So there's one solo premier from England. Her name is Potential.
Okay.
And she started a company like you. And I see most of the time you and Jana, okay, is a very competitive landscape I have in Colorado, where they have done their own job, their own field. Potential brought the two people together, and now they are like almost 600 people working for them.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll have to talk about that.
Okay, so that is what I was making irrelevant.
Yeah.
And sometimes even the vacancy, the company came from one source.
Yeah, I mean, all companies come from one.
Yeah,
person.
so don't think about it, that you are all by yourself and you cannot. Everybody's hiring you, you hire other people to be hired by somebody else.
Yeah, I do have a new hire. I have 3 people on my part-time payroll. They're not new hires entirely for full-time. But one of them is local. Sherry was going to try to get here. She's a master's in rhetoric too. There's 2 of us, at least 2 of us out there in the world. But yeah, she's a writer. She's fantastic. So yeah, like I guess the answer is like I don't really know. Like I don't really know what I want yet, and I just know that I want to like my goal. My why is the people in the boat, you know, my kids and all the possibilities that this is bringing to them to get out of college with no loans, to be totally honest. Like that's what I want to help with. And that is what right now I'm doing for them. So, yeah.
How did you get into Ellen's group?
Ellen's partner, Mark Fewsmith, her business partner, at the beginning of the pandemic, he found my profile on LinkedIn. And he was like, Ellen, we should maybe talk to Cindy. And so he approached me, and because of my LinkedIn profile and the story, which was different now, but that's how, like he found my profile and was like, and she writes profiles, and so it stuck out. And then I ended up doing a joint webinar with Ellen and Mark in the pandemic when everybody was just doing whatever the hell they wanted to. And then she started the pod. Like this is another crazy thing. Like the message from Mark in my LinkedIn direct message inbox, and then the subsequent email 6 months later about starting and joining this pod thing. Both emails, both messages, I was like, huh, wait a second, what? This looks fishy. This is just somebody trying to get me. Both times I felt like that. And both times I was wrong again. You know, so it's just weird how whatever kind of woke me up to go, maybe I should talk to them. I don't know, maybe there's something that I should do. So, John,
I just said, he's the one that did it.
yeah, exactly. Well, he was like, hey, wake up, this is a good one. So yeah, Ellen started the LinkedIn pod at the end of the year of 2020, and she emailed like 25 people and was like, hey, I'm gonna try this pod thing, which now we pay to be part of. But it's a posting pod where everybody posts at the same time on the same day, and you all elevate each other's views, and you know, like it's a game. We're playing with the algorithm, but it's helped me and it has worked and it has brought me clients. Like it changes my feed and all those other things, but it has worked in those ways. You gotta go, yeah. Come, cake, somebody have some cake. Yeah, come back. Awesome. So come and have some cake. Yes. Okay, awesome. Oh yeah, into it. Oh golly, do you want to do it? Why not?
Yes, let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm super unhappy with the way they wrote on my cake. I'm like,
Oh, that was really close. That was super safe. Video game reflexes.